evidence, drowning in competence. Ever sent, million billions represent, lacking things we need to test. Never verify, they press. Photographs with leak a mess. I just molded as a stress, a sentence in belligerence. I'm spent, resorting just to less and less, delving deeper with interest. Yeah. Since a boy, I was told that I'm spinning on a globe. Who we kidding, now I'm old, and I notice that the whole world folds and can't think freely. What we witness, what we demonstrate clearly. How it's measured flat, imagine that. Water never bending over, and it's facts. Gravity just ain't exact. When two words can replace it simply, so you need to retract. Relative density, perspective and velocity. The sun is closer than it seems. Living in a movie scene, universal pictures gleam. Everything we're fed believed, and I gotta look harder just to find reality. Sitting right in front of me, horizon in the breeze, atmospheric symphony, melancholic naturally, globers frolic in the sea. Walls of lies just to please, a narrative just to hide a deep freeze for the mind. Destitution that we're stuck behind, resolutions that we need to find. Break the barrier just to free the blind. Saturated in a realm of time, unwind and try to be kind. It's easy to get mean when you're pointing out NASA's crimes, or the cables and the bubbles that we tend to find. Not to mention about the harness star's absence and Don Pettit's inability to speak a proper sentence. Study, look at me, we got sources you can read. You can test it, you can see with the method scientifically. It's all you need, but the knowledge you will grieve, cause the way the truth hits you hard eventually. Typically, open heart, open doctrines, messing with your paradigm. Emotions getting all entwined, sitting back with truth to grind, and you're losing part your mind, getting renewed about the cave, cause mentally it's too soon. Stay true, follow through, we all here to help with you, yeah. Big and slow.
Love, 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 love. I met a girl named Bertha. She said she was a flat earther. On our way to the conference, I said, you know that's nonsense. She said the shit's not nonsense, you don't even know, have you heard my silence? I said, what about science? And she said, science don't give me no love. I got talking to Linda, she was out on a bender, flicking through Tinder. I said, how's that working for you? She said, it's not working, it's regret and embarrassment lurking. But it's late and I'm lonely and hurting, and where else can I get me some love? Always a bridesmaid, but never the bride. A billion tiny islands in the ocean. All these characters I dream, variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. I met a boy called Casper. He's a worldwide traveller, talking about ayahuasca as he stares into his pasta. He said I probably shouldn't fly so much, probably shouldn't get high so much, but I'm a lonely hedonist and my therapist says I need to find ways to love myself. How could I forget Brian? Open the floodgates without even trying. I missed my stop on that train cause I got a lot of time for a grown man crying. Well, he said she loves me and I love him and he loves she. Still spinning the bottle on the topmost shelf and looking for love like everyone else. Holding on for dear life. Always a bridesmaid but never the bride. A billion tiny islands in the ocean. All these characters I dream, variations on a theme.
I'm not spinning, 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 I'm not spinning. dinner awaits. To my wife I bid farewell as she waved from our gate. With the voyage at sea, destiny I have date for 8 pieces of silver. I boarded my fate. 2 years of provisions from sauerkraut to nails, 9-ton hogsheads of rum and cast them full of ale. We made ship-shape the rigging from crow's nest to keel, and with a weather eye open, Captain Cook set sail. Hang on to the winds and head out to sea. to find out frozen over there and back we lost many good men. From the ends of the earth I'd return to hold you again.
Well, we all believed in that spinning ball. Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. Alright, man, listen up. So I'm hurling through space on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day when I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup. I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I'll realize that everything's just a pack of lies, man.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Yeah, man. It's deception on a biblical level. It's orchestrated by the devil. Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he wants. That's one of his tricks. But I found out that dude's real. And I tell you, man, that's a bitter pill. So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain. And pretty soon I realized that the globe I was taught was a pack of lies. So I studied as hard as can be. I found the flat earth conspiracy. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The globe I was taught was a devil's trick.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control
started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man, it's a fact. And once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know there ain't no moon landing, and once you know that space is fake, you view your life with a different take. It ain't just random chance that we're here. We ain't living on no stupid sphere. It ain't some ridiculous spinning ball. The earth is flat, and God created it all.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Let them, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Well, now I found out about all these lies. I live a completely different life. I stopped reading the news and turned off the TV. That thing is evil as can be. I started being a nicer guy, and God forbid I tell a lie. I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect. Yeah, being good's working out for me. Now I ain't blinded and I could see. I know that there is a God above, and if I'm good, then he'll show me love. I try to live life selflessly to be the best that I can be. I treat people how I want to be treated since my indoctrination was defeated. So don't believe in the devil's lies because it's God he wants to hide. That's why they teach that spinning ball, to make you think you ain't special at all. Don't believe what you're being told. Don't believe that you're evolved. It's all an accident and you are too. No, you're someone special and God made you.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, no.
Take control of your soul.
You gotta take back control.
Find the truth.
Find the truth.
Find it all.
Find it all, man.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind. Yeah, play that guitar.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF.
Mashed potatoes.
Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
Big John Lennon said the sky was not the limit. He fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972.
I gotta play the didgeridoo.
Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies.
It's not.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart.
You can smell a little roast beef.
Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, all the tomfoolery.
I think Sandy's hair is pretty much a dead giveaway.
What happens if you get a leak on there? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just dark doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
Go on home, Angry Glover, go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? For 400 years, we'll fight you without fears. We'll fight you for 400 more. If you stay, Angry Glover, if you stay, you will never be tired with what you say. So go on a ferry, the curving has been buried, and piss off and leave us while you may. Go on home, Angry Glover, go on home. What the fuck's Van Allen belts if not a dome? For 400 years, we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more. And if you rage, Angry Glover, if you rage, don't you know that most of us have been on planes? So if you think it's funny that Einstein was a dummy, I'll show you the moon landing was staged. Go on home, Angry Glover, go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? For 400 get you for 400 more.
Tell the glower to move over, there's no rovers on Mars, or the moon, or the stars. Space is fake, he's scoping hard. This is fate, we came this far. This debate, yeah, this is ours. You got hate up in your heart. All the games, they fall apart. Watch me paint, yeah, this is art. I took my aim, yeah, this is war. There's no curve down on the floor, yeah, there's no globe there anymore. It's okay to share your pain, cause yeah, I've been there all before. Join the server to debate, but this is dancing with the stars. Too much food up on your plate, the flat earthers, they took your lunch. If you didn't watch the tape, then you'll get knocked out in round one. That's just what will come your way if you don't learn about the debate. Yeah, I was just like you, on the globe back in the day, and I thought the earth was moving, till I learned that space was fake. Now I know it's not a globe, and you can't tell me about the shape. But you thinking's buildings moving, that the gas is uncontained. Said you never had the proof, you should learn to feel ashamed, cause you said the girl was there, but then you hopped up in a plane. Flat earth, it took me years, I'm not expecting you to change. Yeah, I know it takes some time, and you won't get it in a day. Now you at the starting line, and now it's time to run your race. And the globe is in the past, the globe earthers in last days. Man, when you tell the truth, they'll throw some shade up in your face. Do not worry about the trolls, though they can't get up in your way. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day, and you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims, I won't take no fallacy. Cog diss him if he plays. No, it's not a disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get bent all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day, and you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims, I won't take no fallacy. Cog diss him if he plays. No, it's not a disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get bent all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake, huh? I'm about to get my 44 up off the dresser, now I'm another track is still flat.
The big scary gravity, the big scary institutions, all the fucking brown beating and their appeals to authority. Bollocks, this is what I'm talking about. Take control of yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. Well, I've got a fucking big BMX that can fly. Show me a big BMX that can fly. Canny, you're a fucking bullshitting lying piece of shit. Fuck off. Oh, I've got a Ferrari that goes 340 miles an hour. And I've got a summer house in Spain. Show me. Canny. Fuck off. You're a liar. Oh, I've got this potato rock with gas and water stuck through it that's in inside a vacuum, and it all just slides here because of magic stuff. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. You're a liar. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. Like you did when you were a child. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black holes and stuff. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black holes and stuff. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. escape from your box. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Yes. Oh, for fuck's sake, Brenda, we're just on 2 seconds. Now, fuck off. We don't want you or your other disciples to go and take a running fuck to yourself, okay? Take it and ram it right up your boot.
Ashes to ashes, and dust to dust. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
once told me to do a search online. Search for photos of Earth, he said. This shit will blow your mind. So I opened up the Google and I looked for photos of Earth. Well, a lot of photos came up. He said, click on the first. He said, that's the famous blue marble that everybody's seen. We've seen this photo 1,000 times upon our TV screen. But let me tell you something about that famous shot. It's not a photo at all, man. It was made in Photoshop. Cause there ain't no photographs of us. Somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons. They're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a globe. No, none at all. Why the hell can no one take a photo of this ball? He was goddamn right. That shit did blow my mind. Cause I thought the blue marble was a photo all this time. Well, don't you think that's strange? He said suspiciously. Now, the fact that it ain't a photo seems pretty weird to me. I mean, the most important photo that man could ever take? This huge, iconic image turns out to be a fake? Well, I couldn't quite believe it, man. I was pretty shocked. I needed further proof that this photo's photoshopped. He said, look up Robert Simon. He made that cartoon ball. He's the guy you should research. He works for NASA and all. He openly admits that it's all just artistry. He said, and I quote, it's photoshopped, but it has to be. There ain't no photographs of us. Somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons. They're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a globe. No, none at all. Why the hell can no one take a photo of this ball? Yep, every photo of the Earth is artist trickery. All the photos on Google, man, are as fake can be. Download all the photos and put them side by side. Compare all the continents. They're each a different size. Compare all the colors. Each globe a different shade. If all of these were photos, man, they should look the goddamn same. Where's the continuity? There's none. No, none at all. All that NASA gives us is a bunch of cartoon balls. Cause there ain't no photographs of us. Somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons. They're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a globe. No, none at all. Why the hell can no one take a photo of this ball? Now we're supposed to have this telescope, right? That's flying past the stars, taking beautiful photos of Jupiter and Mars. Well, I've got a small suggestion, NASA. Here's something you could do. Point that thing at planet Earth and take a shot or two, because there should be goddamn thousands of photos of where we live. But Hubble ain't taken one. That's suspicious, don't you think? We got all these fancy pictures of spinning galaxies, but not one goddamn photo of the Earth for us to see. Cause there ain't no photographs of us. Somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons. They're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a globe. No, none at all. Why the hell can no one take a photo of this ball? There ain't no photographs of us. Somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons. They're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a globe. No, none at all. Why the hell can no one take a photo of this ball?
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier,
someone walking in the NASA live stream, just walking past the. Anybody here can see this?
Good morning, everybody. What's up?
You see the NASA? You see the NASA live stream?
NASA live stream? No, I haven't seen it. Menorah.
There's someone walking in the background.
Oh, really?
Oh, now they changed it. Now they changed it. There was someone walking in the background. You can see it clearly, just walking across the image they were projecting.
Right. Yep.
And they just changed it just now.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, we know.
I hope someone got it. No, that was clearly someone walking behind the image. I hope someone got it. I don't know.
Interesting.
Just walking. Someone's just walking in the background.
That's very interesting. Yeah, they're gonna play. They'll explain it. They'll explain it away that it was they were trying to cut two feeds into one or something. They'll say something dumb, knowing them. They usually do stuff like that.
I hope someone got it. I hope someone got it.
Yeah. So, good morning, everybody. It's Monday morning, 7:00 in the morning. And we're talking to the beautiful people of this good earth. Joining us this morning is Captain Caveman, Little G, myself, Old Hoss Rothborn, The Menorah, and Yoke Smasher. Just hanging out. What's up, everybody? Talking to you today about interesting ideas and thoughts about everything to do with the flat earth. So if you guys want to come in here and have a chat with us, you can do so. Nightbot is putting a link to the Discord. All you got to do is click that link, jump in here, have a conversation with us. If you think the earth is a globe, you're on the fence, or you know the earth is flat, come and join us. Have a talk with us. Let us know what you think. We got a few people listening in on the YouTube live stream. Shout out to all the flatties over there. We got 9 people watching at the moment. It's all good. The stream started about 55 minutes ago, so we're on our way. I'd just like to say hello to everybody because it's pretty cool that they're still attempting to deceive people even today. You guys might be caught up with the whole Artemis idea, and I was looking a little bit into it yesterday, and yeah, it's ridiculousness. They're going to continue to deceive the people. And it's like I was saying before, they're going to wait till technology, visual technology catches up and they're able to deceive people even more. They've done this in the past, haven't they? With the TV set and people that were looking at the man take his first steps on the moon. Well, it's all through television. And as it was televised, people became deceived because of that. So they're doing the same thing with Artemis. They're going to keep doing it. So long as you let them take your mind, they're going to take it. So the way to combat that is to understand that there is no curvature to this earth. And anything beyond that is just make-believe. So, yeah. And just like Menorah was saying, he's watching the YouTube live stream for the NASA. Is that right, Menorah? And did somebody walk behind that image? That's crazy, guys.
Yeah, you can clearly see someone in white, dressed all white, going in the background. You can clearly see it. It was for I don't know, for a minute or something, maybe a minute and a half.
We got Johannes Medigar. What's going on, Johannes? How you doing this morning?
What's up, Miggy?
Nothing much, man. Saying what's up to the Flat Earth family. You guys, like I'm mentioning the Artemis, it's pretty relevant right now, what they're trying to do with that. But the Menorah was watching some of the live feeds they have, and It looked like somebody was walking behind in the background. I guess what Menorah was saying. I didn't see it. He's basically telling us that's what's going on. It doesn't surprise me though that they'd be doing it. So you could, well, do you have this? Is that the stream? Do you have the stream, Menorah? You could put the stream up and then maybe we can just, I think you can rewind that thing, can't you? Like go back 10 minutes and see if you can't see it and then record it.
I'll try to find it.
Yeah, you should record it, man, and then put it here so we can all check it out. But yeah, if you think that that's providing evidence for the Earth being a globe, come on in here. Let us know what you think. It's great for you guys if you really think this is evidence for you to come in here and let us know what you think. It isn't evidence by any means that the Earth is of a particular shape, but there's a lot of people that do believe that because they see Rocket on a video screen doing something with CGI, that means that the Earth is curved. And what else could it be, right? So a lot of deception going on, guys. That's why it's good. I mean, if that's your opinion, then just want to hear about it. Once again, Nightbot is putting the link to the Discord in here. You got to just click it, man. Come on in. Let's talk about it. Shout out to Old Dude. Old Dude holding it down, the YouTube live stream. What's up, guys? How's everybody doing?
Okay, if you go to the NASA live stream and you go exactly 90 minutes from now, you could see it.
Put the link. Can you put the link in the live stream voice text, Menorah? The live stream that you're talking about? I've seen there's a few of them, so. Just drop the link if you can, sir.
Wait. Live stream voice text, you want it?
Yes, please. All right. 9 minutes ago, huh?
Yeah.
You
can clearly see it.
Is it exactly 9 or?
Let's see. Oh yeah. Yeah, in minus 9.5 minutes, you can see it already in the background.
All right, let me go. You said somebody's walking? I don't see anybody walking.
In the background, don't you see dressed in white? Just walking slowly in the background.
Somebody dressed in white.
There's a clip in the live stream text chat.
Oh, it shows somebody walking in the background. I still failed this. I failed to see it. Let me see. Perhaps if I blow it up.
Yeah, this is it. What they posted. You see the white image?
You see somebody walking? It looks like a big old blob. I can't tell it's a person. Just a blob.
At first glance, I thought someone was walking. Like,
No, it looks like a blob to me. It doesn't look like a person walking. It's too unrecognizable. Like you can't tell what it is. I mean, obviously it's supposed to be the lunar surface, but you can't tell. Like you can't make out that it's somebody walking. And I wouldn't say that either. It just looks like a blob with pixel. It's a bunch of pixels going across the screen. That's all. It's too whatever
Yeah,
it is. It's too pixelated. So I'm just being real, man. Like I wouldn't
yeah,
say that
you're
it's
right.
a person walking.
At first glance, it's just someone walking slowly. It's like, what?
Yeah, no, no, I wouldn't say that. Because if you start saying that, they're gonna ridicule by you saying because it's you can't even. I'm being real, man. I can't even tell what it is. Just
Yeah.
a blob. It's too pixelated. There's no way you could tell what that is. Yeah, according to them, that's real footage, isn't it? That's from Space Affairs. That isn't even from. That's not NASA, by the way. So that's not even NASA. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm gonna post. This is NASA YouTube right here. That's the correct one. Yeah, Earthrise. The camera satellite is taking that image, Chili. They got an answer for everything. They'll probably tell you that's CGI rendered, obviously.
Yeah, but like, if they can do all that, you think we would get more footage of it actually leaving the Earth's surface and going up.
Yeah.
They're doing, more than what they show, anyways.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. They're still doing this deception even today.
And they're bad at it. That's, with the technology that we have, and they're bad at it.
Well, here's this thing. Let me take a screenshot of it. Of course, this is NASA's YouTube, so put it in the live stream voice text. You see where it says telemetry driven animation? They're saying that's what it is. It's animation. But they're following up with like how far away the probe is actually from the moon, so they're trying to get their animation correct from where so it is they're admitting it is animation. According to them, allegedly it's because they don't have like a camera satellite that's going to take a picture of what it looks like over the moon, so they're giving people a rendered description or a depiction, what it looks like if you could see the satellite up close and the moon at a distance. That's why they're doing that. There was, I would say, like in the beginning of the movement, people were usually saying things like, if we had some cameras that were attached to this rocket and they were showing us like the journey from the Earth to the moon or things like this is like what people said. That's all we would need. And they were asking for like the lowest of low kind of like ways to be indoctrinated back again into like the globe idea again. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Artemis does have cameras on its outside, so it is taking photos of like the Earthrise and stuff. And some people have been saying that that's all they needed, and lo and behold, that's what they are claiming Artemis has. So by now, we should get a bunch of people converting back over to the globe because that's what they asked for. All they wanted was cameras. Yeah, but that's standard. It's not even evidence, man. That's why I always say, like, images and pictures they can't reconcile the fact that we're not getting any curvature. That's the most important part of this whole topic. Curvature.
Yeah, nothing's ever gonna matter what they do. I mean, we know there isn't any curvature. There's nothing they're doing that's going to show us otherwise.
Well, I mean, like what I'm saying is there have been people that in the flat earth community that would say that. So that's why it's like you always tell people that the highest standard of evidence is the proof of curvature. And there hasn't been that because there isn't any measurable curvature. And they can put whatever images, like the Artemis images that we see. And, obviously this is animation. They do say that, so they're not saying that it's not. But they're saying that they're rendering this animation because of the telemetry data they have from it, so they can show you like a depiction of what it would look like above the lunar surface.
Yeah.
And
so it's communicating all these calculations back to show you in this animation, yet they didn't have any cameras that could also put back that data. It just doesn't really make much sense.
Yeah.
You're transmitting all this data in order for this computer program to read it and show you this animation. Well, then why couldn't you just, feedback video? I mean.
Well, here's what I'm gathering, because I've been listening to a little bit of like the chatter from them, like saying things. So they can't do live feeds because the the direct line of sight to the satellite or the communications, because it's going through a portion. It's like when you go through a dead zone. When you have a cell phone, you go through a dead zone. That's basically what the probe is. Where is that, right? It's like in a dead zone, so to speak. So they can't.
Oh yeah. I mean, I can understand not doing it live, but getting any sort of footage back, you know what I mean? I mean, it doesn't matter to me, of course. It's not like they're going to show me anything that's going to change my mind, but you know what I mean? It just, if they can transmit any sort of data back, then they can transmit video back. May not be live, maybe, you know, I don't know. It just, to me, it just, I don't know.
Yeah, they can. Actually, they can do that, which is why I'm saying, the reason they're saying they can't at the moment is because the probe is in a place where they're not able to get that line of sight to it, or they're not able to communicate to it. So once it comes out of this specific dead zone, then they're going to be able to have the video back up again. Do you know what I mean? Like, they can do that. They are saying they're doing that, but just not.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, they're just in a dead zone, yeah.
When they can't communicate to it, they're going to show this like CGI rendering of it, which is going to look like what you're seeing on. Seems like everybody's waking up. America, what's going on, guys? Good morning to ya. Got a bit of Aussie friends in here. What's up, Batman? What up, what up?
Morning, Miggy.
How you doing, sir?
I'm good. How you doing?
Doing well. Just looking at this fakery. The Artemis fakery.
The fakery.
I go to the website.
None of the images look real anyway.
Yeah.
They're the worst. Mate, I reckon a 3-year-old could take better photos.
This is, now, I'll just read you a little bit like from their website. With Artemis, just a little tidbit. With Artemis missions, NASA will land the first woman and the first person of color on the moon, using innovative technologies to explore more of the lunar surface than ever before. We will collaborate with commercial and international partners and establish the first long-term presence on the moon. Then, we will use what we learn on and around the moon to take the next giant leap, sending the first astronauts to Mars. And then it says, why are we going to the moon? We're going back to the moon for scientific discovery, economic benefits, and inspiration for a new generation of explorers. The Artemis generation. While maintaining American leadership in exploration, we will build a global alliance and keep deep space for the benefit of all. Let's see. And it's got a bunch of stuff in here, like video clips and stuff, but I wanted to get to, there was a part in here. Let's see. Yeah, so, well, at least they're putting this as the forefront of their mission, right? So the beginning introduction. We'll land the first woman and the first person of color. As in, that's the top priority. Because that's the first thing out of their sentence, right? There was something about, let me see. Look up the term. So let's see. Oh yeah. So I don't know if you guys knew this or not, but they named their things with mythology figureheads behind it. Artemis was a goddess of chastity, hunting, and the moon. Often depicted with her trusty bow and arrow and a short tunic to aid in running through the woods. Her maiden maidenly virtue, for she swore never to marry, was presented in counterpoint to the passionate and fiery Aphrodite. Other questions. Is Artemis asexual? According to the Homeric hymn to Aphrodite, 3 goddesses are unable to feel sexual desire: Athena, Artemis, and Hestia. They swore to keep their virginity forever with Zeus' approval. In modern times, they may be classified as asexuals. There's questions like, was Artemis a virgin? Artemis was a virgin goddess, and she was accompanied by nymphs, who also were expected to remain virgins. If any of these nymphs slipped up and lost their virginity, Artemis treated them very harshly. One such attendant was Castillo, whom Zeus, I won't say that word, but yeah, he took advantage of her. Who else? Artemis fell in love with Orion. So we know Orion's another name that's been used in the space agencies. So, backed by mythology, of course.
Wasn't Orion supposed to be the actual capsule that they were going to use to go back to the moon?
Orion?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a couple of attempts that they were thinking of using. But these names though, they're so related to mythology. You know what I mean? Like they're tied into it. And you wonder why they're naming them these things.
I think that Orion was the one that was supposed to test the Van Allen radiation belts, wasn't it?
That's the one, yep. We need to get through this section first, the Van Allen belts. It's all just baloney. I can't even understand how people can believe any of it.
And the weird thing is they went back and forward 6 times through it, didn't they? Which is equivalent to 4 times forward and back.
With old technology.
Yep.
I can make computers faster, smaller. They've got materials now that are stronger and lighter. But here's one thing that doesn't make sense, okay? Apparently, someone was saying that the measurement to another planet or to the sun is in astronomical units. Am I correct?
The measurements to the sun are in astronomical units?
Yeah, they classify things as astronomical units. So if the distance to the sun changes, then all the distance to all the other planets change as well. Okay, they just changed what an astronomical unit is. Now, if that's the case, how do they calculate the amount of fuel to get to, let's say, the moon and back? What? Do we have an astronomical amount of fuel? Do you know what I mean? Nobody guesses these things. They're set. They calculate it exactly, because if you had to carry more fuel, there could be a chance that your rocket can't go as far because it's too heavy. But everything's calculated, but they don't know the distance. I mean, how do you calculate the distance to the moon? You can't.
No. Yeah, that's the answer. You can't.
Just look up what an astronomical unit is. It says the astronomical unit, symbol AU, or AU, is a unit of length roughly the distance from Earth to the Sun, and approximately equal to 150 million kilometres or 93 million miles. Now, if everything's calculated off that astronomical unit, because it's a unit of length, then how do they calculate the amount of fuel they need? Because for all we know, the moon could only be 3,000 miles away instead of 254,000 miles away. Because it has been triangulated to those type of distances. We don't know, and they don't know. So they're just all bullshitting. If you look at the rocket that they use to take people to the International Space Station, the so-called International Space Station, let's just say there's something up there, which is, 200 miles up there? Now, you're going from 200 miles all the way to 254,000 miles. And the rocket, increases by 40%? Did I lose everybody?
No, I'm just listening to you. I'm actually doing something in Paint, but if anybody else wants to chime in at the moment. Good morning to everybody, by the way.
Good day, good morning, hello. Hope everybody's having a great day.
Yeah, no, we're just discussing Artemis at the moment and the fakery that they're using behind it. Let me see. Yeah, I was actually looking at that old dude. Yeah, I was not only that. Check this out. I did some. It's weird, just with the symbol that I put up in the image that I put in the live stream voice text. Watch this. I think there's always reasons why they choose logos the way they do. Interesting. Let's see if we can. I'm going to show you a depiction of. This is a caricature, but needless to say, you'll get the gist. This is Artemis. See that? See the bow and arrow? There's many depictions of her actually pulling on the bow. Let's see. Ancient Greek depictions. Mythology and such. Look at that. And then that symbol again, Artemis with the bow and the arrow. It ties into everything that we're saying. I don't think it's considered mythology. I think this was actual real people. I think it's actual history. There's a lot of things that would suggest that they are people that existed that encompass these mythologies. Let me see. Put some more images up. Let's see here. It'd be a cluster of images together. And once again, the image flipped on its side. Yep. Mostly all the depictions have her in front of a moon. Or usually, I should say. In the depictions, they have her. And of course, old dude was doing what I did. I was spelling the name backwards, and the meaning of the given name, Symmetra, represents practicality, realism, reliability, discipline, sincerity, and experience.
Yeah, I find it very poignant that they name a lot of their stuff after gods or stars or whatever, Miggy. And I like to look at the other side of it, just what it says in reverse or what the opposition is to it. There's a lot of allegations around Satanism and all this stuff, and okay, taking that literally, if you actually research it, you do discover that things are written in negative in a lot of ways in what they do. There's a lot of actual physical deception written into the words of what they do. It just seems to be their way. Now, I'm not saying it's fact or fiction, but it's there. And it's something that shouldn't be ignored. Why do they go on all these gods, when they proclaim love for God and all that, the one God, but then all their stuff's named after bizarre deities and it's strange to me. I find it curious.
Yeah, this is. Let me see if I can take a little piece of that story. There you go. Here, check this out. You could bring light to the world. Watch this. I don't often do this, but I'm going to compare something.
Light to the world. 60 nymphs. Oh my lord. Similarities.
See, it is. Here, watch this. See if I can. Let's see. Yeah. All right. So let me change this. I mean, this illustrates a lot. Look at what I just posted and then what I'm about to post. Like I said, I don't do this often, but just to compare mythology with the biblical context. Isn't that crazy? How they line up? The ambitions of Artemis and the ambitions of Lucifer, almost like they're the same ambitions.
Yep. The fall. It's written all through history. It's written into our daily lives, dude. But it's there. They're trying to reenact it, invoke it.
I put it side by side so you can see like how those are the same ambitions with the story of Artemis. This has been like, and a lot of people don't understand the implications, but it's a very evil thing, you know. Like we know, with the intentions of like NASA and like anybody trying to ascend up to, you know, to space and all that, like the ideals behind it. Just on the principle that it's a deception, right? Like we don't even have to go into any kind of context, just on the basis that it's already something that's deceiving people, that they're not actually doing that, right? Just on that merit alone, we can address the fact that it's deception. But to add the extra layer of it being even more so like mythology or you know, it's found in the biblical text, it brings another layer of like spirituality involved in it. So it's not just that it's wrong because they are using CGI and, you know, just telling people that they're somewhere they're not, that there's a deeper spiritual context to it, and they're using mythology and they're using like other means to kind of get like the names they use, right? And like I was saying, I showed you guys a depiction of I just put the name sideways, as you can see. And Artemis was the you know, she was a hunter with a bow and arrow. So look at how that, you know, the earth on the Artemis logo looks like a bow, and the vector symbol looks like the arrow. There's great deception, people, and it's happening on a massive scale. And this is just a little bit that I went into it this morning. Like I haven't even poured myself over like what they've been doing. But just on the base, because like they use symbology, right? Like they use like these symbols and their, you know, the vector symbol and all that. And you can even spell the name backwards and it even represents something. So it's all kind of like they're using these things, and it's people just see it like, oh, it's just a space organization, you know, with they're sending something up to the moon, but it's far deeper than that. And this is a lot of what the general public doesn't understand. Like we can talk to them about the actual deception from just CGI, that perspective, but going into the deeper spiritual part of it is like it's even more crazy.
Who was this lady who has the YouTube channel? I lost it. The blonde who she was talking about the deception in a great grand level, and she was talking about the oldest trick in the book and referring that the book is the Bible and the deception is the oldest trick to deceive. Do you remember that woman? I watched her YouTube a couple of days ago, but I forgot her. She was on the Mountmere View convention, I think.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that I don't know if she stands for or against it, so I wouldn't be able to give any context. I don't know who the person is. Maybe somebody else in here might know who you're talking about. I don't, Fake. I don't know who that is. Probably Alexandria. Is that her?
Hello, guys.
Clay Andersea, what's up, man?
Not much. I just woke up too late.
Yeah. Was she now, Fake? Was she speaking for or against the Bible? Like in her perspective, was she saying the Bible is a deception? Is that what she's claiming on her videos?
I think she was talking about the great deceiver is the Satan or Lucifer or what you want to call him. And I think this one, the healthy American, Becky Hall. Yeah, thank you. That was the one. And I think she's very clever, and she's very. I watched only one YouTube video from her, but I get convinced that he's relying on the Bible, I think. What's your comment on that?
On the spiritual side of like what's been happening, everything that we see, we can see the physical sides of like deception for sure. Like all of us who are in this room right now, we can all attest to that. It doesn't matter what we say about spirituality. Like we can see that happening on that side. On the spiritual side, however, those who are like looking at biblical texts can see it even more so. Like there's a deeper spiritual like ties into like everything in prophecy, and like we could see it unfolding. And it like it's almost like a warning basically to everybody that's seeing it. Cuz it's like the watchers on the wall. When you see the enemy coming, you're calling out to the people that inside of the place. You're like, hey man, the enemy's coming. We can see them coming. It's not just that that there's a big army, but there's also they're on their way over here. So like you can see the impending doom that this is going to bring. So it's the downfall of like human critical thinking, like from all levels. Like it's going to get so bad where the love of men are going to grow cold. Like they're going to not rely on their own mind anymore. And the authorities are going to have full control over their mind. So it's terrible. It's the state of affairs right now that we're dealing with. So the thing that we fight for in here is for people to come to grips with reality, and that we can all agree that we can be certain of things. And like, I think that's what's happening. That's slipping away of that part of ourselves is becoming less and less as more people become indoctrinated with the knowledge that they can't understand or perceive reality. They're taught you can see the world for what it is, but there's a bigger perception that's happening outside of the one that you're seeing. Like, like you don't see the globe perhaps when you're looking out into the ocean, but as you rise in elevation, there's a bigger perception that you don't normally see that is actually it is a globe. So they're robbing people of that critical thinking, understanding of what the world is, so that you'll be deceived. You'll be able to be kind of confused as to like not being able to say for certain things for certain. And they want people in that state so they can draw you to the next deception. That's how it happens. That's all deception is. They don't give it to you like all 100% of it. It creeps in. It keeps creeping in every time. And every time it gets stronger and stronger to the point that you're convinced back into the lie. So like with this Artemis stuff that they're doing, they have stages, right? The first stage is going to send this probe out to the moon or whatever. And then the next one is going to be like, now they're going to start to think about building, bases on the moon. And, people are actually going to be on the moon and such. And you got to think like they're doing it in stages, because they're going to slowly bring people to the idea that this is a possibility. This is also happening. And it's going to keep people under the spell. And those who were like standing on the side of truth, but didn't really believe the truth, like per se 100%, they're going to get swayed back into the other side, you know, where they were like, well, I have that little bit of a doubt that I could be wrong, but then they're going to make it so real that people will go be like, man, you can't deny. Look at this video footage from ground to the moon. Like, it's so real. I mean, of course, right now it doesn't look what the standard we would say would look like real, but they're going to get better with technology and such, so where they're going to make it seem so realistic. And then that's what's going to like sway the people's minds back into it. Well, it's just why, like I said, like we stand with the standard. The measurement of the curvature has to be the thing that we stand on, because there isn't any. You can't measure any curve. And so they don't know how to, because that's truth, right? That is the standard of truth. There is no evidence for curvature. So how are they going to be able to get around that to where your eyes can perceive something and believe? Well, they're going to create this delusion. It's going to be a strong one, and it'll sway people's minds. The ones who were standing like on the side of truth, right? They're going to sway back into the deception again, because they were still kind of like, yeah, I feel like I know I'm standing on truth right now for the most part. But if something really, really, really good comes up, I'm not going to be like, no, it's not a globe, you know, that kind of thing. But since we've came to the place where there isn't any measurable curvature, like they're saying, that's the only thing they got. They can rely on is to deceive somebody slowly. It comes in waves. It doesn't happen like all at once, like boom, there's the deception, everybody's deceived. No, it doesn't happen that way. And so, you know, like with Artemis and the plan that moving forward, they're going to establish, you know, the quote unquote bases on the moon, and you have the first woman on the moon and the first person of color on the moon. And that's a thing that they said on their website. That's what they have on their website. Go to their website. That's what they say. That was the very first thing that they said. They're going to put a woman on the moon and the first person of color on the moon. So, yeah, it is.
I think this is just a test flight from them, and then they kind of say that, okay, now we are proven that we can go to the moon. Let's go to the Mars, and then they will go backwards and forwards. Mars, moon, Mars, moon, Mars, moon, and everybody is like, okay, we are not going to moon. We are going to Mars directly, and then they are going to cancel that again, and then they are going to go back into the moon and try to figure out something else and why we cannot go to the moon, because we were actually going to the Mars. And they're kind of confusing everybody. Nobody actually knows what is the next target. And that was asked in some kind of Congress, and they asked like 10 times in that Congress that, what is your next target? And they couldn't reply a simple question, what is your next target? When you ask from Athletic, who is going to be in Olympics for running, he's going to answer at once what is his next target. Okay, I'm going to run that trip under 5 minutes or whatever. That's my next goal. And the NASA representative couldn't say the next target to the Congress. And that only should tell the people, but no, people don't see it. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so I'm going to post it again. This is the mission for Artemis. With Artemis missions, NASA will land the first woman and the first person of color on the moon. That's the first thing that they said. They want people to understand. Using innovative technologies to explore more of the lunar surface than ever before, we will collaborate with commercial and international partners. So this is going to be like a worldwide collaboration, right? And establish the first long-term presence on the moon. Then we will use what we learn on and around the moon to take the next giant leap. Send the first astronauts to Mars. So it's clearly stated what they're going to do. So think about this. The first wave of this deception is going to happen where they're starting to like send these probes or like start to figure where they're going to be putting that base on there. And the next one's going to be like once they have all the collaboration from all the countries, right? International partners, establish the first long-term presence. That means they're going to start building what we consider like a base on there. And then go to Mars from that point. But this is what's happening right now with that. But can you imagine once they Because obviously they're going to have to start showing. People are going to be building bases on the moon. There's going to have to be some communications from there to the Earth, which is what people are going to be seeing, on their screens, on their computer screens, you know what I mean? So that is going to be. There's not going to be doubts anymore. Like for the people who are just kind of like still on the fence, they're going to go straight into like, nope, this is for real, man. They're really on the moon. Do you see what I mean? Because they're going to establish a presence on the moon, according to them. So, I mean, what do you think is going to happen to the people who are kind of like, they were in flat Earth, but they were like not so much, and they're going to just go straight into it, man. They'll be like, there's people on the moon now.
Whenever you decide to call to the moon, is it gonna have its own area code? Like an area code, and when you call in on the cell phone, and then Mars. Yeah. Whenever we leave to Mars and have a civilization there, they're gonna have their own area code. Whenever you have to dial the call.
James, you know what I found out was weird? You know how the people used to buy plots on the moon? Because you could buy land on the moon. Like there's websites you go and you can purchase. What are going to happen to those guys? Because they actually have the land, like they purchased it. So what?
I think NASA's gonna have whoever is gonna go there, they're gonna have to start paying rent to those people.
They don't own the land. They don't own the land because they're listed as a tenant.
Oh, they're just renting. They're renters. That's the next thing. Who's gonna own the moon? Who's gonna own parts of it? Like, is it people who make the base there? Like, who owns? Someone's gonna want to lay claim to it. Like some company's gonna say, "Hey, we, from this place to this place, we own." Because people already do that here, right, on Earth. Why not the moon? And even though it's a reality that you don't own anything. When you die, you don't take nothing with you. So it's not like you own anything. But people will claim ownership, like the authority over the land. That's crazy deception. Well, I think that's why the NASA fanboys and girls are getting excited because of that. They're going to make the bases on the moon.
The first person of color, a fiction. Of color, like you use a pen and a paper to draw the person's name, the fictional. You put color on it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Talking about a fictitious entity. We're talking about a person of color. It's a name on a piece of paper, drawn with a pen.
Well, according to them, there's going to have to be, if there's bases on the moon, you're going to be able to see the bases from Earth, and they're going to wave to you hi, and you're going to see them. Hey, Jemsy, my thing is, where are they going to go when it's a new moon? They're going to disappear.
Oh, no.
They're going to find out why the moon disappears. They're going to disappear with it.
Might as well just go to the dark side of the moon and be like, yeah, well, you can't see us because we are on the dark side.
I feel like they might play it out that way. Who knows? Like, all the bases and everything going to be on the other side. Like, we can't see. There's a whole colony back there. Yeah.
Too much light on this side of the moon, so we need to sleep.
We got to go to the other side. I don't know how they're going to spin it, man, but it's going to be crazy if they start. It's going to be wild, though, huh? When they start televising like that. I say televising in the sense, but it's going to really be through the computer, though. All the live footage, you know, people actually like building a base on the moon. Like,
Elon posted a tweet saying the people have spoken. Trump will be reinstated.
oh, he's already back, Jempsy. He's there.
Yeah.
Go follow him.
He said back though he's not going to have anything to do with Twitter.
Yeah, he said that, but dude, he's got already today, right now, he's got 87 million followers.
But no posts, right? They're following nothing.
No, yeah, there are no posts. They're just, it's his old account. It's his old account back. But the here's the thing though, man, because I don't think he's gonna deny it. It's too great of a platform for him to not to utilize it. That's just my take on it, because it's big, it's huge. The platform, it's like you saying anything there is a huge mouthpiece for you. It's a big bullhorn.
Even the top G, Andrew Tate, he has a Twitter because he was canceled as well. So Andrew Tate tweeted, "I've decided to fly to the failed state of California, walk into Twitter HQ, and tell @Elon Musk he's a legend on my way."
He doesn't have a blue check mark though, but yeah, he got his account back.
Top G.
Andrew Tate, and yeah. Have you heard of the way he's like? People hate him, bro. Like they hate him big time.
Oh yeah, this is controversial, you know, for the kind of like polarizing environment that we're in. So he's giving you kind of like I will say I agree with him in a lot of stuff, but not everything, obviously.
Yeah, that's the way I view him as well. I wouldn't follow him. I wouldn't die on every hill he speaks on, but there's a lot of them.
Not on every hill, but yeah, he's all right. But he always is saying the planet or I don't know, space, and he's always throwing those Easter eggs with the space and globe. So he's a top G that doesn't know that he lives in a cartoon.
If he knew that, then he would be a solidified top G. Maybe, I don't know.
Until he realizes or actually says that he realized that the globe is a lie, then he'll be probably top G, but not yet.
Oh, by the way, man, I was listening to Kyrie he got on like I don't know what platform it was, but he was speaking on a video just like to all the people and stuff. And I don't know, man, I'm kind of thinking too, like he's okay for the truth movement, but he's really into the Hebrew Israelite movement. I guess if that's what I could, like, he's really big into that from what I'm hearing, like about that whole understanding. Which is, I mean, if that's what he wants to talk about, but I mean, he's still speaking against like the controllers and all that, but he's more leaning towards that direction. So I don't know, like he doesn't really speak too much like on flat Earth or nothing. He's just more of the agenda of that. What he thinks.
Kyrie?
Yeah, Kyrie.
I mean that name is familiar, but I don't visualize an image in my mind. Kyrie.
Yeah, he's a basketball player.
Okay.
Kyrie
Yeah.
Irving.
Oh yeah. That's why I've heard of
say
him.
that the Earth is flat.
Yeah. I think they're gonna push the space as long as they can, and eventually, if they have to kind of move to a, let's say, in a sense, religious institution, they'll probably just go back to the church. Let's say the governments of the world are kind of like debunked and say, "Hey, you guys been lying. you're corrupt. We got to replace you. I think the churches are in place to kind of like take that role in a sense, like go back to the churches, like the temples and the I don't know, the Catholic Church. They control a lot of the real estate, and in a sense, kind of like people will go back to that kind of stuff.
Well, going back to basics, that would go back to the original way that people were indoctrinated in the first place, with the authorities of the church. That's how they were first indoctrinated, with the knowledge of the heliocentrism. That's where it came from. It was birthed there. So like you're right. Going back to the basics would be the way to bring them back into, because that's how you have to do it. If you want to bring them back into captivity, you have to go back to where it first began, and bring the movement up from that point back forward. Because the one thing the church has is the control over the faith of the people. It just depends, like your denominations, man, specifically. Whatever denomination that if you claim a specific denomination, that denomination already was built upon a premise that it was a organization, like a club. And they have their set rules for it. So people would definitely, like, even if the people would whistle blow, all over the place, they would still go back to it.
Not this day, like at these times, it will be like a combination with the big corporations, like offering some type of technology and services, and with the church, it will be like a combination of those things. Then the government is kind of like being set up to fail in so many ways. The administrators in place, the government, what we call the politicians, I think they're just. It's a huge setup to crash that system. How bad can it get? Like, can it get any worse? How much corrupt can the governments get?
I feel like we're gonna find out, Jimsy, as the days roll on.
They're being blatant, and I mean, everybody knows. I mean, a lot of people just don't care because they just getting a benefit, even if there's corruption. If someone gets a benefit, they're gonna be, what, the trade-off. There is corruption, but I'm gonna get in a benefit, so it's all right.
Oh, did you hear about the asteroid threat? There's another threat, killer asteroid.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Oh, but don't worry. Right now, NASA's full on with the DART mission. That's what the NASA YouTube live stream just popped on right now, and it started talking about. It's the same live stream for the Artemis, but they switched over to the DART mission.
So I think NASA, as a Scientology side of this, like, it's kind of like, I would say it's the Scientology spectrum, in my opinion. They're acting like saviors, basically, right? They're saving us from the asteroids.
Yeah, look, I put the thumbnail that they have going. Come on, look at this. But they're gonna attach themselves to the asteroid, and then is gonna push the asteroid out of the trajectory.
Amazing.
Yeah, dude, like this. Double asteroid redirection test. So the killer asteroid that's coming in, and NASA, I'm not kidding you. You know the song that they were singing, or song they were singing. He quote like the NASA account on that live stream. He says you don't have to close your eyes, you don't have to miss a thing. Like the Aerosmith song that played for the Bruce Willis movie. You remember the one with the killer asteroid coming to Earth? That's what they're referencing.
Yeah.
Armageddon.
Armageddon. So that's what they were referencing. So in other words, like you don't have to worry because NASA's DART mission will redirect the killer asteroids away. They're talking about it right now. Like as I'm speaking to you guys. This is crazy. They're doing a demonstration on the ISS of like what an asteroid looks like. This freaking ISS guy, like they're throwing up.
It's enough to scare people and be like, oh my goodness, there's asteroids that might fall on the Earth and cause another worldwide extinction, global extinction. Like it happens to the dinosaurs. It happened already. And who knows how many times it's happened before that? Because, billions of years that probably happened. So now we have the science that can save us from imminent destruction from asteroids falling from Narnia.
Look at this. This is what's happening in the live chat for that channel.
So anytime you're watching Netflix and you're in your house, very comfortable after a meal, you sit down on your table and you say, "Thank you, NASA, for saving us."
They said the same. Look at the bottom. Jesse, look at the last quote. You said exactly what the guy said.
I'm telling you, bro.
It's like exactly what he just finished saying, man. Look.
That's hilarious.
Oh, the synchronicity of that, huh?
I couldn't even. You said it. And it was like the thing that I posted. But they're doing that, man. They're just like, I can't believe this. Man, it's crazy.
I kind of see how the frame of reference of the mind can work when people actually looking into this propaganda, thinking about it in their day-to-days, in the background, the information. You know what? Talking over dinner or talking over, I don't know, the commute to work. You know what? NASA has this DART mission launch that they've been deflecting asteroids from falling to the Earth and killing us. Right now, we have to be very thankful because, NASA.
They put people's heads in the clouds, man. I like little snippets of like what these guys are saying in there. It's interesting. You can see the psychology behind it. It's effective, man. It really does a number on their mind.
This could create. They basically have an army of people of believing that, looking forward to maybe do something for them if it's available. I want to be an astronaut, right? He's that comment. I want to be an astronaut, so someday
I
can save the world.
Yeah, that's what this is, dude. Like this is propaganda at its finest. The DART program is supposed to attach itself to the asteroid and push the asteroid away from. There's people commenting on what they're assuming is going to happen.
I can't wait to learn the anthem for the Space Force, so we could pledge allegiance and all that.
In the history books, how they have this chain of events that, in a sense, created nations, and then eventually we created the United States, and now we have this national anthem, and they sing it because it's history, right? We made it this far, and now we have this song, and we had to sing it because we're celebrating all of these things that happen for us to be able to be here singing now. Eventually, they're going to have a chain of events in history that the children are going to be like, NASA saved the world so many times, and the astronauts did a lot of good things. So we got to sing for them.
Hey, Jamesy, get a load of this quote.
Not if we don't expose them first. Like you said, we got till 2024 before they start, saying they're on the moon and providing videos and whatever. So we got to, make sure the ones that are seeking the truth know this. Some of them are going to be blind to it no matter what's done or said, but we got to whip them up before then.
Yeah, look at what that guy's saying. Watching here in Corona, California. I feel so proud of our NASA program and being an American. Go USA!
Yeah, but you said it like a top G. You have to say like more like hi, watching here in Corona, California. I feel so proud of our NASA program and being an American. Go USA. If you say like you said it, it doesn't sound correct.
You have to put in the correct voice. This is NASA
Yeah, you
actually
have
telling
to.
the people, guys, James Liker will take about 10 months for the DART mission to go from Earth to the asteroid target. 10 months. And then they're going to put that satellite that's going to put like boosters on the asteroid so we can direct it away.
Well, I better start working hard for these next 10 months. I'm gonna work extra hard because gotta pay extra taxes. So I make sure NASA has the extra funds to make it there, right? Because they need resources.
A lot of people are trying to figure out, the acronym for DART. And let me put what NASA said. Here it is. You won't believe your eyes. Maybe you will. That's what it stands for.
Wow. Yeah.
Double asteroid. It's not one asteroid, but two. Don't worry about it, guys.
Hey, Miggy, how you doing?
Hey, Chad.
Hey, who else was talking? Whoever else, Jamesy, how you doing? And
hey, good. How are
Adam. You? Not too bad. Just took the dogs out for a walk, having a little rest.
Hey, Chad, don't worry. NASA's got our back.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah. Oh, it's just absurd. They just keep. I just talked to a mate of mine who's a real NASA fan. We got in an argument because he's just talking, just spewing bullshit. Really believe. I asked him how they photographed this black hole. He didn't have a clue. Didn't have a clue. But he believes it all. Just sucks it up. Yeah. Yeah, he was talking about Hawking radiation. Do you know about that?
No.
So basically, a black hole breaks the second law of thermodynamics because everything emits radiation. The definition of a black hole is nothing leaves it. So to get round it, Hawking, who realised this from the Vatican, what they told him, he said, well, it's just Hawking radiation that comes out, and that's okay because I don't fully understand his reasoning, but he says if it's Hawking radiation, it's just special, so it can break the laws of thermodynamics. Yeah, so I'm finding it for you in his book. Nonsense.
I like how you could just make things up, right? And just put it in there and say, like, yeah, it's possible.
It's not just possible, it has to be that way.
Well, needless to say, you're in good hands, Chad. They got people on the job. There's no worries.
There's chipmunks around.
So let's see here what they're saying about how they're going to launch this probe. Let's see. It'll be launching on a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket, according to NASA.
So that way they can ring the Elon Musk bell too.
Yep. You know what that means?
They're putting a face to your saviors, you know.
Exactly.
And the minds, you gotta have the idols, and you need to, at least when you think about the idols, you need an image in your mind. Cannot just be a label named NASA.
But see, they're saving the Earth from impending danger from these asteroids. So don't worry, double asteroids aren't a problem. We're gonna send these probes out there, gonna push the asteroids away. Everything's gonna be fine.
And it's a correlation between the governments and science and, you know, private individuals like Elon. So for the private sector and the government working together, you know, to save the world. Just like it should be.
It's all part of the Great Reset, isn't it? The Great Reset, the third or fourth industrial revolution? I can't remember which one it is. And the new form of economic theory from the World Economic Forum.
Oh yeah, that's coming, and you know they're crushing. In a sense, they're crushing the old and kind of making an amalgam into a new system, and it includes all this space stuff with the medicine stuff and the economics of it, making markets out of nothing.
Yeah, speaking of a new system, I'm kind of headed towards the old system. I'm headed towards Amish country today. I remember talking to somebody about a month ago, and we weren't quite sure what the Amish people believed. I've been biting my tongue when I go there and pick up firewood from them. You know, they're pretty strictly business. They're cordial, but it's just business, so I keep it professional, and I don't, you know, bring up topics like that. But today I'm definitely going to ask them. You know, I've been there a few times. I'll just find a way to slip that in before I leave, see what they think. I doubt they're being taught heliocentrism, but, you know, do they just disregard the whole topic of that, or like just whatever it says in the Bible? Whatever it is, I'm going to find out today. And if you guys got any questions, I could ask them. I'll take them.
Good luck. You're going out there speaking to the peoples.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm actually commending them for not being, you know, trapped in the system themselves. Like, good job, you guys. Like, you know, you didn't get contaminated with a bunch of bullshit. So, you know, props on that. Just see what kind of common ground we have.
That's amazing what they've done out there. Brilliant, really good. I mean, I even have respect for the Mormons, what they did out in Salt Lake. Built, you know, obviously where they've gone now, I'm, you know, not really sure, but in terms of what they achieved, amazing.
Is there an inside perspective from the view that some of them actually endorse this BS to this them out of the fence?
Robot,
you know,
robot in
I want to go. I want to be an astronaut here, build a house with these people. I want to go to space.
Yeah, you're robot.
Robot into me. Anyone else?
Sound like you asked if something was fixed. Maybe you're talking about ask them about the firmament. What'd you say?
Is it better?
Yeah, you're good now.
I was saying that there might be like is there such a perspective from there? Like you were talking about the Mormons and the, who was the other people? The Amish. Could there be some of them from their perspective thinking about leaving that side of the fence and thinking about coming to the other side? If they actually see stuff from this side, like space, and they thinking, I want to leave this place. I want to go. I want to be an astronaut one day.
Enter into our society, like, you know, everybody else. I don't know. Obviously, there is people that leave the Amish community and integrate into society. But I think a lot of them are happy. I think Mormonism, yeah, a lot of those people are fleeting because they, if they got any critical thinking skills, they can kind of figure out what's going on there and get away. But the Amish seem pretty content, as long as they got their work to do and their family. They're really family based, right? Like you get up and you do your job that provides for your family, which is farming. These guys, they don't have a farm, but they provide firewood. It still takes a lot of work. So, yeah, it's pretty much just the old style of living where you get up, you do your job, and you eat dinner with your family, and then you call it a night real early, probably after reading a book or something, right?
Yeah, you're always gonna have that kind of young mind that they wanna see more and explore the world, and they probably gonna see some hints about.
They probably beat that out of them. Probably get a couple good whoopings and that corrects that thinking.
And that will probably that will probably, I don't know, how do you say, motivate people to even go further away if you beat them up. But anyways, the world is so enticing. Like, people flying around the world and meeting other people and going to other cultures, and it's so like it calls the attention. You want to travel and do a lot of things, and just staying in one place. I see the benefits from outside. I can see how good could it be to settle with a community and kind of like keep a simpler life. But I also see the side of this world that kind of like can entice and incentivize people to participate because, a lot of reasons.
Well, I'll tell you, when I go there, they don't even have cell phones. Like maybe they have house phones. I think they do. Yeah, they have like a landline, but like I have to use my cell phone to help facilitate the transactions. So, yeah, like I'd love to like invite him on here and like, hey, let's talk to these guys. But he'd probably be like, whoa, the cell phone? No, we don't do that. So I don't think that's going to happen. But I'll see what they're willing to talk about. I've been interested. I've been there multiple times. I've just been biting my tongue, and it's on the tip of my tongue, and I'm like, I'll just leave it alone. But today, man, I'm feeling froggy. I'll just ask. But I got to get back to driving. Y'all carry on.
Yeah, just don't get banned from their community.
Yeah, right. I think the joke was like I'll probably give them a fist bump, right? I said I would commend them. And then what if like fist bumps are highly frowned upon in their community? Like I'm bringing some outside type of secret handshake, right?
Yeah, just shake their hand like a civilized human.
Yeah, that's right.
A handshake, you can't be. I mean, this fist bumping, elbow bumping is bullshit. Just shake someone's hand like like we've been doing for centuries. It's civilized. It's nice as well. It's personal.
I like that, man. You're totally right.
Good luck with your ventures.
Oh, here you go. They responded to a guy who was asking about asteroid threats, and here's their response. You're watching Planetary Defense History. Booyah.
This is history. I told you it was gonna be history.
Yep, it is.
People are gonna be singing songs about it. Don't wanna close my eyes because I gotta watch the screen when NASA is deflecting the asteroids.
And they
You know
feel
that
like they're
song?
part. Yeah. Yeah, they were saying it earlier, like right on the live stream. The guy just said it, almost word for word.
I was gonna tell him that. I was gonna highlight what they said, that what he just said.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, I stole your thunder there.
Where is it at? I lost it because I scrolled down and I missed where it said that. Let's see, where is it at?
That name, that double asteroid system called the Didymos, almost sounds like double dine or the Didymos.
You know what's weird? Every time Gen Z says something about the chat is actually saying the same thing he is. Funny.
Oh, no way, bro.
Yeah, I'm telling you, dude. You were saying it the moment they got. I'm watching it.
But I changed the lyrics. I was saying, I don't want to close my eyes because I want to watch the screen when NASA is diverting the asteroids. Oh, that's crazy. I'm in sync with the Matrix. I'm Neo. I can see it coming. I can see it. I'm just deflecting left and right and rewriting it.
All your training and experience dealing with globalists. You know what they're going to say before they say it.
That's what it is. Because you know the mindset of
Stop
somebody
saying
that's
bad things.
What'd you say?
I'm saying to Jamesy, stop saying bad things. Only say good things, please. If you're creating life as we know it, please only say nice things, Jamesy.
All right. Everyone is here is going to be a trillionaire in the next decade, in the coming years. Trillionaires. So make a good work of the resources, guys. Just don't waste it. Don't drink it all in alcohol and drugs. That's it.
This is crazy, man.
So are Space Force behind the asteroid deflection thing? Is that who they're going to turn out to be? Earth Defense Central.
See what NASA said, Crit? Look at this. Look at this freaking nonsense. Oops. How can something crash into something at 15,000 miles per hour?
That's got to be some very accurate slingshot that you got there. Powerful.
Real good engineering.
Real good engineering, yeah. It's called real good engineering.
Right. Well, then you have a leak.
Just put your finger.
You just put your finger right in the hole. Right. Promise. You're good to go. Just bust out some of the juicy fruit and put the gum in the hole.
Yeah, see, people panic whenever they hear like asteroids getting near Earth. And good thing we got, the big brother NASA that's going to just calm everybody's fears. So you don't have to feel that way.
I remember when I was young thinking about asteroids falling on the Earth by all the propaganda, the movies. I remember, you know what? I just hope that asteroid falls in someone else's country, not mine. I might survive if it falls over there in China.
I'm pretty sure NASA promised that we weren't going to get hit by the asteroids. I remember seeing it on the BBC News. So that, really, I was really relieved that, I could just get on with my life and just worry about global warming now, rather than getting hit by an asteroid or maybe dying of COVID. So we've only got two things to worry about. We don't have to worry about the asteroid for a little while. We just might die of the other stuff.
Yeah, NASA said on the national TV that we're not going to get hit. So, what a relief.
Yeah, I always said, people ask how you want to go out. I'd say, I want to go out by the asteroid or comet or something because, at least I won't be alone. Everybody else has got to go with me. Doesn't seem as bad.
You know what's even better?
What's
sorry.
that?
Adam, you go ahead.
I was just going to say another absurd thing about this whole DART mission is that they're saying that they detected this 500 diameter is 500 feet or something from 100 million miles away. Then they launched their DART missiles and they approached it at about 7 million miles away. I don't care which one of those numbers you pick, 7 million or 100 is more absurd. You're not going to detect something that small, that far away, and then, be able to interject it. Just retarded. That's something Jaron had brought up. Think about how small that is. 500 feet, a little bit bigger than, a little smaller than 2 football fields, and they're saying they can see it from 100 million miles away. Get out of here.
Well, if you're going to contemplate how to stop these asteroids from hitting the Earth, you're going to need a great place to sit and think about it, right? So when you're sitting and thinking about how you're going to stop it's best to do it upside down. Like these guys. This is the fakery you get. Like this is throughout this live stream. They're putting these images up. So basically, and they're showing how they're the saviors. Don't worry, guys. Let me see if I can get a shot of the thing that. All right, this right here. That little thing with solar panels. It's
a better way to go out. Mickey.
What's that?
You say a better way to be killed off. What was a better way to go out?
You're rowboating, bro.
Go ahead.
You're
breaking up. this account in Twitter called Flat Earth and More, always posting stuff about, many things. It's not just Flat Earth. He posts a lot of different things. Twitter blocked his account and said that you gotta verify your account. You gotta confirm your identity before you can continue using your Twitter. They wanna know who you are, bro.
Heck yeah.
Hey, you guys want to hear kind of a funny personal story?
Yeah.
Okay, so at work, sometimes this guy brings in pastries and stuff, and I always just take the cream cheese Danish, and I nuke it for like 10, 15 seconds. So then he said to me a couple weeks ago, try something else, and I'm like, he's kind of a fan of pop culture and stuff, so I said like, how about no, right? Like Austin Powers reference. So he kind of got a kick out of it. Yeah, they kind of got a kick out of it, right? And they kind of went on about it. You never change, right? I'm like, yeah. At some point, you're just good with what I know what I want and I know what I like. And the cheesecake Danish hits all the bells. I don't want anything else. So today he brought pastries and hid the cheesecake Danish that comes with it. Like he took it out and set it aside. So I looked, I said, oh, no cheesecake Danish, and I just left. He's like, what the hell? Like, you won't have something else. And I'm like, no, I'm not. Because I like the cheesecake Danish. That's it, right? Unless there's a cheesecake Danish in there, there's nothing else there I really appeal. I mean, it might be okay, but I'm just kind of like, nah, And he was like, fine. Okay, fine. Here it is. You can have it.
Wow, yeah. He wanted to force change in your mind and your taste buds.
Yeah, he wanted to manipulate, like let's see if I can do an experiment here. If I take away the cheesecake Danish, how will the organism react? And still, how about no?
He wanted to see you picking something else, and you said, "Nah, I'm good." Then he was surprised that you didn't get you were able to skip the meal because you don't want any of those other options. I have a soft spot for cheese stuff as well. Like if I see like strawberry or fruit or whatever other flavors, and there's a cheese option, I'm taking the cheese one. Cheese Danish. I haven't been eating any of that for some time, but now you got me visualizing it, and I almost
that would be good,
can taste it.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, man, you could do what's that sugar substitute? Allulose version?
Allulose, yeah.
You could do an allulose version of it. I mean, if you really wanted to.
But then I'll have to make it myself instead of someone else making it and just going there and paying something and just eating it.
The process is like you'd have to do it all from scratch.
I'm pretty sure I can make it, but damn, desserts are good, or pastries. You call it pastries, right? Cheese Danish. What is a cheese Danish? That's pastry. How do you call that?
Yeah, like a I think pastry.
Pastry, yeah, pastry. Yeah, most of my pastry is cheese something, cheesecake or cream cheese, or I like the cheese and that stuff. My ribeyes, I eat the ribeyes with eggs, and if there's some cheese, I can go to Whole Foods sometimes. I buy raw cheese. They have a lot of options for cheese. Been trying different type of cheese. Yeah, sour cream. I do like sour cream too. Yep.
Delicious, man.
Yep. Before I was putting a lot of salt on everything, on the meat and the eggs, but recently I've been trying it without salt. And
yeah, I've heard of that too. There's a people that are saying that you don't have to use salt.
Yeah, it's good.
It's so good, yeah.
But salt is like another step. Like, it's good. I like the flavor when I put some salt in it. But yeah, you gotta. For me, I don't buy just any salt. I don't go to just the store and buy this sodium products that has a bunch of chemicals to make it taste salty. I gotta buy the quality salt. That's just me. but-
Redmond salt, man. Check it out. When you get a chance.
Yeah.
I order a little
Right.
pouch from Amazon. It lasts a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, if
Yeah,
you're
if it's available, I use it a little bit. Now I don't even need the salt. I can just eat the meal without it. It's still good.
yeah, have you eaten cheek meat, Jemsy? I was telling Julius about this really good recipe. Yeah, cachetes.
Oh yeah, I've had some sheep meat. Yeah, rare, a few times only, but I have. Yeah, I find a lot of good lamb around here. Lamb is decent. It's good.
It's been forever since I had lamb.
Yeah, I like lamb. It's only the kind of like the smell of it is puts people off, especially when you're cooking it. Kind of like smells different. Like the odor of it is a little like you can notice it more when you're just cooking like beef. It doesn't give you much odor or smell, whatever. But the lamb has a strong. For me, I've just noticed it and kind of thought about it because someone else was kind of asking, "What's that smell?" I'm like, "I'm cooking lamb."
Yeah.
They had to open the windows and stuff because they didn't like the smell. I was watching a random video the other day, and someone was cooking like two pieces of meat, and he put like a bunch of butter. So he cooked the meal with a bunch of butter, and the people reacting on the video and even the comments were saying, "This is your last meal because you're gonna get a heart attack." I'm like, wait, what? That remind me in the past when I was growing up. People were saying that don't eat red meat, don't eat they call the fats. They kind of mix what animal fat is with oils. They kind of use it like it's the same thing. These oils are bad for you. They will say the fat or the butter is oil. Oh, that's too oily. That's bad for your heart. But the thing is that is not oil. Animal fat and oils from
the
like
animal fats
it's
down
not
here.
the same thing.
Animal fats are great.
Yeah.
You obviously don't want to be drinking animal fat, but cook stuff in animal fat. It breaks down much better than the other oils. The oils just turn to bloody plastic, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. But people saying that you're gonna get a heart attack from that meal, eating 2 pieces of meat in a bunch of butter. As now sounds really silly to me because myself, the times I feel the best and my digestion feels completely like normalized, like everything is good and feels good, is if I eat animal protein with a lot of fat, and that's how I feel
Depends
the
how
best.
much work you're doing. I mean, if you're just sitting on your ass watching TV or playing on the internet all day, getting, you weigh 20 stone, and you better worry about your heart. I mean, if you're
You should be worried about your heart, yeah, definitely.
if you're active and working or doing stuff, you should be fine. He burns it off, Just don't get obese. I mean, I'm too fat. I can't speak, but that's. No, I am too fat.
Didn't you used to box, Chad, back in the day?
I did. Yeah, I had 2 boxing matches in my massive amateur career at 10 stone. Won the first one, lost the second one. I just wanted to see if I could do it. I've ran a marathon as well. Did it when I was 40, 10 years ago. Did it in 3 hours 40. That's pretty. No, was it? Yeah, 3 hours 40. So under 4 hours. Yeah, I was chuffed with that. 10 stone then. But since then, I've got bipolar, so I'm all over the place. So I'd have to take. Well, I say I have to. At the moment, it's the best way for me to cope at the moment is taking medication, which is not ideal. But I've tried other things. I'm just not ready for other stuff at the moment. So I put on 3 stone. So I'm over 13 stone now. I can still do a pull-up, so 2 or 3 pull-ups. So I'm not weak. Not very weak anyway. Not strong.
Get a few dumbbells and just work out with those. Not to.
Yeah. I'm getting. I'm 50 years old. And honestly, Mickey, I'm not joking, mate. Difference between training 10 years ago. Now, I used to go. I've been trying to start running, but every time I go running, I'm doing like 2 kilometers up the road and back, and just not recovering. And I've got the tennis elbow from playing computer games, and it's just not getting better. It's just it's been over 6 months now. I've been taking like painkillers to like stop it from swelling up. Anti-inflammatories, yeah. It's just everything's just not getting better.
No, I know.
My back's got worse. It's ridiculous.
So, Chad, do you think that the side effects could be also contributing to what's the right term? Degradation? Is that right?
Yeah. I mean, I had an operation on my neck, so I've got a metal pin in my neck. So I had a slip disc, and I had the disc or whatever it was, the cartilage, whatever, I don't know what it is. They took that out. They fused them together and put a metal pin in. So that's aching. It's just.
But you already have pain from that, right? So yeah.
I mean, I got drunk on New Year's Eve about 6 years ago. I got arrested by the police for being drunk. With everybody, bizarre, absolutely. And they said, right, we're going to take your fingerprints. I said, no, you're not. So then they just kept twisting my arms. They almost dislocated my arm. They damaged my shoulder, done my neck in. I've been right since. I was about to say 5 or 6 years ago.
Bro, eat from 12 to 24 eggs a day, raw. Just eat them.
I think I've just started cooking. Actually, I've just cooked myself a really nice chicken curry. So, chicken stew really, more a bit of a curry flavour.
50 eggs a day, bro.
No, there was
I've got a load of eggs. Yeah. I mean, a few eggs a day would be good. They are good for you.
That's.
Yeah, I've got. Oh yeah, I know. It's when you're stuck in this negative. Whatever it is I'm in, it's difficult to build my way up. I'm getting there, I'm getting there.
Well, pop in here every day, man. Just kind of chill with us for a little bit, then go do something active, just in and out kind of thing.
Yeah, walk the dogs.
Yeah.
We get lots of cumin in the curry, Chad. Good for inflammation, mate.
Yeah, I'll have to look. I only use, just like you get a jar of, stuff with the flavour. I'll have to look into getting some. I only use garlic in terms of my own herbs. I only use the garlic and that's about it really for flavour. I use other like stock cubes and stuff like that. But no, I'll have to look into that cumin. That sounds like a good one.
Yeah, a lot of people swear by it for inflammation.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it is. My whole body's inflamed. Something's not right, Whether it's
Yeah,
this bloody pin in my neck, that's where it's all in. That's where it feels where it's coming from. This fucking titanium pin I've got in my neck. Everything sort of
Bro,
seems
you're
to
gonna be
spread from there.
satisfied. You're gonna be satiated if you just crush everything and just replace your meal with a bunch of eggs. Just enough so you're satiated, and
It sounds crazy, yeah.
your sugar, your glucose is gonna stabilize, and you're not gonna have any glucose rushes or anything like that. And
Yeah, well, I've
at
been cooking
least,
eggs and bacon. I've been cooking in like lard and potato, eggs, bacon, and potato. Fry it all up, lovely. Really.
But
really
this is
makes
what
me
I'm
feel-
telling
that
you,
makes me feel
right?
better, that does.
Oh yeah, definitely. That sounds good. But scratch the potatoes. If you're gonna do the bacon, I'll say okay. But
No, I
try
do
to
like my
keep.
potatoes. No, I do like my potatoes.
Yeah. But since you're saying at this moment you're feeling you kind of inflamed, right? I'm not saying you're gonna stop eating this stuff, but try. I will say for multiple days. I will say minimum a week. Try to eat something constantly, and the easiest thing that you can do will be eggs, because they can they give you they will give you the nutrition that you need, and they don't trigger your glucose, which is an important thing. And if you do that, bro,
Pack of eggs in my fridge. I've had half a pack. I've eaten half of them. I've got bacon, so I'm gonna fry. I think I'm gonna have a fry up in a little while. Actually, I think it's time for a fry up.
Yeah,
You can't. I'll tell
bro,
you,
I do raw. I've been
It makes
doing
you feel
raw
so much
eggs.
better, doesn't it? When you have like the all the grease. People say it makes you feel ill. It makes me feel better. Like, it makes me feel like you know. This is like
As long as it's not
food is
seed
supposed
oils,
to be.
as long as it's not seed oils, you're fine.
No,
Seed
I
oil-
put lard. Lard, man. Not using any grain oil. Bugger that.
Yeah,
that stuff will like that would just like that stuff will like turn into plastic
Be
inside me.
supplementing,
Yeah, it
eating
would.
vitamins, supplements,
good.
and all that. That would be the best thing you could.
A bit quiet, Batch.
Yes, you're real quiet, man.
Oh, sorry. I said the best thing you could do is supplement. So that's really what your body wants: those minerals and vitamins. I would recommend.
Yeah, I've got loads of those. Yeah, I used it. I drink it with like iron and multivitamins. I have a vitamin C thing as well. That because the absorbic acid helps your body to absorb all the minerals. Vitamin C.
Yeah, I'm
I'd
just
make, like,
concerned
a
of all the
juice.
medications that you're taking, though, Chad. That's concern to me, because even the side effects could be stopping you from.
Listen, Miggy. I hate taking them every night. I
Know what I
take
mean?
them. I feel horrible, but if I don't take them, I've tried it months and weeks. You know, and I just don't sleep properly, and I start getting. I get, you know, I wish I could. If I, you know, in an ideal world, I wouldn't take them, but it isn't, is it? You know.
Are those painkillers? What are you taking?
No, antipsychotics.
Is that because of your neck, though?
No, they diagnosed me bipolar, whatever that means these days. I don't know. I do get a bit funny up and down.
Do you smoke weed?
Checking them.
Yeah. I hate that stuff. No, can't take that stuff. It's too much. No, all I do is I drink a little bit. I'm having a little drink now, only a little bit, just a couple of pints, just to help me relax. You know, just stress. I want to try and cut down my drink. I don't mind a little bit of drink, but I'm drinking a little bit too often at the moment. But
That sucks, bro. Yeah.
yeah, it's not ideal, but just how things are at the moment with my family and everything. It's just.
Hello?
Yeah, I only have like 5 or 6 pints. Nothing like what old Helio does. He's that guy. He must be on about 20 pints a night. He's a big guy, isn't he?
I don't know how he does it. I mean, I'm like you. I'm ages with you, and probably you were out drinking like heavily when we were younger too. And I'm the same. I don't know how Helio, and not just Helio, other people in here do it. I don't know how you guys can do it, but it seems an American thing. You can just go on and on and on and on and on. It's amazing. It's great. Like,
He's a big guy though, isn't he? That guy Helio. I think he's about 15, 16 stone, and he's something like that, even bigger maybe.
Yeah, yeah. I was going to say there comes a time.
Plus, he's got a big beard, so I mean that's got to count for something.
The beard.
He is big to left and right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, exactly. Yeah, he's a big man. If I remember his picture. I'm small. Well, I'm small frame, 10 stone, 10 and a half. So
Well, I mean, I wish
140 to
the-
150 is my natural weight.
Yeah, I wish the
About
best of health for you, Chad. It's just it sucks. It's I said I wish the best of health for you. It sucks that the medications. It feels like it's going to be interrupting the benefit of like getting on a good diet, and I don't know.
No, it's an ongoing process. You know, everyone's got something which is not quite right, haven't they? Really, I think maybe not. Maybe I'm just making excuses for myself to feel better. I don't know.
No, you're not, mate. I'll chime in and I'll contribute to this. Personally, I went through a period where medication was an option for me, or it was the option that I had to go with. And yeah, you can come out the other side of it and get yourself off the meds once you find your footing. But if you need the meds to give you stability right now, yeah, it can be held, but it can also help initially, mate. Yeah. I've been like sort of where you are, not where you are, dude. Like, yeah, but same sort of pathways, and it can help. It can help, and like, to be honest, you have to have faith in it. In a sense, the placebo thing. If you believe it's going to help you make you better, then you can be in control, and it will make you better, in a sense.
Yeah.
But if you put all your faith in it, that's a bit too much.
No, I don't do that. It's not the ideal solution. It's just hopefully. I mean, it's been a bit more longer than temporary, but it's never, my life just everything's never stable up. Nothing ever gets stable.
It will, mate. It will. It can. The country's in a mess. Everything's in a mess in the back of this last 2 to 3 years as well. We're still going through all of that nonsense, and all the health services suffering massively. So a lot of the resources aren't there for you to use it in better ways. But society's like sort of in shock still. And everything costs like 7 times as much, and we're all going through this crazy recession nonsense. You're not alone out there, dude. In that respect, there's a lot of people the same. It's incredible. I'm hearing stories now. People are refusing to pay their electricity bills or whatever various service bills that they've got now because of the state of things out there. They're thinking longer term, and it's getting ridiculous. The countries, the nations are unrest individually, but all the same. It's wild.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, we're going to space. We're halfway around the moon. Yeehaw!
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think there's a great line from Clockwork Orange. There's like this old tramp guy, and he says, "There's men on the moon and men spinning around the earth, and there's no time for law and order anymore." I mean, what a line! I mean, that's Clockwork Orange by Stanley Kubrick, who obviously knew the bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, they put a lot of messages in those movies.
You can't hear your JS Batch. You got to turn yourself up, mate.
Oh, sorry. No, I said he's got a lot of messages in those movies of his.
I think he knew, didn't he? Well, he must have known. He must have been involved. I can't believe.
Well, 2001: Space Odyssey was shot. Yeah, his movie 2001 was shot a year before the supposed moon landings. Just watch that movie, man. Like, he made it look. It's the first movie that had like special effects and CGI, I think, and he did such a good job. To create something like that back then, you'd have to be an amazing director, producer, or whatever. That's the first guy they called.
Yeah, it seems like they had photos of themselves with him, so it seems like he was the man, or at least he seemed to be involved somehow. Who knows how much what his involvement was exactly, but certainly seemed like he was involved.
Yeah, back then they wouldn't even try to fake it if they didn't like make it super professional and like had like the right people working on it. Today, like you got a bunch of retards making CGI and like copy pasting clouds. Like you could see that, but it's easy to create shit today. Back then, it was super hard to make it look real. It was super hard. They needed an extremely good movie producer and editor with, Kubrick used to edit his movies. He produced them and he directed them and he chose the actors and he wrote everything. He really did everything. So that was the guy. No other guy.
Yeah, he was a real perfectionist, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Such a perfectionist. I mean, his films are amazing in terms, but whether you like the content or not, the way they're presented are very, very good.
Greatest films of all time for sure. Great, each one of his films. Doctor Strangelove, The Shining is amazing. Super important messages over there. Eyes Wide Shut, Full Metal Jacket. Barry Lyndon is an amazing movie.
Oh, I haven't seen that one. Barry Lyndon, you say? I don't think I've seen
Yes. It's considered the most beautifully shot movie ever. The movie looks like a moving Renaissance painting. He was supposed to make a movie about Napoleon at the time, and Hollywood wouldn't let him because the Battle of Waterloo came out the year before, and they were like, they didn't want to produce it. They didn't want to spend money. So he changed the whole thing and made it about. He kind of took the same time era as Napoleon, like 1800s, 1700s, and the story is about a guy from nowhere and he makes it big. Like he goes through a lot through the military and he escapes his country and gets robbed and goes all over Europe, and then
that's enough. No more plot.
No, it's basically Napoleon's story.
No more plot. No more plot.
Oh, all right, man. Don't worry. You don't worry. Oh, and I think the first Spartacus was his. No, Spartacus with Kirk Douglas. That's an amazing movie. I cried in that movie, bro. Spartacus. Yep, Spartacus by Kubrick, 1960.
Oh, wow, I never knew that was done by Kubrick. I've seen the film a few times. Obviously, amazing.
Yeah, it was Kubrick.
I never realised. Yeah, amazing.
That was like his first big movie. Oh, Paths of Glory. You gotta see that movie, man. That movie, bro. It's where he met his wife. His wife is in the final scene of that movie. It's where he met her also. What's your name? He used to be a photographer before he was into movies. That's why he was so good at shooting. And he used to play chess in New York. Like that's how he used to make money before everything. It's crazy. He was born 1928. Did anybody see the scene where he talks about fluoride in Doctor Strangelove?
No, I don't remember it. I've seen Doctor Strangelove a couple of times. I don't remember the fluoride scene. Fluoride's a dodgy stuff, isn't it?
Oh,
They
yeah,
get
that's
it
right
from
before.
they get it from like cleaning out like chimneys or something, and then they mix it with the water, make us feel better, to make our teeth better.
I would say that's my all-time favorite Kubrick scene right there, where the general's about to commit suicide and then he tells Mandrake about fluoride.
Yeah, they reckon it's like a mood suppressant, don't they? Just on a large scale. Yeah, I do like Clockwork Orange. It's probably one of my favourite films of all time.
Crawl out through the fallout, baby. I'm gonna screen the fluoride scene right now, whoever wants to watch. Oh, I can't stream, fuck.
Yeah, you might just go. Just pop down to a different thing. Might be able to do it there.
Yeah, I couldn't find one. I'll send it in the chat.
Well, yeah, I can't say I have. Yeah. Vodka. That's what they drink, isn't it? Never water. Well, I believe that's what they drink, Jack, yes.
On no account will a commie ever drink water, and not without good reason. Drink only distilled water.
Never. Don't shut off.
All right, peace. Warren.
Crypto. We're live. Shout me when you're awake.
taking down schools if you had to do it all over again.
You're okay. You're not gonna get COVID if you have these vaccinations.
First of all, I didn't recommend locking anything down.
Vaccinated people do not get sick.
I recommended to the president that we shut the country down.
Night-consuming level plane, missing curves, spaces game, Boston bombing falls, flag Joe Biden torpedo. Dr. Fauci always lying, Stevie Wonder is a blind, fake career, whistle see it down the rabbit hole. Bilderberg's fake bomb, Mike Obama, huge down bar, like the Kenyan guy has your wife identified. Warp speed vaccine, J&J, ultra genes, my go. Kiss your sweet ass goodbye. Why do you trust these liars? You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts on wires. This world is making it know, we know it's time we expose it. Health Department, NSA, CDC and TSA, IRS, CIA, and NASA is a crock. SpaceX, Space Force, space is clearly fake, of course. Devon Island is Mars, Elon Musk is launching cars. Einstein was a queen, 2 more weeks of quarantine. Jussie Smollett, fake attack. George Floyd, swallow crack. Said he couldn't breathe at all, overdose from fentanyl. ALC and Alex Stein, my big booty is so far. Why do you trust these liars? You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. We are sick of these clowns, let's get the circus shut down. Bin Laden in the sea, Robbie Parker smiling. Epstein didn't die, flight logs are classified. California communist, Usain tops the list. Mask your kids, stay inside, for your health formaldehyde. You want nothing, eat bugs, world economic thugs. Klaus Schwab, Castro, his son Justin Trudeau. Cyclones, the elite, Bill Gates, tracking me. Biotech, Moderna, Pfizer, AstraZeneca. Why do you trust these liars? You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. This world is making it know, and now it's time we expose it. 9/11, no planes, another dream, another day. Building 7 falling from the plane they're calling. Nanothermite concrete, possible found in the street. And Lucky Larry Silverstein, wounded like a slot machine. Shanksville, Red Pill, Rumsfeld, missile, that's what hit the Pentagon. Where is all the footage gone? Trust these liars. You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. We are sick of these clowns, let's get the circus shut down. Climate change, MSN, selling fear on CNN, moonshine, spacewalk, all fake, it's all time. All the astronauts who died have a twin still alive. Challenger, master plan, Buzz Aldrin is drunk again. We have moon rocks, petrified. That sucks. Yeah, they lie. The rockets fly. CGI. Planets down. CGI. The ISS. RBS. It's Earth flat. Actually, yes. Not dinosaurs. Yes, of course. I can't take it anymore. Don't you trust these liars? It may be concerning, NASA building is burning. Maybe carbon caught these liars. They deserve a take down for saying we go around, 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 around. Why do we trust these liars? We must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. This world is making you know, now it's time we expose it. Why do you trust these liars? You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. This world is making you know, now it's time we expose it.
And that was the latest track from the Conspiracy Music Guru. This is Dead Air Dave. I'm with y'all for about 30 minutes here. We continue to have a distinct lack of Earth curvature measurements. anyone has any of those that we can demonstrate, feel free to join and discuss. Back to dead air or the next person talking. And we're gonna go with dead air, so that's cool with me. Earth curvature. Let's start there. Thank you.
Morning, Dave.
Who said morning, Dave?
I was Carr in Kentucky.
What's up, Carr? Thanks for chiming in. Let me know my mic's working. Go ahead. That song stuck in my head. I've been playing it over and over the last 4 or 5 days. Sorry, go ahead. It's all good. Thanks for piping up. Anyone listening on YouTube, maybe you just come across this channel by accident. You're not one of the consistent Globe Earth trolls out there, or even if you are, I don't care. You got some evidence for this globe that you think you might live on, feel free to share it with us. We will discuss. It'll be a civil discussion. There's no need to debate objective reality. If you have objective reality that you can show to us, we would like to see it. So the first claim is we're on this ball with a certain size. And so far, after thousands of tests, we've been unable to verify any of this curvature. And that's a problem. That all the globe believers just skate right past. They like, don't worry about that curvature. We got it. Like Bob the science guy, he's got a 2 inches of curvature with an auto level over a half mile. That's good enough for him. It's not good enough for me. So the ball is 3,959 miles in radius. They gave us that number. We need to verify that number. So far, after almost 8 years now, it remains unverified. This is Dead Air Dave shutting up now. Nobody wants to talk. If you got a request for something, put it in the chat. I'll be here for another 20 minutes or so. Yeah, if anybody cares. Anyway, verification of Earth curvature. That's all we need, please. Thank you. All right, nothing else happening. So might as well respond to some globe trolls in the YouTube chat. Moxie Reborn, feel free to click the link. Come in here and demonstrate your Earth curvature. I can't wait for that. Please do that.
They're thick in there today, aren't they, Dave?
Oh, they're there every day, old hoss.
Wow. Really proud of themselves.
Almost like they're clocking in and they're making like $12 an hour, maybe. I'm just guessing.
Yeah, probably. Well, at least they get free coffee.
Yeah, coffee and donuts, I'm sure.
Yeah, I call that place. I call that place the minnow trap. That's where we get those small fish globies that sit in there and entertain themselves. What they say doesn't really go past that screen at that moment, though.
Exactly, Morbius. You nailed it.
Yeah, that's what's sad. That's actually a group effort on their part.
Yeah. And they don't realize they're inadvertently helping advance truth where they realize it or not.
I guess they haven't figured that part out.
Well, I mean, literally, they are there only for their own sake. I mean, nobody sees that except for them at that time. It's kind of sad they spend a lot of time doing it.
Anyone who has two brain cells to rub together sees what they chat skank or whatever you want to call it, and has to say, what is wrong with this crew?
Yep, let's thank them by name here. Who's there right now? Bendy Light, Moxie Reborn, NA Space SA, NASA. Thank you.
Yeah, it's the TV Believer Club.
Yeah, you guys are doing a great job out there. Way to go. Go Globe Team. Go Globe Team. Anyway.
The irony of them crying about echo chambers.
I mean, people joke about them getting paid, but who would pay someone to sit in a hole? And it don't make sense. There's other mental stuff going on. I don't think it's pay.
That's a good point, Morvis. You're probably right. They're just doing it on their own accord, which is even sadder. But anyway. We've been joined by Sonny. I believe he thinks he lives on a water ball that's zipping around through nothing, don't you, Sonny?
Spinning ball. Yeah, that's correct. It would have to be a spinning ball spinning around in a vacuum.
That sounds legit to me, man. Let's go with it.
All right, what else could it be, right? Thanks for asking,
Shout out to the antipodals.
Antipodal committee on board. Yep. "24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live, here to help people that think they're upside down recover from that dilemma. Mental dilemma. That's what we're best at here.
Let's get some Artemis braggers in here. Come on.
Yeah, you got to love that Artemis program. It's so legit. It all looks believable to me. I mean, come on, man. No one cares that they're claiming to launch stuff into a second law of thermodynamics violation, but so many people don't even understand or comprehend that. So anyway.
Hey guys, I'm back. I just left that farm that the Amish people run, and I was able to ask my question about what they believe about the earth. And for a second, the Amish guy, well, there was an Amish guy, and there was a guy who was working for him. His name was Gordon. He was a really cool guy, real receptive. I was talking to both of them, and the Amish guy said that same thing Gordon had just told me, that they don't, if it's too complicated, they don't put too much thought into it, right? He said he didn't really know. They don't really do much research or teach their kids much about that stuff. So he's like, I think like maybe the earth revolves around the sun or something. He's like, I don't know. We're not taught that stuff. And I was like, well, one, I'm glad you're not, indoctrinated. That's refreshing to hear. And two, I gave him some examples of, what the truth is. And the other guy, like I said, was real receptive. We brought up the eclipse, and he was wondering, how that was even possible to see the eclipse in the sun. I said, yes, it's actually called the impossible eclipse. So we talked a bit about that. And, the Amish guy, he doesn't really have a way to further his research. He kind of distanced himself from the conversation after hearing a few big words and stuff. Seems like that put him off to it. So I was just talking to Gordon guy, and I just gave him something to look into. I told him about Globebusters channel. That seems to be a real friendly and informative channel for somebody that's new to get into and then expand from there. And I did bring up the Discord because he was like, well, what about you guys dismiss gravity or something, right? And, I explained to him about his one-off purpose of explaining water sticking to a spinning ball and the only purpose it serves and the implications of that. So it was a good conversation. I told him, thanks for letting me even bring it up, socially, as the Amish has experienced, like, they've made it socially unacceptable to even bring it up. So, for them to not get nasty about it, like a lot of people do. And I also informed them that they say this has been settled 2,000 years ago, settled 500 years ago. Everybody knows this stuff. I'm like, well, that's a little weird because there's still heated debates going on to this day, like literally every day. I just enjoyed a couple of them yesterday. So that's weird how there's still a raging debate going on and it's supposedly settled. That's just some food for thought for the guy Gordon. And, at the end, he shook my hand and he thanked me for telling him about it. He said, I can't wait to check out this Globebusters. Have a good day. We got to go.
Cool, Adam. Thanks for sharing that. It sounds like they're basically accepting reality for what it is, and you can't make much more than that anyway. Why make it complicated, right?
Yeah, and I tell you, I feel like the setting had something to do with it. I'm on a farm with the, brightest blue sky today and the big old sun shining right on us. It's almost noon. So, it's just real quiet and peaceful, the sun shining, and it seemed like a good time, man, to talk about the earth and the heavens a little bit. We went over that, and, of course, the first thing the Amish guy said to me was like, we believe in Jesus. That's what I said, what do you think about the earth or the heavens or just the earth, if you will? He said, well, we believe in Jesus, right? And I said, yes, I'm aware of that. And of course, the conversation, as typical, ties back to God. So we talked a little bit about that, how they're trying to create an inverse reality and separate us from the Creator, from God. And, again, told them I appreciate that they're not being brainwashed by NASA and everything. I dropped a lot of truth, kind of nerded out on them for a second, and like I said, the one guy was real receptive, the other was like, too many big words. So either way, I'm glad that was part of my day, and nobody had any issues with that. I didn't have to go on the defense or anything, right?
I bet it was refreshing to talk to an unindoctrinated person about it, wasn't it? They must have been nice. Because most of these people like globe, 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 globe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was alluding to. These kind of uncorrupted, just country people out in the sunshine, man. I don't know how to word it, but there's a feeling involved for sure.
I get what you're saying, that the people that are closer to nature would see more of the absurdity in this whole globe model. I think, just speculate. The closer you get to nature, the more you accept nature is what it's telling you. The water's not curving. We're not moving. Just accept that. Come on.
Somebody's echoing.
I think it's Adam, man. You're getting a little echo there. But I got to bounce out of here, you guys. Keep the combo going. Let me know if we get any Earth curvature measurements. I'll be wanting to see those. It's only been 8 years, but I'm sure any day they're going to provide one. Not. This is Dead Air Dave.
I don't think there's going to be.
Take care,
I don't think
Dave.
we're going
Have a
to
good day,
discover anything.
Have a good day, Dave.
Thanks,
See you,
buddy.
Dave. Also, I wanted to remind everybody it's almost 3 years that Flat Earth Dave Weiss has had his 3 Bitcoin challenge up. It started with 1, then 2 Bitcoins, now it's 3. Last year I was still asking people if they had anything that they wanted to provide to claim that prize. And, of course, here we are another year later, and he's still offering it, and there's still 0 proof. That's a nice incentive. And nobody from NASA, nobody from, any other so-called space agency or scientists, researchers, none of them got the balls or the brains to claim that Bitcoin. That's pretty telling. That's definitely exposing them.
Now back to the daily omelet. The eggs always achieve a level in the flat frying pan.
So 3 Bitcoin for anybody who can prove Earth is a globe, and Sonny's eggs. Sonny set up.
Yep. Scrambled the liquid egg mixture, always achieves a level.
It sure does.
Maybe too simple for some folks, but
For real.
gotta start small.
I mean, you should tell someone something about, like, hey, I'm a trigonometry major, but I can't understand the Earth is not a globe. Just be like, well, then, are you smart? Or, I mean, let's think about that.
The only thing I can say about the heliocentrists, especially the hardcore globers, they're just miserable people.
They seem to have an extraordinary amount of extra time to be able to sit there and spout the nonsense they do on the live chats and so forth.
I had one kind of relentlessly commenting on a comment I made on YouTube yesterday. Sent me all kinds of nasty stuff just for pointing out something. It was in one of the debate comment sections, and they were saying about the Challenger astronauts, and they didn't understand why they said they all had twins, and then they changed it for 2, like why there was a contradiction, and how many of them claimed they had twins. And I explained it's because, what we know. And then just for pointing that out to them, they sent me 10 different messages calling me all kinds of horrible things. And I'm like, look, man, I didn't even give an opinion on it. I just was clearing up your confusion about the contradiction. So, whatever. I don't really give a shit. But the lengths that they're going to, I'm like, what are you even trying to accomplish here? Am I supposed to feel ashamed to not believe NASA's official story when they've lied about literally everything? I'm supposed to take this as some kind of truth from them, and you're going to virtue signal me because of it? Or I don't know, man. Not worth my energy to investigate. I just left it alone. You guys ever cruise the comment sections on these debate videos, or, they're all anything flat Earth topic? It seems to be more Globers on there now getting all nasty about things. I can barely read them because, for one, I know they're all wrong. They're taking this baseless assumption and kind of project it upon me and be nasty about it. But, man, it really bothers me just reading through that. Like they were talking about on Globebusters, and with it recap his debate, and he explains they're just NPCs. They'll never know any better. It's not capable. You only find the truth if you're seeking the truth, and these people are far from that. And so it's, you just got to kind of change your viewpoint of how you even view and accept these people into your own reality. They're there for sure, but like they matter little. They're just so far gone. And then, to be adamantly defending it in these ways that they're doing, it's just, it says everything that it needs to say. I didn't say anything to this person that was constantly attacking me yesterday that was over the line or anything, even anything rude. I was literally just explaining some facts or this different viewpoint that they're missed out on. And, man, it says all it needs to say. Like, one thing I laughed about yesterday watching the recap was like, Austin said, it gets worse from here after hearing this whole pile of rubbish. And I laughed because I heard the rest of that debate, and I do know that it did get worse from there. They only doubled down on the nonsense and, just really speaking out their asses. And with so much conviction and stuff, it's just so disgusting to watch. Like, as a person, just be better. Like, you're failing yourself in so many ways.
Well, listen, they don't have
I don't know
to
how to
show.
explain it. You guys know exactly.
No, I agree with you. Couldn't agree with you more, brother. These people, they feed off the anonymity because they can be their worst selves here and get away with it. That's what the anti-flat earthers love about coming and talking to us.
Yeah, you nailed it, man. Their worst self. That's definitely what I'm
Their worst
seeing.
version.
Their worst self. And we're trying to be the best versions of ourselves. Like,
listen,
integrity
the person
and
they wouldn't
honesty
let
and
their the person they would not let their wives see, the person they would not let their best friend who knows everything about them. They bring that person who they don't want anyone to see. They bring that person out when they come and talk to flat earthers. So
you mean this cool guy Bendy Light doesn't act like this at parties?
Some kind of relief for them. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a release. Yeah, no, Old Hoss, you're right.
You would be.
This isn't the A game he brings to parties. This.
No, I don't want to say anything off the cuff or out of turn, but I think I might. Bendy Light, do you have relationship problems? I'll bet you do. But
well, look, you would get tired of going to the party with a bruised face all the time. You'd be the one that has to like.
Are you running out of dentist?
I went to another party and started talking.
He's got what's it called? Repeat dentist visit. Points.
I got extra flight miles from my dentist because I go there so much.
See, that's the thing. I don't think folks like Bendy Light have had too much hardship in their life. Life hasn't been that difficult for them just yet, so they feel that they're allowed to act that way.
I pray that things get harder for those people so they can encounter some challenges.
Yeah, I mean,
They
just turn
haven't
into
had
an adult
enough.
at some point would be good.
Yeah, not enough challenges. You need to go fall on your face and skin your knees, figuratively speaking, a couple times.
Like, hey, just because you can dupe somebody into spending their life with you and you're smart enough to get a couple dollars doesn't mean you're a worthy person. Sorry, Ben. Sorry, was that out loud? Shit. Anyway.
Yeah, I think things go in one of his ears and out the other, as they used to say.
Yeah. Or eyes, I guess, as it were. No, ears too, because he's always listening, even though he says he doesn't. And he's always just trying to type his way out of feeling like the loser he is.
Yes, you did say that out loud.
Okay, that's okay. It's fine. See, big boys and girls can admit when they're wrong. I was a dumb shit idiot glober up until I found out the earth is flat. How's that? Is that okay? Can I do that? I can look in the mirror right now and say, I've been a liar. I've been a piece of shit. I've been this, that, and the other. Look at me. I can look myself in the eye and say I'm an okay dude now. Guess what I can also do? Look myself in the eye and say, the world is not a spinning globe in outer space. And then I can keep looking at myself and say, yep, no, it really isn't. It's a good spot to be. That's like looking in the mirror and saying, you know what? I don't have to trust what someone else says. I can be cool on my own. It's like in Saturday Night Live that I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me. Well, this is a different version. It's more like you're smart enough to understand that the Earth is not a globe. The end.
And then you take it from there in the mirror with yourself, and you take it out and tell other people about it. Because instead of feeling ashamed to bring it up or to talk about it, I don't feel that way anymore, man. I think I know it thoroughly enough to be able to explain anything that I need to explain if somebody comes at me like that. But besides that, I just don't care what they think. If they think I'm wrong and I'm stupid because of it, I guarantee I've looked into it a lot more than they have. And besides that, like, you're lacking critical thinking skills. Like, things you think don't make any sense, and you don't even know that that's happening within yourself. So
the rest, it doesn't bode well for. Yeah, it is their loss. It doesn't bode well for someone's ability to, engage with and retain new information, properly absorb it, or leave it. Like take what resonates and leave the rest. The problem is, what resonates is the truth. What doesn't resonate is what everyone else believes is true. That's the difference. So the truth always feels good to know and talk about, always. But the problem is, it's not popular. So that's what we deal with every day.
Yeah, and then, there's certain settings, I guess, you wouldn't want to bring it up. But if somebody asks me something, I'm always going to answer with the truth. If that makes me uncomfortable, then so be it, right? Like, I've been uncomfortable before. I sometimes prefer to be that way because that's how you grow. So, yeah, I think, from this point forward, it'd be like no holds barred. Like, don't bring that shit up or you're going to hear my side of it. And what's unfortunate, I have, like, some people in my wife's family, I don't really say too much just because it's like when I start speaking, they're like, oh, we don't want to hear this stuff. We don't want, Adam knows everything, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't even get a chance to present it. So I don't even worry about talking to them. Like, well, fine, y'all ain't going to let me speak more than a few sentences without interjecting and thinking that you know better than me, then I'll just keep to myself then. Doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
You want to know, I'll tell you. If you don't, do your thing.
That's right, man. It's the way to be. And you don't have to say anything. The truth remains. It's like if y'all want to hear about some truth, that's cool. If you don't, I don't want to fight about it.
And it's a beautiful day on the plain. The sun's coming over the plain. My area, Monday, November 21st. A month away from the winter solstice.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
It's already winter's fuck here.
Yep. Really strange like conditions here. Santa Ana is really dry, so the wind, it starts blowing from the east, and it dries everything out. But it's also really cold. Like you can get to places where you feel a warm wind, and then you feel a cold wind, like really cold.
Yeah.
Like quite a big difference from like up on top of the ridge or down in the canyon. Pretty interesting.
And it's one more day up in the canyon, and one more night in Hollywood.
I wonder what Hollywood. I was thinking about that yesterday. Hollywood's like abandoned. Like they have nothing worthwhile, and so what are they? They're just probably making movies in somebody's living room.
Huh. Well, I can imagine Hollywood being a dead zone at some point.
Yeah, and if you were there on the streets, it's decrepit. Like that place is one of the worst rundown slum, like drug-ridden, like crazies running around, like ever.
I have a response to Glad. It's a little late, but the response was na 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 na.
Oh yeah, that's right.
That was that song. I forgot about that song. Who is that? Counting Crows?
Counting Crows, yeah.
And it's one more night in Hollywood. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wish you
and if you could come to California, I wish you would. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's one more day up in the canyon, one more night in Hollywood. Let's see. And it's been a long December, and there's reason to believe maybe this year will be better than the last.
You know, they're talking about Laurel Canyon. That's like this big mega epicenter for all the satanic music.
Can't remember all the times I tried to tell myself to hold on to these moments as they pass. God, just saying that line makes me almost want to cry.
Really?
What a great line.
That's a great tune.
Yeah, the guy can write.
Yeah, I met him. He's huge. Huge. He's like 6'5", dreads down to his knees. Nicest guy you'll ever meet.
Yeah, I remember you telling of that interaction once upon a time.
Yeah, it was cool. Like, he seemed timid. I was like, what? This guy's a superstar.
Me and Mr. Jones on a big star.
Well, if they're anything like my personality, I can be like totally over the top. So if I don't if I'm around people, that energy, I would probably be that way too. So I can keep this wildness inside instead of projecting it out. Or start talking like QE in public to people in person. Are you tracking sunshine?
Oh, God. Here's the thing. I wouldn't be afraid to fight people. They'd be like, you motherfucker. Oh, yeah, motherfucker, you think you want to do? I wouldn't be afraid of, like, getting in scuffles and such. But I be like, that's not the point, folks.
Exactly.
You forget though, when you tell someone that they should be picking up cans on the side of the road, supervised, there's really no coming back from that.
No, not in that moment. No.
Well, they shouldn't come to a gunfight unarmed.
That's like tell the fat person, "Holy fuck, keep that shit in the circus." It's like you're not going to come back from that. You're just a dickhead for the rest of your life after you said that. Like, there's no way around it.
Why did you shoot an unarmed man? Should have armed himself.
He could have, yeah. Like, I gave him a few seconds. Like, come on.
I mean, he had a long time to figure this out.
I gave him almost half a minute, right?
Like the flyer gunfight at the OK Corral at noon. That wasn't good enough.
Fucking,
Not
you know,
specific.
in any video game, within 30 seconds, you'll find some ammo, okay? So there's no excuse in real life, all right?
For God's sakes, you could pick up a rock in a pinch.
No, well, okay, so speaking of this, it makes me really disappointed that I know that there are going to be people who are smart enough and understand that it is not a globe that we live on, but to their last day, they're going to defend it.
Yeah, that's.
Think about that. Think about that.
Yeah, that's a fallacy to tendency towards inertia.
They'll be laying on their last minute bed, and they'll be like trying to get through all their life, saying, you know, I did this, I took care of this, you know, get all their affairs in their mind in order, but they'll still go thinking that it's a globe. Nope, it's a globe. Nope, it can't be flat. Nope. Yep, did I get the money to Sharon? Yep, did I do this, that, and the other? Okay, all my affairs are taken over, but it's still a globe. I won't let that go. Come on, folks.
Yeah. Like Matthew agreed to like 9 out of 10 of all of the propositions of, like, say, gas pressure, curvature, motion, and 9 out of 10 agrees with everything, and then but no, it's still a globe.
Right.
Still a globe. You're still a globe. Like, stuck on that.
Yeah.
Is what is that? Concreteness, like not moving, like solidified to where you non-malleable, unmovable, unchangeable. Like,
Yeah,
I
it's
was
like
saying,
it's like this. Yeah, it's like taking a banana and an apple, and you say, and you give this someone a banana, and they're convinced that they're eating something called a banana. And then, you know, they're right about the banana. And then you come along and you say, well, here, it's actually the opposite of this. Basically, it's someone's been eating an apple their whole life when it's actually been a banana, and you've been trying to tell them it's a banana, but they're and they're taking bites of a banana like a banana, right? They're peeling it. They're eating it like a banana, but they're still saying it's an apple.
they're even seeing an image of the other people eating a banana, and it says it's a banana.
Yes.
They're saying this banana is delicious, and they're still denying it.
Yeah, and
No,
they're still
it's
like,
an apple.
yeah, but it's an apple. This banana
Well, he was
is
in
an
there
apple.
talking on
That's
the
what they'll
phone with
say. This is
somebody else
Glober's.
in his car.
Sorry, one more. Well, let me just annoyingly finish this. That's Glober's. Glober's will literally, while eating an apple, say, "This is a banana." Okay, go ahead.
No, I was hot micing.
Oh, okay.
But I do remember now, speaking of bananas, I remember QE once telling a story. He goes, "These are the kind of people that you ask them to define a banana, and they say, well, it's not radiator fluid." I don't know if that has anything to do with
that's great.
Yeah, that's
so
perfect.
QE.
That's great. Yeah. Is this an apple? Well, it's not an airplane. Yeah, no shit. Is it an apple? Well, it's not a building.
Yeah, and what about those shadows? Hmm?
I hear if you measure a shadow, you can gauge the shape of anything.
That's a high tech. That's a high tech solution for orbital mechanics, isn't it? Wow.
Yeah.
They went directly from Sticks and Shadows 2,000 years ago to to the moon missions.
Well, didn't you hear that during the Artemis launch? During the Artemis launch, it was like T-minus 10, T-minus 9, 8, measuring shadows on the ground, 7, 6.
Shadows, holy shit. Really?
That's weird.
Yeah, it was. I thought it was weird too.
Measuring shadows. We're still using our Aristophanes fake stuff. Where did that?
We're going to do a quick calculation of the Earth, make sure the Earth is still the same size and makeup before we take off. All right, measuring shadows.
Shadows, sticks, and shadows. We got a couple of wells too. We're really high tech now. How did they interject that information into the control systems for telemetry?
Why would they even say that? Measuring shit. What the fuck for? What are you doing? What's that mean?
No, apparently that's what the experts that are coming here every day telling us. That they went directly from Aristophanes to the moon missions.
All you need is shadow.
They just use sticks and shadows. So when did they when did they input that data from the sticks and shadows? How did they do that? Can you run over that whole entire process with me? We'll do it together. Annie Glover, anybody in the YouTube chat, any of you guys, Bendy Light, you're there every day, clocking in as usual. I don't even have to check if you're there. I know you're there. Who else is there? Is Moxie there? Any of the other Doofus Club? I'm sure there are. Anybody watching the YouTube chat? Let's take a look. Shall we?
Hey, I once knew some folks that were in a band called Perigee Apogee, and I always thought that was a cool name, but apparently it has to do with going from the Earth to the Moon and the Earth back again. I don't know. Perigee Apogee. I always thought those were neat words.
Yeah. That has to do with elliptical orbits, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Those are the
I think
things
so.
For elliptical, yeah.
Come up with these neat ass words for some bullshit.
Yeah, I was thinking about that just today. Like, I was thinking about like how you describe like an object to somebody, and the thought mass came up, and I go, mass? That's a hijack. When was mass? I'm going to look that up. When was that word mass? Yeah. Because they try to say that has to do with gravity. Mass is like a made up word.
Here's another weirdness with the word mass. Catholic mass. What?
Mass.
Yeah.
Mass
what?
Of people. A mass.
Yeah, massive people. I guess you're right. Yeah.
Massive people with a frequency.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Get them all on a frequency, and what does that do? They have some evil stuff going on.
Yeah, get a mass of people going and put the one frequency out from the cathedral. Makes sense to me.
Oh my God. Online etymology dictionary. Oh, let's here. I'm going to put this link.
The cathedral, the cathode real. Oh.
Yeah, man. Like there's something they know about.
What's the word?
Okay, mass. Hold on. I'm going to put this in the voice text also. I think it should show the answer. Let's see. Will it show? No. Let's see. No, hold on. I'll just have to copy it. 14th century. I knew it. All these words, fake words, right around 14th, 15th century. Here it is. Mass. To form into a mass. Well, how does that happen?
Wait, so the word mass is in the definition of mass?
Together.
Oh, no. Together.
To form. Yeah, transitive word, I guess, late 14th century. Collect in masses. There you go. Mass.
Hold on.
Christmas mass. 1560s. Well, this isn't exactly what I was looking for.
Oh, it's not a definition. It's It's where it came from.
Yeah. Let's look at the definition here.
Yeah, I want to know the definition of mass, but they're going to say, oh gosh, see, that's the problem. We keep asking Globers for definition of mass, and that's why it's a continual conversation, because you can't define it. What's mass? Atoms. All right. What's an atom? It's this thing that scientists saw under a microscope. Yeah. Oh, and they say that they can organize them too. Here's a video clip of something that you're going to believe. You know the gray screen with the gray dots. They're like, oh, those are atoms. We're making a Pac-Man face out of atoms. Dur, dur, dur. You're going to believe it. What kind of tweezers do you use?
I thought they had like gravity, but I don't see it in any of these definitions.
Uh-oh, they're removing them.
I find it fascinating, guys, that the globe has been invented around lies, because you can't invent something around the truth. You have to invent it around lies. And so when they invoke gravity, 9.81 meters per second squared, which is just an agreed upon average, they have to come up with Alberini's, what he started back 1,000 years ago, that people build upon. They come up with 3959. They have to deal with mass of the Earth, density of the Earth, and they don't have it. It's all fabricated by some scientist. And it's just unbelievable that to get to gravity, to get to G, you have to go through all these mental gymnastics and make up stuff where you can just deal with acceleration and high velocity and time, and anybody can do it. And you come up with even in the most beginner's level, you come up with 10 meters per second squared, which is within 2% of 9.81 meters per second squared, which is the agreed upon average for gravity. And so it's just amazing how we've been lied to. Gravity supports the globe lie. So obviously gravity is a lie.
Yeah, they have in Merriam-Webster's, they have let me cut this. Hold on. Let me edit this, put it after the link. 1 second. Let's take that out.
You know who the most weird people are on social media? Are the globe pushers. They are by far the most weird people I have ever met. That push this ball, this globe, this planet, this sphere. They are totally weird. And the nicest people on social media are those we believe that they live on a stationary topographical plane. And it's just amazing. It's just amazing to look at the two and the contrast.
So you see that Merriam-Webster's has in the definition a property of a body that is measured of its inertia, and that is commonly taken as a measure of the amount of material it contains and causes it to have weight in a gravitational field.
What's that definition? What's that the definition of?
Mass.
Oh, mass. Okay.
Yeah, so it is in there, gravitational field. You just have to, it's in the third, like the C.
Except there is no gravitational field.
No, exactly. That would require a radius measurement. They don't have that.
No.
Oops. Oh, they don't have the radius measurement. What? Are you kidding me? They built all this science, pseudoscience, fake stuff on something that they don't have a foundation for.
Everybody people want to go back to Alberini, 1,000 years ago. He didn't come up with 3959, but he built some apparatus that people could come up with later, and they still haven't measured it. And then all these globe idiots, all these globe pushers, invoke Aristophanes 2,300 years ago, and then he went bye-bye until 1870. Nobody heard about him for another 2,150 years, and then he made it into American textbooks in 1952. And all these globe people cite what he did. He didn't even live.
Yeah,
I don't think Copernicus lived. I think the Catholics through their Catholic Encyclopedia invented him, because in May of 1543, they published his thesis, and he died the same month. It's like, good.
Wow. 1 year before my city here was founded or refounded. 1542, Cabrillo came by here, supposedly.
Yeah, I just love what they did with Copernicus. They published. He didn't really want to publish his whatever, I forget what it's called. He didn't want to, his theses. He didn't want to do it, but they pushed him to do it. It was published in May of 1543, and he died the same month. So what they did, they invented him, and then what they did when he did what they wanted him to do, they killed him off, and then it's just like, I don't think he lived. I don't think he lived at all.
Well, it doesn't. You know how you can kill the conversation real quick if they bring up either one of those names, Alberuni, any of those people. They didn't calculate for refraction, right?
Oh, you mean seven?
So the Glober's proof is nunca, nothing.
They didn't calculate for 7/6. They didn't calculate for 7/6R.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't calculate for 7/6R. So then it's cast out into the dumpster fire that it is. It's thrown into the train wreck in the dumpster fire.
And then they do 7/6R. Then they got to go, well, you got to add 15% to it, 20% to it. Oh, Chicago is totally missing over the skyline, so we have to bring it all up to see it and call it a
So
mirage.
here's what you do with the 7. If they bring up 7/6R before, you have a chance to mention that it's thrown out into the round file. Is well, for 7/6R, you need the radius measurement. Thrown out once again. There's nowhere they can go. So funny. That's thrown out too. You didn't use your actual data that you say is supposed to be calculated in the Black Swan set. For instance, where's the refraction? Where's Aristophanes' refraction? Where's Alberuni's? Where's anybody else's calculating for refraction? Anyone. Any one of them.
Hey, Sonny, give them bread and circuses, and we can do anything we want to with them. Hey, people got to watch their NFL football yesterday. They're happy.
Do they still have the paper cutout spectators in sports now? Or they go back to real live people?
I don't know.
Only with a veil on your face can you attend the sports Coliseum games in the new Roman civilization.
Mind control devices. Yep.
You must be wearing a clear, evident mind control.
There's something that doesn't exist. Oops, we can't talk about that.
Indicator on your face. You must hang that indicator on your face. So let us all know. So, okay, thank you.
Voltaire supposedly said, if you want to know what you can't criticize, look at the people that rule over you. Well, if you want to know what you can't criticize, look at the things you can't discuss either.
Exactly. And they're just laying it out really clearly for us, exactly what that is. Thank you. We like getting clues like that as what's going on.
Homeland Security, February 7th of 2020, came out with a bulletin that said what you can't talk about. And then the Biden administration put together a little panel April 27th of this year to say what you can't talk about. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think Voltaire also said to be right when the government is wrong is a dangerous thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what we have here.
And Nietzsche said,
we've got here is failure to communicate.
And what Nietzsche said, we have killed God. And then once they put a globe in every classroom, they killed God further. And then once they got beyond the firmament, they killed God further.
Yeah, move towards Marxism, communism, Nietzsche, right?
Yeah, I'm not real big on the United States Constitution, Declaration of Independence, American flag, Pledge of Allegiance, MAGA.
Well,
I'm not big on that anymore.
Do you know it was stolen from the Iroquois Indians?
Did you know the Iroquois Indians were flat earthers?
Yeah, and they were also black. They were a black tribe. Along with the Creeks, the Cherokee, a lot of black tribes, Apache, Cheyenne, a lot of black tribes in America. They were black indigenous Americans. They're probably from the origin. You know what? The experts are saying now in geology that America was the first place that came out from the waters. That means it would have been the first ready to for humans to inhabit. And there's clear evidence that it was. The oldest mummies found anywhere on Earth in Peru, the oldest civilizations, massive amounts of metropolises with millions of people living in Guatemala, Yucatan, all over Mexico, Central America, South America, everywhere, under the forest. Thousands of edifices. That is the old world written about in the Bible when they talk about the Ethiopians, means burnt face. So anyway, it was not a geographically specific. It was only people that had dark skin. They were American. They knew, the old world knew. The old world knew that the Carthaginians and the Phoenicians made it up the Mississippi. They found writings, etchings, tablets all along the whole area, even going out to the Arkansas River and towards, where's that other river go? Goes up another river towards Colorado. All along that whole path, they found Phoenician and Proto-Paleo-Hebrew writing and artifacts.
Well, yeah, Harry Hubbard does a lot of. Well, he's done many a video on that what you're talking about, the sailing up the Mississippi and up all the rivers.
Mm-hmm. Actually, from what I understand, the Mississippi is actually the real Euphrates. It actually is. And I don't know, there's so much.
Well, yeah, isn't there still an area referred to in Illinois, like Little Egypt or...
Yeah, I think there is.
Zion, Illinois. Yeah. Little Egypt, sure. Memphis.
Illinois used to be referred to as the land of Lincoln, but now it's considered the land of Obama.
It was actually the land of the Mississippians, whatever they were called. They don't even know. Right near St. Louis.
People, we don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
The Cahokia Downs is a place where there was a city at the time at 500 AD or 800 AD when it was supposedly still there, populated, was larger than London or Rome. Millions of people. That city alone, just in Cahokia, probably 250,000 people were living there in 500 AD. Not that you can be sure about ages. I realize there's a big problem with aging of anything more than 100 years. But if you just take the massive amount of buildings and edifices and how detailed and celestially oriented, even the afterlife ideas of the Mayans and the Aztecs are the same as the Egyptians. And they're saying that the older version was here. The older version of all this stuff we're talking about. The stories of what happened that were written by indigenous Americans about Hebrews. Not only what happened to the people all along in the Old Testament that the Americans knew about, they tell the stories in their oral traditions, and even in their petroglyphs. they're writing about things that happen that the experts that are trying to stall things are saying we didn't have ocean travel. They're trying to say Clovis was first. All of that is false. So they found Pacific Islander DNA in not only in like Samoa and this in the Pacific in the South Pacific, but going to Peru, Chile, and then across to the Amazon, but nowhere else. But nowhere else. So we know there's ocean travel. I love this topic, actually. I've been really heavily taking a deep dive into the ancient America being the actual old world. If you look at, let's say you look at the pyramid structures in Giza, right? Or the Valley of the Kings, where they dug up some tombs, right? It's just nothing compared to what is actually here in America still underneath the jungle cover. That hasn't even been uncovered yet. They haven't done the whatever the scanning is they do. So I'm firmly convinced now that we are in what's left of Atlantis. Those stories were not true. Those are our ancestors. They still lived here. They never went anywhere. The Atlanteans were probably people that had just traveled across the Atlantic, and they wrote about it and said that there's a place in the west where the sun sets, where these Ethiopians live, dark-skinned, dark-faced people. That's what they were writing in the 1600s. They already knew about this place. That's funny.
Well, today's history is written by those who own the printing presses and the taxpayer money. The ones that run the world write our textbooks for us, and we expect them to tell us the truth.
I heard it said that his story is his story, right? That's written by the vanquishers, conquerors, but the mystery is your story, my story, mystery, my story, and your story. They say is a mystery, but it's not.
Whoever writes the textbooks gets to control the world.
Yep. So I believe that I'm an American, that my family probably goes back generation after generation, some of them indigenous Americans that were here as long, whatever, if they were the lost 10 tribes of Israel or whatever, they found these kind of Hebrew writings all up, like I said, the Mississippi Valley and around Tennessee, Kentucky, all over the place. Louisiana, Bat Creek, Grave Creek mounds, the mound builders. And actually, in a lot of these mounds, they found Iron Age and Bronze Age implements. And they know where the copper came from that made these implements, because in the Michigan, Upper Peninsula of Michigan, is the purest copper ever found on Earth. And they say that was being mined as long as 10,500 years ago. That's right during the Bronze Age. But they say that even in antediluvial times, that was being mined before the flood. That was being mined for copper, the purest copper. So they can tell where the copper comes from in these bronze implements. I bet you if the Egyptians were let anyone to test their bronze implements, you'd find that it has copper from Michigan. The Bronze Age was fueled by copper from Michigan. Some of those epic battles that you read about, like all these things that are supposed to be like it's just stories, just tales that are just like made up. Some of those happened here, those epic battles, those epic things we heard in biblical times, and even like a lot of different places.
The biggest cartoon is outer space.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, but you know what? It took 3 days to go to the moon in 1969. It's taken Artemis 6 days to get to the moon in 2022. Go figure.
So the technology hasn't gotten any better. It's gotten worse.
Takes twice as long to go 240,000 miles.
Well, let's just add up the gas miles. Let's figure out how long that petrol's going to last, whatever they're using it for fuel. Guarantee it would never make it 240,000 miles. I don't care what they're using. They have to make a lot. They have to make this big story about what they're traveling through that violates the laws of thermodynamics and of
Newton's third law of motion.
Propulsion that bypass any of the things we know that are actually true about propulsion, jet engines, aerodynamics, all of it. They have to make stories up for all of that goes against everything we actually know in reality. Pretty wild.
Now come on, Sonny. You know a rocket can push off of nothing.
Nothing. Nothing.
14.5 billion years ago, something was created out of nothing. You know it.
And all this information just came from nowhere. That's what we know about information, right? It just comes from nowhere. Doesn't need an author or a writer.
Nietzsche says we have killed God. Yeah, he did.
Nietzsche was full of shit.
There's this protocol. I don't know where it's from. I got to research a little more. There's 2 pages of protocol. The first page says that we will kill God. We will remove the Godhead, kill God.
Remove property rights. Yep.
We'll kill God through mathematical formulas and materialism. Written centuries ago.
Yeah.
And so when people say gravity and outer space and the earth is all in the math, they've killed God. And then when we get into materialism, we've killed God. If you have can people still hear me? I haven't heard anybody for a minute or so.
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah, we got you, bud. We can hear you.
You get a chance, if you haven't already, get hold of Rekt here, R-E-K-T. He had his 3rd baby. His wife and him just had his 3rd baby a couple Thursdays ago or a Thursday ago. So tell him congratulations. Yeah, so it's all good. Number three.
Wow.
I guess he's going to go measure. I think he lives in Louisiana. I think he's going to volunteer to go measure Lake Pontchartrain for us, take some pictures, video.
Yeah, sounds good. I want to do the Premier Rock Flat Earth tune. I just might need some help from Mr. Jeshman.
I got a good one for all these Christian globe believers out there. It goes something like this. I'm still working on it. Onward, Christian cowards, going to Thanksgiving dinner, not wanting to offend anybody because they just want to eat. Christmas will come later. I don't want to offend anybody, so I won't speak about God's creation. I'll just believe in the ball. Onward,
Okay.
Christian. Go ahead.
Words, right? I like it, and actually, I'm following along with you, and I'm thinking a little wah-wah pedal, some heavy distorted, like Hendrix style, kind of like.
Yeah.
And then
What do you mean they're going for it on fourth down?
Wait, is there a football game happening right now?
No, I'm just talking about during the holidays.
Oh, got it.
Don't talk about the globe, but yeah, question the coach's decision to go for it 4th and inches.
I'm
Hey, I
creating
don't
a
wanna-
rock tune from his dialogue.
Don't be stupid. Just wait for the Coriolis to stop moving the goal. So.
Hey, happy
Write that down.
Coriolis
Write that down.
Coriolis Day. Happy Coriolis Day.
Coriolis Day.
Colioris.
Happy day.
Coriolis. Holy.
Yeah, I loved it when Neil deGrasse Tyson said, that football, the ground moved underneath the football during that 50-yard field goal kick. Yeah, it's like
And everybody's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes total sense.
Save on travel. Just go in your backyard and keep jumping.
Yeah.
people will believe a big lie rather than a little lie. If you tell the big lie often enough, sooner or later people will come to believe it.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Walter Langer, Joseph Goebbels, or whoever said that.
So glad. I'm thinking of like real heavy rock music, but flat earth like lyrics. So ideas I've had was just like someone discussing, like me just having a discussion or just saying lines that are like a conversation with somebody about flat earth. Or like, and so like have like some kind of spacey rhythm guitar maybe in the background with some reverb, and then have some lead guitar but have a riff too, like like have a guitar riff. So what do you think? I might need to send you some stuff. I know it's
Why don't you do that? Yeah, send me some stuff.
I'm gonna
I still have that other track. Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up right now.
You got
what was the name of that song that you sent me?
It's a yeah, that one I need to do some lyrics because Dave, New Perspective, hasn't recorded the lyrics, so I'm just going to record it myself. And I need that should be pretty straightforward as far as the beat, the timing.
What was that one called again?
It's a parody on the Pink Floyd song "Comfortably Dumb."
Right, got it. Okay, thank you.
Dumb. Yeah, and it's in B minor, so just like the original. I think that'd be good. Now, if it needs to be changed, I'm willing to do it again. I need to start getting on the recording equipment because I have it all here, and I'm have this toolbox fallacy happening with that. I don't know why. I'm having some kind of.
Dude, Sonny sent me anything, anytime, because yeah.
Sorry.
And one of these
I was
days we'll
getting
get
into
to it.
that Globy song. The what is it called? What was the song you were just talking about, Sonny? Was it a Nirvana song?
Comfortably Numb.
No.
Oh, Comfortably Numb.
No.
Oh, no, that's Pink Floyd. I was thinking the other Numb, sorry.
But the lyrics are a parody written by one of the members here, New Perspective, and he named it Comfortably Dumb. I'm no
Well, that's
longer
not very nice.
so he's got good lyrics. I have them still in my DMs from over a year ago. It's still here. I can pull them up, and so I could do a. There we go. This should still be on here yet.
I think I found it.
You found it? Yeah. It should be pretty good. I think I had pretty good tone. I forget which mic I recorded it, but I had a pretty good mic. I think it was the USB mic. Here it is. Wait a minute. Words for a jam he wrote called Outer Ponder Party People. So oh shoot.
Okay, I found it.
So I've already got the track made. I have it somewhere in my Audacity files. Where's the lyric? Oh, here it is. I need to print these out on a sheet.
So Comfortably Dumb. Do I have lyrics too?
I got the lyrics. I'm gonna make a document right now with the lyrics. There we go. Okay. Let me make this, and I'll make a PDF. I'll share it with you. 1 second here. I've got two. Writer.
So Sonny, I posted in live stream voice text. Nobody else gives a fuck about this, but this is what I'm looking at in my folder. So that Comfortably Dumb M4A is what you sent me, and then the rest is the session that I created when you sent it to me on, I guess, Valentine's Day this year. So it's all ready to go. Just start adding instruments to it, and it should be all right. Should be fine. It's set up.
I see what you're saying. It needs a lyric then. So.
Anyway, I just wanted to show you that I didn't lose it or delete it or whatever. We can still pull it up anytime.
Yeah, Comfortably Dumb. Yeah,
it's Pro Tools.
So, yeah, and that can go from Audacity straight to Pro Tools.
Yeah, and I have Audacity too. So I mean, it's kind of, but it's all the same. Just WAV files.
Transferable. Yeah, it's transferable.
Yeah,
you can swap them in. Yeah. So, hold on 1 second.
And for those just tuning in, this here is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. We are live right now. That's the best part. If you want to come in and get your voice heard by lots of people listening, don't be shy. We don't bite hard, so we just like to talk about the Earth. Ain't nobody trying to dox nobody. Ain't nobody trying to get nobody in trouble. Ain't nobody trying to do nothing. We're just trying to inform you of a couple things and let you go out into the world and check it out. See if that world outside your door is the same one they tell you it is.
Yeah, all I have to do is send you the I'll make it a PDF. 1 moment. What do I do with it? Let's make this a PDF. I'm
man,
in the
whatever you gotta
process
do.
of
I mean,
gathering a.
Here's the thing. I don't even need the lyrics right now. I just like if. Hang on.
I want
So
to
with
do the
the-
lyrics.
I mean, you can send them to me. It's just you got to record the vocals.
I need to record the vocals with the track.
Right. You could
So
do
I
that
get
on your
the
own,
right
can't you?
thing. Well, I could do it with the original track. Yeah.
No. So did you? So are the lyrics written? The new ones, parody lyrics?
Yeah, I have them right here.
Okay.
I made it a PDF now, so.
Yeah, send them to me. I want to see them.
Let's see. I guess I'll.
But then we got to
email
record them.
you. 1 second. Yeah. I should be able to record it here.
Yeah.
We're going.
Record it in Audacity. I'll have to talk to you about bitrate. I think I'm 24-bit. You might be at 16.
Here's the PDF. I can put it in the live stream. I don't care.
Cool.
So 2 pages. It's just the lyrics, of course. I don't put chords usually in lyrics. People that don't know songs ask me, "Do you have the chords on the lyrics?" No. If you don't know the song, go listen to it.
Yeah, right.
I know all the songs by heart already, so that
Look
all
up
I
the
need is
root notes and just play along with the root notes if you really, you know. There's tabs out there for everything. There's tabs out there at this point for muffler exhaust, okay?
No kidding.
There's tabs for everything. Hey, how'd you get that muffler sound out of your guitar? Oh, I put a tab online for that, actually.
Outrageous. I love that. So,
Hey, guys, the most beautiful woman in the world is waving at me, so I'm going to go say hi to her for a little bit, and I'll be back with you guys.
Well, lucky you. All right. Say hi.
Love you guys. Talk to you in a bit.
Later. I could try out this song on the live stream. Everybody loves that, don't they? How can I? Columns. Get 2 columns. That works.
Speaking of the flat Earth music, have you heard that new one called "Rich Skies Like Rockets"? Sonny by Isa. I just heard that this morning.
Isa.
That's a good one.
Wait a minute. No, if it's new music,
No, it's a new flat Earth tune.
Haven't heard any new ones in a while. I don't mind.
Yeah, Rich
playing it.
Guys Like Rockets. Next time it pops up.
Let's look for it.
Yeah, someone played it this morning in a block, and I had never heard before. It's a good one.
I can find it then on the Bach command. I'll find it in a moment. Let's see. Oh, my back. Oh, here it is. Awesome. All right, here we go. Let's play that.
So do the babes. So rich guys making rocket eyes, make you think that God swear eyes, yeah, I think that God swear eyes, yeah, I. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rocket eyes, put a car up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lanes. So rich guys making rocket eyes, just to get laid, yeah, just to get laid, just to get laid, yeah, rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rocket eyes, make you think they got. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lanes. Rich guys making rocket eyes. You gotta pay, yeah, you gotta pay, you gotta pay, yeah, you gotta pay. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rocket eyes, put a car up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rocket eyes, just to get laid, just to get laid, just to get laid, just to get rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rocket eyes, look up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lanes. So rich guys making rocket eyes, want you to think they go to space. Yeah, they go to space. Then they go to space. Yeah, they go to space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rocket eyes, look up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lanes. So rich guys making rocket eyes, no politics, just to get laid, just to get laid, just to get laid.
I like that. I love the acoustic guitar. It sounds good. I hope it sounded as good as it felt playing it.
Yeah, that's the best performance yet, Sonny. On top of many inspiring pieces. That was nice.
Thank you.
I couldn't tell if you were dropping into dun 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 the Pink Floyd. You had me thinking Pink Floyd earlier. That.
Yeah, I was
That was
too,
nice.
and I was doing something different, totally something different than that. I came up with a totally different.
Yeah, I kept holding my finger over the various Pink Floyd gifts, but I didn't want to impose.
No, I wasn't doing it. Pink Floyd.
That was
doing
great.
my own thing. Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying though. There was that dun 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 dun. Hints of that. It was nice.
Because see, those influences are inside of me. So you're gonna hear in I'm in a different
that's
mood.
great.
You're gonna hear a different artist coming through my playing, which is astounding to me that I've been able to capture all these different artists and guitar players and different musicians, even different instruments, piano players' music. I've incorporated all these things like a sponge. It's pretty fun, man. It's the best fun ever, actually. Playing for others is just amazing. I even on here is quite astounding. I mean, if you would have said to any of us 20, 30 years ago, that you'd be able to play your guitar publicly on a live internet where people are listening and having a real time
You took the
conversation.
words. Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth. I was saying, hey, imagine calling up a radio DJ, AM or FM, 25 years ago and say, hey, I'm going to play the guitar here for about 4 to 5 minutes. Good?
Yeah, exactly. Calling, they used to have call-in radio shows, have call-in artists call. Well, guess what? We have Eric Clapton calling in. He's going to play from his living room today, his brand new tune. You would have thought, no way that would ever happen, but it's like that now.
Yeah, that's what this Discord reminds me of. Is just it's a never-ending AM call-in show, and you don't have someone at a switchboard cutting you off.
Exactly.
Well, sometimes you do, but that happens. But you know what I'm saying? It's just you're on the air.
I'm like, oh my God, really? Someone's giving me a microphone. I'm not going to start talking if I have the mic.
Yeah, but you've got the acoustics set up in there nicely because I mean most radio radio programs when they have a person in their studio. I mean, it sounded just like that.
It sounds pretty good in here. This is a great room, actually. This whole room reverberates really well because 3 sides of it are concrete. It's a foot thick concrete, reinforced concrete, the whole building. I'm up on the 8th floor, which this building does sway. And when you first start sensing that, at first you just go, well, I'm just another square box and no big deal. I sense the motion of the building, which is pretty crazy. Quite flexible, apparently. When there was an earthquake a couple of years ago, actually 2018, that's quite a while ago now, almost 4 years ago probably, my bathroom door, which is facing north and south, was swinging about a foot in each direction back and forth, so 2 feet total. My door in my bathroom was swinging back 2 feet back and forth. That was pretty crazy. but I felt other tremors come from somewhere deep below. Speaking of San Diego, where I am, they found. I was listening to something. I listened to this channel called Carameo Hawa. Wow. I forget it. I can't even pronounce this. Ahau, something like that. But anyway, Carameo. Anyway, they're talking about Graham Hancock was talking to someone here in San Diego at the Museum of History or something, Museum of Man or something like that, and one of the paleontologists here in San Diego have found remains of mammoth bones and teeth that were chipped manually by humans. And they're saying 130,000 years ago. Now, I know that, like, okay, the thing that's in contention a lot of times with this is this aging. But, okay, take the aging aside as a relative age. Let's just say, who cares how old it is? But whenever they were mammoths, like, they know pretty much about those. There was a lot of those, even frozen whole, like in Siberia. So they know what a mammoth is, mastodons. Those are pretty clearly evident as far as they have found whole animals.
So you're trying to say in the time of woolly mammoths, there were some scrimshaw enthusiasts?
There were men here. Yeah, there were humans here in San Diego 130,000 years ago when the mammoths, this is pre-Diluvian, before the floods. So there were humans here. So basically what I come down to is like this thing that I've come to recently, that America is the old world, and that millions and millions upon millions of people were living here throughout different ages. Older than what they call the old world is probably just colonies of the actual old world, which is America, the breadbasket of the world, where corn came from, Egyptians holding corn. Those aren't acorns. Those aren't pineapples. That's not the pineal gland. That's corn.
Now you have to do a Neil Diamond parody. America.
No, listen. Like, okay, so the Sumerians and the Egyptians, they show men, possibly giants, holding these things that are like separated. It's actually a corn. Corn comes from America. It was first cultivated, one of the oldest cultivated plants known genetically. Like, they know man has been cultivating corn for many, 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 many centuries, many thousands of years, probably. So where corn, they followed where corn originally came from. So the Egyptians were holding ears of corn. Corn comes from the Americas.
Because I have no other place to share this anecdote, once upon a time, I saw this book at a thrift store that I bought for someone as a gift, and it was called The History of Food. And all I did in like the 2 hours that I had it, I looked through the index, and I looked for corn. And it was strange because it was called The History of Food. And this was a fiction. It was a really thick book. It was on the New York Times bestsellers list. I guess it was fiction or nonfiction, whatever it was. History of Food. But there was only one mention of corn in the whole book. I wish I would have read it. I just had to say that. Yeah, it is weird. The corn thing is strange because, I don't know where else they're growing corn in the world. Well, I mean, I guess in South America. It's an interesting thing, the history of corn.
Okay, so for instance, let me get in the right voice checks here. Live stream. For instance, this image of ancient hieroglyphs. This is not an acorn. This is not your pineal gland. This is actually corn. And this is from Mesopotamia. Ancient carvings in stone. It's corn. Here's another one. So the hijack was that, oh, this represents your pineal gland, that we all used to kind of fall into, or some of us did. No longer. No. Now we know it's corn that they had in Egypt and Mesopotamia, in the Middle East. Corn. That comes from America. Here it is again. The ancient American indigenous people revered corn also. So like that, of course, like their whole civilization was based around cultivation of corn. Like it's corn. No. It's all over Egypt, Mesopotamia. It's where food came from. It's where cultivation came from. Here's again these giants from Sumer had corn in their hands. Here's the proof. Here's the evidence. So you can't refute this. Plus, the Egyptian mummies found with coca and tobacco, also, both which are from the Americas. But I digress. Here's more corn from the Middle East. And that could be that looks like a pine actually, but maize and the pine cone. But look at this one of corn, and we don't know what corn looked like a long time ago because it has changed. What did this say? Maize and the pinecone hieroglyphs of ancient Indo-Eurasian. Where is this place? Yep, look at this one. That's crazy. It's in China, bro. And it's corn, and corn's not from China. Look at this one. That's from China. Corn. Isn't that wild? Corn goddess. It's pretty wild. They're talking about the priest of Ashur, the favorite of Enlil and Ninurta, the beloved of Anu and Dagan, the weapon of the great gods, mighty king, king of the world, king of Assyria, son of Tukulti Ninurta, the great king, the mighty king, king of Assyria, son of Adaniri, the great king, mighty king of Assyria, the valiant man who acts with support of Ashur. and his Lord, and has no equal among the princes of the four quarters of the world. Flat Earth, wonderful shepherd who is, let's see. These are what the writings are saying. Four quarters of the world. The wonderful shepherd who is not afraid of battle, the great flood which no one can oppose, the king who makes those who are not subject to him submissive, who has subjugated all mankind, the mighty warrior who treads on the neck of his enemies, tramples down all foes, and shatters the forces of the proud, the king who acts with support of the great gods, and whose hand has conquered all lands, who has subjugated all mountains and received their tribute, taking hostage and establishing his power over all countries. Some blog spot I'm reading. You can read it on your own. Might be kind of boring. Obviously, this is not a pine cone. It's corn in India. Yep. Maize in pre-Columbian India. Bet they want to keep that secret. Pretty heavy subject, actually. What is this? Is that bring up a link? Oh, yeah. Okay. And let's see. Let's put that. Goes with it. Yep. I never get bored. Okay, that's the end of my corn rant. And corn in pre-Columbian Euro-Asia, when it wasn't supposed to be anywhere but the Americas. So there's corn found in ancient times, 1400 BC in India and China. And one more link. That's it. this little bit. So this will be the end of it. Idologist confirms maze and ancient sculptures by Houston and McCulloch. Indologist and ethnobotanist Shakti M. Gupta of Delhi University confirms the presence of maize and at least 5 other New World plants in pre-Columbian temple sculptures in India in her new book, Plants in India Temple Art, BR Publishing Corporation, Delhi, 1996. Maize had previously been reported in several Hoysala temples by Carl Johannesson and Anne Z. Parker. Maize ears sculptured in 12th and 13th century AD India as indicators of pre-Columbian diffusion, Economic Botany, Volume 43, 1989. And the links are photos of a few of these sculptures. Thanks. I hope things like that make it more interesting. Like when we have some downtime, any of us can do that. I didn't plan that out. I just did it right on the spot. Anyway, hello. Is there anybody in there? Hello. 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 Is there anybody in there? Just not if you can hear me. You think you're on this? You think? Wait a minute. Wait a second. I'll start over. Hello. Hello. Is there anybody in there? Is a spinning ball our home? Come on now. You think you're spinning round, but that's insane. Can you see that it's a plane? Relax, relax. You'll need some information first. Just the basic facts. If you show me water curves, we're on a plane and we're not spinning. A distant ship zoomed in on the horizon. You thought that it was proof it was a ball, 'cause that's what they're saying. Wait a minute, never mind. A ship zoomed in on the horizon. It never disappeared beyond the waves. You thought that it was proof it is a ball, 'cause that's what they're saying. When I was a child, I was a believer. I used to think man walked on the moon. But now I know that never really happened. I can't explain it if you want to understand. This is now who I am. And I'm not comfortably dumb. Okay. Just another div prick. There'll be no more. All these ballers make me sick. Can you stand up? Stand up. I don't believe the globe is good. It's just a stupid gimmick for the show. Come on, it's time to go. We're on a plane and we're not spinning. Distant ships ending on the horizon. They never disappear beyond the waves. And you thought it was proof it's a ball, but now what are you saying? When I was a child, I thought it all made sense. But now I know it was a lie. I learned it's flat and it's more fun. I can't believe we thought it ever spun at all. But the child is grown and the globe is done. And I am no longer comfortably dumb. Thanks for letting me share. Thank you, New Perspective, for the lyrics.
I need someone to stimulate me intellectually.
Who told you Earth was a globe? Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to work something out there. Yeah. The Monday Sunny Hour. Thanks for letting me ramble. My favorite thing to do. I hope you like that. That's my own style. Like, I've never heard anybody play it.
Inner, what's his name? Robert Johnson, huh?
Huh?
I said channeling your inner Robert Johnson there, huh?
It literally just comes out of me. It sounds like ragtime, and I'm going, where did this come from? Because I didn't never studied that. Like I've done some like finger picking in bluegrass, but like I never really. I guess it comes. I guess it comes from all those different influences. I just like. Whoops. Some weird guitar antics going on in those little. There's more not being played than what is being played. That's why, like, you hear I was doing that little blues number that I was telling you sounded like ragtime. You notice how I just have little skeleton notes that like make up this little idea, like an A major, right? You get this idea, and then I just hear all the rest like. Oh, these interesting relationships. Okay, I'll just stop there. I don't want to overstay my welcome. You guys are great. I'd really rather play for you guys than anybody else. I mean, I'd play for all those anybody. Like I'd play music for people because that's what I've always tried to do. Once I was told, like, look, you can help people not think about their problems for a few moments. I'm like, that sounds good to me. I could use some of that myself. So yeah, I love that idea. Might be able to reach people through music that you couldn't reach any other way. What you think, Haas?
Thumbs up.
Helping people forget about their troubles for a few moments as a gift.
No, I said thumbs up.
Oh, thumbs up. Okay, I didn't hear it. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I don't know. Music's always been really special to me. It plays solitude, like.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, music, because maybe I'm going off some tangent, but it's like, some bands I used to listen to, some music I used to listen to, sometimes in my life where I can't imagine listening to any other type of music, can't listen to it anymore.
I know that's true. Me too. But some of it
Weird.
from way back when I still love. There are some.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's sometimes I can't. Sometimes I still love. It's weird.
I think because it goes to it, the music connects back with our memories. It's like the soundtrack for our lives, so it can bring back memories from good times, bad times, indifferent times, whatever. The worst times, the best times, you know.
You're right. Maybe without even knowing it, yeah, it's you're disassociating with it because it's wrapped up in some sort of thing that you are over or whatever.
Experiential, some kind of experiential thing. So one day you might be in a different mood and you go, wow, that sounds good to me right now. Then the next day you might be like, that sounds like rubbish. Why did I ever listen to that? You know? So I think it's very subjective, the music.
Yep.
why do we do it? And she said, because it's poisonous.
It's poisonous, yeah.
And it's, back then they knew it was poisonous. So
I'm reading about lectins right now.
Yep.
it's you got to stay away from nightshades are probably the worst thing to eat. It's you got to stay like your your eggplant and nightshades are probably the worst thing. Potatoes, things like that.
YouTube
All right,
voice is back on.
Yeah, live
Oh,
stream
is
is
it?
back up.
Okay. This is not medical advice.
No, but it's fine because this is something that's already made public. You can just look things up. It's not like we're not saying anything you can't look up. The studies are there.
Yeah, true.
But far be there's people that would say it's still good for you no matter what. It's it's not. Genetically modified fruit and vegetables and all these things are not good for you. They're altered from their original state.
Yeah, so it puts holes in your arteries in your gut.
Yeah.
And then it's repaired by cholesterol. So the cholesterol goes through your arteries, clogs the holes that have been formed by the lectins.
That's
and
correct.
then you get blocked, and you start getting blocked arteries. They used to think it was from fats, but it's definitely not fats. It's repair holes. So if you've got high cholesterol, then your arteries are repairing themselves for some reason.
So here's all those foods. Look, here's all the lectin. 10 of the top lectin foods: potatoes, eggplant, soybean, lentils, peppers. What kind of peppers? Wheat germs.
Yeah, you can peel them.
Peas. Okay, peas, tomatoes, and peanuts. So I'm gonna cut all of those out. I have.
Yeah, because
peanuts
are beans.
What about green split peas? Same thing with peas. I guess split peas, same thing, right?
Any peas.
Yep. Any peas.
Yeah. Okay. This makes.
So the problem with nuts is, Dave. To nut.
I mean, literally, that could have been my whole entire problem with my gut. My whole life, I've had stomach issues. And probably because all those foods, my father was feeding us. We grew up in a really weird time. They could spend $10 to get a whole freaking station wagon groceries back in those days.
A lot of people suffer from high oxalate damage, from foods with oxalates.
Yeah.
And I'll just post what oxalates so you guys can see.
White
This
bread
just
and man.
it's public information. It says for most people, oxalate has no effect on the body. The body just excretes it in the urine and it's harmless. But in some people, oxalate in the urine combined with calcium to form kidney stones. Calcium oxalate stones are the most common type of kidney stones. So a lot of people don't understand why they have those stones or what caused them. But the ingestion of a lot of oxalates build up in your kidneys.
Yeah.
So pepper has enormous amounts of oxalate. So and you can. Yep.
You mean
Pepper.
pimenton?
Yeah, a quarter teaspoon. It says a quarter teaspoon of regular old black pepper has as much oxalate as 1.5 cups of sliced onions and 22 times as much as the same amount of white pepper. In fact, if you're sticking to an intake of 50 milligrams of oxalate every day, that 1/4 teaspoon of pepper would occupy 6% of your day's total oxalate allowance. This is important information. I think a lot of people don't understand. And so a lot of stuff has oxalates. Spices are high in oxalate, just different things. Nightshades, we don't know. We haven't really dove into health, and I think that's partly why we've been doing so bad. It's the combination of carbohydrates and high fats that can take a person's life at an early age. And it's like a dynamite mixture, and it causes a range of different ailments, man, from inflammation to you got troubles with your hormone imbalance, everything. It just destroys you from the inside, everything. And the way to get that balance back, and I'm telling you, this is the way I figured it, is by eating a diet that's gonna repair all that. But you have to be like, it's hard to get off the carbs, like really, 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 really hard. Like you'd have to fight it. Like if you're used to eating like cakes and coffees and like the different types of carbohydrates. So it's not easy.
Well, it is, yeah, because it's addictive because your body treats it as sugar. So
yep.
It's the same, no matter if it's sweet or not. If it's carbohydrate, your body stores it the same as sugar. So it's addictive.
That's what makes it horrible. But it's weird, man, because you can see the keys for better health. It's just we're too susceptible to because so sugar gives you the same high as cocaine. Like when let's say you eat a Little Debbie's cake, one of the Little Debbie's fruit cake of the little sugar cakes that they have, oatmeal pies, or it gives you the same rush and feeling as you do as like somebody doing cocaine. It's these are studies known, like the brain lights up when you're eating like amounts of sugar like that. So it's an addiction to sugar that we have, and it doesn't make you hyper. It just like excites you. It's exciting.
Yeah, increases your adrenaline.
Adrenaline, yeah. It's like eating chocolates. Like the same adrenaline rush, and that sugar. Like I said, sugar actually is a downer. It's not an upper. It's not supposed to make you hyper. Like that's a misinformation that people have. You can look it up. It doesn't make you hyper. It actually brings you down. It makes you crash horribly. Like there's sometimes you get like this ungodly sleep that you don't know why you feel so drowsy, like you just want to crash out. Like that comes from that sugar crash, and your system is shutting down so it can repair itself while you sleep. But people fight it with like 5-hour energy drinks, and it makes the problem even worse. Makes
oh yeah, that stuff's horrible.
Extremely toxic. That all the monster drinks and like that is poison. Like you're drinking like guzzling down poison.
Also the fake sugars as well. They're really, really, really bad for you because it's a chemical, but studies have actually proved that your body reacts exactly the same way to these fake sugars as it does to natural sugar. But it says, okay, it's got no calories, but your body's still like reacting to it like sugar. So you get this adrenaline hit, and then you get the downer as well. So instead of putting normal sugar into your body, you're just putting a chemical in, and it's having the same reaction. And then it's storing that energy into your fat storage. So it's none of that is good for you. If you're looking for an alternative, it's not an alternative.
It sucks because they say the proof is in the pudding. Like obviously, if somebody's telling you something, even long term, it's got to be worth it. It's got to work. It's got to be worth it. It's got to be showing the effects of like good health. And I haven't seen anything that I've ever done in the past that gives you the results that this particular way of life is like. It's this lifestyle of eating. Nothing compares. I don't think there's anything that I've tried. I've tried almost everything. Trust me. Nothing compares to this at all. This is almost like the key for everybody to like live healthier lives, And can it get better? Probably, You can probably do other things too. But it's hard because like there is nutritionists that would tell you like vitamin C, you need that in you because like obviously if you're just on a low carb diet, you're not gonna get that. But like the eating the organ meats and stuff, they also fill you with the nutrients that you need, and the collagen inside beet also provides vitamin C. Nobody like the study behind these things.
Miggy,
what's up, Clay?
This is right now just happened. Something happened again that is just something I can't call coincidence because it's just so weird. I'm playing a game where I broke into a room now, and there's a book. It says healthy diet, right? And you talked about diet in the same sentence when I looked with my flashlight on this book. And on the other side, there's someone I need to let into the room, so I searched for a key. And right when I found the key, you said, healthy diet is key. I mean, I can't, like, there's like this, I mean,
the synchronicity.
it's so
bro.
weird, man.
It happens. Synchronicity happens because some of the truths that we're talking about are solidified. Like earlier, Jemsy was speaking, and I was looking at all the people. Conspiracy was here. We're watching the NASA live stream, and everything that Jemsy was saying, like it would appear on the live stream. Like he wasn't watching the live stream, but when he would say it at the time he said it, like immediately I was like, dude, check it out. And I posted like what he said, that the people in there were kind of saying the same things he was. Like he had some
so
serious
strange.
But I like I was saying, because like when somebody's like saying truth about something, there's synchronicity to kind of give you a signal of like, you know how it is, like when you ask God to send you a sign or something to show you if somebody's telling the truth, or just to see if things are like what he would want.
Yes.
And then something appears like that solidifies it. Like it's just the synchronicities. They're supposed to be happening in our lives that are like give us like the seal of approval. That this is what,
Because I should actually, at the moment, I'm not eating good, healthy. I'm not very, I eat a lot of junk, to be honest. And it reminded me directly, like as if someone was telling me, hey, you need to look over your diet.
Yeah. And I would say this, because I had doubts when I started this. I had doubts because I've tried like vegan. I tried like, doing the fast, all these other, I've tried all the stuff to try to mix up and try to get the right. Nothing helped, dude. I wouldn't lose weight. I would struggle. I would lose a little bit of weight, but then as soon as I was done with like the diet wasn't sustainable, and then I would gain the weight back, and it was like retained water, and I was inflamed. That I couldn't. There was not a balance. I was still unbalanced. When I got on this one, however, it felt like, I'll be honest, Clay, like my brain was cleared up. Like it got something off my shoulders was lifted. I lost weight.
Eating? No, what's your diet? Like
it's considered. Listen, I call it the proper human diet. That's what Dr. Ken Berry calls it. I agree that it's the proper human diet, but it's considered to be carnivore. If you look it up, it's everywhere on YouTube. People are now talking about it, and a lot of the medical, like the nutritionist people, they're against it. They're, you know how they are. With this.
What do you eat then? Like, tell me, just the food. What are you eating now?
A day-to-day basis, eggs are very important. It's beef, bacon, butter, eggs. Beef, bacon, butter, eggs. So anything with beef, like if you eat any kind of meats, like lamb, you could eat, whatever animal products that you. So sour cream, I eat cheddar cheese, anything with low carbohydrates or low to no carbohydrates. Everything that has carbohydrates, it becomes a danger zone for you. If you eat high fats and high carbohydrates, then that's a recipe for disaster. But it's just like Timbo was saying, when you eat those oxalates and those lectins, and you're damaging the cells or the arteries, then all that cholesterol that you're taking starts to repair it, but it starts to build up as plaque. That's what it does. And seed oil, if you're cooking in canola oil or corn oil or peanut oil or any kind of those oils, they're super bad for you. That's a recipe for your heart disease. Like,
what about olive oil?
Olive oil is okay, but animal products are the best. Anything animal products, you're the safest. Anything animal products. It's gonna sound opposite to what you've probably known.
Yes, because it is the opposite to what I've known.
Yeah, the nutritionist will probably tell you get on a low fat, medium carb diet. Not so high diet, but just like fruits and nuts and do that. But I'm here to I'm trying to clear the record here with people that don't understand like lectins and oxalates and these other things. Plants are they set off chemicals so that the bugs and things won't eat them. So they're known as lectins. And beans have them, potatoes, like all these plants. What's weird is that they don't want to be eaten, but people eat them anyways. And when they do, they're ingesting all those toxins that harm the body. And so a lot of times when you like people when they get to be like in their 50s and 60s, they already look like they're like 80s and 90s. And people long ago, they used to be healthy in their 70s. They were still chopping wood, they were still milking cows and doing things. But now it's like it's degraded. And that's why, because we're eating unhealthy. And because the donut tastes good and the Cheetos taste good and the snack chips and all that, they taste really good to you. But they're so bad for you. Like they're harming your body. So the body, as you know, is the temple, right? So you have to take care of it. But we didn't know, we don't have a roadmap. Nobody, like the information we're getting from the mainstream is, and the nutritionists and all that, they're telling you to, it's okay, you can have these things, like the fruits and the vegetables. But what they're not saying is that they're also combined with toxins. And those toxins, because they're either genetically modified, like the fruits that you buy at the store, they're modified. So you're not getting the original forms. And if you had the original form of that fruit, you wouldn't eat it. It would be so bitter and disgusting, you wouldn't eat it. So that's why they've modified them to their forms that they are now. So it doesn't matter if you plant them in good soil and all that stuff, because the seed that you're getting is from a modified version of the original one. Remember
But isn't it like also that like when you eat a lot of like sausages and processed meat and so forth, that there's a lot of sodium in it?
Sodium, yeah. So salt used to be the issue as to why people would say get off of the salt. But naturally, the body can take salt. There's a limit of how much sodium, and you could look it up, how much sodium the body can have per day. And so long as you're not going like overboard with the salt, you can eat salt. You can have salt every day, but not to the limits where you're going to take your body to like dangerous levels. Just, salt to taste, drop a little salt in your food if you want. Sometimes you don't even need salt. But I would just say
also,
go ahead.
Not enough salt is just as bad as too much salt, because so your body has to send electrical signals, and if you don't have enough salt in your body, then it can't send those signals to all those other places. So yeah.
I wonder why our tears are so salty. That's something I find interesting.
The body has to be alkaline in order for it to produce. And so with salt, it could retain water for like important things, right? Like your brain's floating around in fluid, and that fluid is salty water. So it needs to absorb that fluid so it could. What do you call it? When people get old, Alzheimer's, it's caused because the brain starts to dry up. The fluid that's where the brain is, it starts to dry up, and that's why they can't retain their memory. But it's not only that. There's a lot of contributing factors. But it's a bad diet. And I say that in a most general term because this day, there's so many things out there that they'll tell you to take in. Like, go ahead and have some fruit and have some vegetables, and it's okay. But when you do that, you're ingesting the genetically modified versions of the original fruits and vegetables.
I think, actually, listen, I think that's why. Let me turn this fan on. That's why I think I've done so well in the age I am, even though I've probably sustained a lot of damage, no doubt, and had some congenital structural issues with my upper spine. This caused back problems, because I'm very tall. Like I have a really long torso and really long legs. And so I think my problem was partly not enough salt. Because I exercise so much, I probably am depleted. I think because when I get more salt and I'm eating more salt, like I can take in a lot more salt, I think.
Yeah, here's a lot of tidbits for you guys, little nuggets you could take as you could research this. It's not healthy to over exercise, like going to where you're pumping your heart and making it work so hard. It's not healthy at all. You don't need to overexert. You can stay active all day, do stuff like get up and move around and stay active. That's good for you. But overworking, like like they do like with the like exercise clubs or whatever, where you're pumping your heart so hard. That's why people they even say, the machines that you can get on, like the treadmill and the bicycle and all that, like when you're working out super hard, that is super unhealthy for you. That's why people actually die on those machines, because your heart is not meant to be pushed to those limits.
Right. So listen, most of the time now, even in a 5 mile ride, I'm barely breaking a sweat. I'm just usually going on a leisurely ride. Like I do have fluctuations in how fast I'm pedaling and how fast I'm breathing, but it doesn't fluctuate that much. I generally stay pedaling at a constant rate, and the bike just does the rest. So
Yeah. I mean, it's
I
good.
learned
It's
to
good
just
to feel like
relax, and I have a zen moment actually when I'm on the bike, and I'm just there moving, and my body's moving, and it's propelling me. I just get into this zen state where I'm just paying attention to where I'm going, and actually everything slows down. But I think the diet is really important. Going back
yeah,
to
but
the
like
diet.
the exercise part is supposed to come in the way of activity. So activity is like your day's supposed to be you're supposed to be active, and the food that you eat should supply you the energy to perform. Um, but a lot of people would want to be outside of that. Like they want to make their body like a machine. And so when you start to think as you get older that you're going to keep performing like that, then your body's just it's been worked out so much that it gets to a point where like you hear people in their 50s when they're working out on like a bike and they just fall over and have a heart attack. Well, that's because the heart wasn't meant to be pushed to those limits for that length of time.
Yeah, you're just supposed to go for a leisurely ride or a leisurely walk where you're not really stressed.
Yeah.
Just move. Continue moving.
Yeah, you know,
Like if you were living real life, even in my age, you'd be like, okay, go up behind the barn and continue working on that part of the fence. I was working on it
Yep.
last week.
That's it.
You know, moving from place to place. Let me go check that area back way over here in the lower 40 where that fence is broken. The wire came off, a cow got through or something. Okay, so go to the well and fix the well, or go pump some water. Go get that's how we're supposed to be living.
Yep. And
Chop some
you
wood.
go, yeah. Death is supposed to happen as a natural transition. Like when it's time to die, your body prepares itself for that. Like it starts shutting down. You start moving slower, and it starts feeling like natural. Like you just basically the way that people are supposed to pass is you're supposed to feel like it gets really sleepy, and you close your eyes and you drift off into death. You're not supposed to go out with like tons of illnesses and like people in hospitals and
Yeah.
That's
You're
not the
actually
way.
you're supposed to die while you're out working in the fields, just like you did for the last 100 years.
Yeah, or you go sit down on your little recliner and you just close your eyes and then you just die. Like
That's it, right?
it happens.
Yeah.
It happens like it's supposed to happen. Like as if you're really tired and you just want to sleep, and that's all. You just transition over to death, and it's supposed to happen that naturally. That's a natural death. An unnatural death is when you get taken away because it's like a severe illness that you're under. You're struggling to live, and that's not natural.
Yeah, you want to hear something really strange now.
Yeah.
I was kind of drinking a lot at this time. This is more than 25 years ago. Anyway, I had a grandmother, and I found years later this commemorative like postcard I got from my mom, right? When her mom passed. And these are in the old days when you had phone recording, like recording devices had little tapes in them, right? Put a little cassette and you actually record, like the phone recorder to answering machines, right? So I could have sworn for years I got this call from my grandmother and a message that I had on this tape. And it was actually after she had passed. Or like right at the same time or something. That freaked me out, man. Talk about synchronicity, but listen, that could be that could be batshit crazy, like literally. It could be. I was drinking a lot back in those days, right after when was that? Wow, man, so many years have gone by, you guys, man. It's so amazing. to me.
So
Anyway, keep going with
So
the diet.
the proper human diet is, I think, something where it covers all the bases of you actually going into your old age like strong and healthy. And when it's time to transition over into death, it's going to be the way it's supposed to be. You transition, and it's not like a ripping apart away from like with ailments, you know. Like you see the people that are like walking around. I've seen people in their 90s, bros, walking around over here in the town where I'm at in their freaking 90s.
90s, I bet. There's probably a lot more of them there than there are here, but I've seen some of them here too. They are, yeah. I plan to
And
be
it's
right
like,
up there.
how did they get to that old age? You know, and then you could hear their wisdom, and it has nothing to do with them actually going to the store and loading up like with the stuff that we get. We grew up, yeah, we're growing up in the worst generation, ladies and gentlemen. Like, this is the worst generation. We got all the addictive foods, like the chips and the Cheetos and the snack cakes, and I mean, you name it, man. You got it all here.
Even in my generation, but it was less in my generation. I gotta face it, like growing up when I did in the 60s and 70s, there was still some good food, even just regular food, decent quality, because it wasn't so much of it being produced.
Yep.
It was hard.
Yep. So now it's like it's not that way anymore, man. That's all gone. Like very seldom you're gonna get the good stuff, man. So that's why you have to, pay more attention to, like, it's hard, bro. Like, and you try to tell people, but like the weird thing about it, like eating this way, like eating the way that they're telling you now, you get as far as about your late 60s, and now that's it. That's as far as you go. So what that is, it looks like to me, that's the retirement age. So once you're done working, they don't have to pay you so the system is done with.
To do to me, man. It's happening to me.
So listen,
like all sides.
So listen, like this is the way it looks to me from my vantage point. I'm looking at when somebody's born right now until you get old, you go into the system. The system prepares you to be a wage slave. After the wage slave, once they're done with you, you're not needed any longer. You're discarded.
You're ready to be discarded.
So there's two ways out. It's either death or life with medication that you're owing to big pharma. So
Or
people that
another
are
way.
well, the only other way is to like ignore all the things that they're telling you and eat the correct diet like that you're supposed to. But here's the thing. Yeah, let me just highlight. Here's the thing, and I know a lot of people don't see this, but I'm gonna show you the grand scope of, like, and ties into flat Earth and the truth that we speak of here. This is like it should matter to you, right? You shouldn't look like hear my words and be like, that guy is just nuts. I would say look into everything that I'm saying, because when you're born into this world and you're brought up to be a wage slave, and the only thing you can do is earn your money from working. After you reach a retirement age, when it's time to cash in all those years of working so hard, well, you've just wrecked your entire health because of the nutrition that they were told you to follow. So once at the age of 62 or 65, when it's time to go ahead and collect, then you're so freaking like ill with type 2 diabetes and high blood pressure. Then you throw you on all this medication. Next thing you know, you're hooked on big pharma. From big pharma, your life is ripped away by severe illnesses, blindness, taking of your limbs. This is crazy. And then, if you're lucky, you'll live a few years after that. But it's not going to be good years. It's going to be years lived in like one of those homes, like for you to take care of you. And this is crazy, right? And I'm not crazy when I'm saying this, because I see the way it's degrading people's health now. And so when people in the 30s and 40s are already paying the price, and there's nothing that we can do other than bring awareness about what's going on. So now I'm telling you guys, I'm informing you, listen to what I'm saying right now. If we don't take a stand with our health and with our mind and with our spirituality, I haven't really talked too much about spirituality, only little tidbits, but I've really been digging on health as of recently, because I've seen the improvements at actually going at this specific way, this lifestyle. So I'm trying to bring awareness to everybody about it, and just like do the research. Don't take my words as like gospel truth. Just do the research, look into it for yourselves, and then you guys decide. That's all I'm saying, because like what the other way, the other option, and listening to the mainstream, that's going to wreck you quick. By the time it's time to go ahead and say that you're retired from your job, you're not going to have a life afterwards, except for living under big pharma, taking 1,000 pills, and you're going to be severely ill and such. And I wouldn't want that for anyone. Anyway. Sorry, I got on a rant, but I feel passionate about that, because I see the people, everybody's on this road, right? Like we're trying to figure things out. And I think Flat Earth was the first step because now you see the reality of the world that you live in. The next step is health, and the other one's going to be spirituality, and like everything in its time. But I mean, I'm just I want the best for everybody. So anyway.
What do you think is the best meat to eat, Miggy?
I would say animal products in general, but grass-fed, grass-finished is like the highest quality. And like if you have a local butcher, Clay, like if there's somebody that's local that you can go to, like one of those little small mom and pops places, like a butcher, then I would say deal with them because you know where the meat's coming from. And it just like it's going to be a long process for me to actually talk to you about this because there's a lot to deal with. Like you have to unlearn the things that you were taught and then learn a whole new way. But I would say look at Dr. Ken Berry just to start with on YouTube, Dr. Ken Berry, and you'll get, because he's got like at least 4 years like back when he started like this lifestyle, and there's a lot of information, man, to cover. So I'm still learning a lot of things, but the majority of information I've understood so far is that the plants that we eat are and the fruits and all that stuff is genetically modified. So those things are toxic and they are hurting you. Whether you think they are or not, they're building up toxins in your body and they're hurting you more than they're helping you. So anyway, just I would say look into those things. And Timbo has the book that you can look into. It's called The Plant Paradox. But
what's the doctor's name again?
Ken Berry. Ken. Yeah, Berry. And just take your time and look at some of the videos. Like you don't have to start changing anything. Just look at the information. That's all I'm saying. All right. I'm going to take off for a little bit, guys. But yeah, I mean, I'm here. You could, next time I'm here or whatever, if there's no other conversation, or we can go to another room and talk about it too, because I think it's that important. But I'll be back later, Clay.
Oh, that's nice. My chair has a little massage thing and the lumbar pillow. That's pretty handy. Uh, Sonny's being funny.
You know what I figured gives me a lot of energy at the moment is drinking coconut water, fresh coconut water. That stuff really it's like an energy drink.
Yeah, it is. It's so refreshing because it feels like you're really getting hydrated well when I drink that.
Yes.
I agree.
It's
Yeah.
really weird. It's almost as if you drink water, but the water is like 200% water. You know what I mean? And actually tastes good. I mean,
Yeah.
when I was younger, I didn't like the taste, but now I like it. It kind of makes sense, you know.
I drink distilled water with a little bit of Himalayan sea salt, pink salt in it.
That's also
and,
good.
And I don't drink anything but that kind of water. I use it in all my cooking now. I won't use anything else. And what I notice is I don't need to drink as much water, and I'm still peeing, like urinating regularly. Like even into the middle of the night, I'm peeing like so much more than I drink. I guess it's the liquid I'm getting from the foods because I do drink a lot of coffee. Like I'm the type person I can drink coffee almost all day through. But
Yeah, I can't. Coffee makes me like very, what is it called? Stressed. It's like once I drink coffee or too much
Yeah.
coffee, it feels kind of like stress, you know. I don't like it.
It makes you stressed out.
Yeah, stressed
Aggravated,
out,
like,
yes.
It make you frustrated with things.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's like,
you know what? You know what it does to me? It calms me down for the most part, which is I literally can start yawning, drink a cup of coffee, and I yawn. Well, that's the crash from the caffeine, but it actually mellows me out. So some of us, it has a different reaction too, but I know a lot of it isn't good. For one, I drink like all of my sugar content is from when I drink coffee. I like literally can put no sugar in anything else. But I still need to limit it. I think I'm maybe down to like 2 tablespoons of sugar. That's still a lot of sugar. Probably too much sugar. But
yeah, I also have a problem with sugar sometimes, I think.
yeah, we all probably have the sugar addiction, like because like what Miggy was talking about, all the carbohydrates we've been exposed to has caused us to all be like sugar addicts.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I've pretty much broken the carbohydrate thing, other than every now and then I'll like have a couple handfuls of some granola. Like just eat granola. Or even with some milk. I don't know, like have it like cereal. Or I'm gonna start doing my oatmeal. I don't even know. Maybe oatmeal's not good either, though, huh? Probably has the same kind of things that Miggy was talking about. Pectins and oxalates. I don't know. I start going to the carnivore diet. Like actually, I feel better. I ate a bunch of salami and had a big old egg omelet, 3-egg omelet with cheddar cheese, and a couple of coffees, and let's see. Then I ate 2 raw eggs with a little bit of milk. Just started with milk and gulped it down, and I feel fantastic.
You eat raw eggs?
Yeah. Yep. Yep. These are the best organic eggs you can buy. So I'll buy those. Yeah. They're organic, grass fed, cage free. Yeah. Those, like I will, if it's organic eggs. So I get the highest quality. I bought 36 of them.
Just make sure that you don't make contact with the outer shell, you know.
With what? Like
when they're not properly washed, the outer shell, and you get it in mixed, like you get
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
because in the poop there's like salmonella.
I get it.
Sometimes.
That's what they're saying. Well, they say to cook the eggs thoroughly, but you know what? I'll tell you what. I've never had a problem from it. So it's good. It's a good high concentrated protein source. And it's very quickly assimilated, you know, gets to where you need it to go almost immediately, which is really quite a benefit for someone that's active like me. I'm going to be active here in a moment. Get ready to go out. Excuse me. Let's do this one. All righty then.
Does anybody have any information on GPS on the flat Earth? I was looking through all the categories and I couldn't find anything on GPS in here.
Let's look at triangulation method of radio waves. Triangulation. Ground positioning. It's ground positioning system.
Yeah, I understand how it works, but I had people questioning me, and I was like trying to find some information to share with them other than just me trying to explain.
You can probably find a history of ground positioning, like ground towers. Ground tower. Hold on. Let me see why isn't that. Oh, that's unplugged. I'm dark on it.
I'm also very sad, bro. There used to be an old video I used to watch. This black guy, right? And he's like, "If you still think there's a ball, you're a stupid brainwashed bitch." And he's just like, he's going off on the video, bro. And I can't find it anymore. Like the censorship has gotten way out of hand.
Any Globers in the house.
There's some like the internet is just whacked. Like if you try to look at information now, yeah, I'm getting some weird activity that like
Yeah, it's pretty scuffed, man. It's hard to just it's hard to compile any type of information. And stuff that you've seen before too, like doing research, a couple years back, you've seen this information. Now you can't find it at all.
you can see exactly what they're doing. They're using line of sight from tower to tower. That's why in the desert, if they don't have towers that are line of sight, sorry, no reception.
Yeah.
So obviously, in the mountains, no line of sight because they're mountains. Yeah. Okay. Too bad. No reception. Just like it is in reality. Wow. What a quinkydink. That's what I.
Yeah, it's fairly obvious, but people, how people are. You try to break down common sense to them, and without any evidence to back it up, they're not going to listen to you.
Okay, look, I looked up a couple things: ground positioning towers, history, radio masts and towers. Okay, hold on. The rise of television broadcasting in 40s and 50s created a need for even taller masts. The earlier AM using low LF, low frequency, and MF. Hold on, now it just glitched out. The internet, that is. Hold on, I came back. Wow, that's a trick. The first experiments by Guglielmo Marconi beginning in 1894 period. In 1895-96, he invented the vertical monopole or Marconi antenna, which was initially a wire suspended from a tall wooden pole. He found the higher the antenna was suspended, the further you could transmit. The first recognition of the need for height in antennas. Radio began to be used commercially for radio telegraphic communications around 1900. During the first 20 years of radio, long-distance radio stations were used long wavelengths in very low frequency bands, so even the tallest antennas were electrically short, had very low radiation resistance, 5 to 25 ohms, causing excessive power loss in the ground system. Radio telegraphy stations were huge capacitively top-loaded flat-top antennas consisting of horizontal wires strung between multiple 100 to 300 meters, steel towers to increase efficiency. AM radio began about 1920. The allocation of medium wave frequencies, these are all line of sight. Raise the possibility, these are all line of sight going much further than the globe would allow. They'd be out of sight. The antennas used for broadcasting 20s were T antennas, consists of two masts with a wire top load strung between them, requiring twice the construction cost and land area of a single mast. In 1924, Stuart Ballantyne published 2 historic papers which led to the development of the single mast. Wait a second. Let's see. Single mass antenna. In the first, he derived the radiation resistance of vertical conductor over a ground plane. He found that the radiation resistance increased to a maximum at a length of 1/2 wavelength. So a mass around that length had an input resistance that was much higher than the ground resistance, reducing the fraction of the transmitter power that was lost in the ground system without a capacitive top load. In the second paper, the same year, he showed that the amount of power radiated horizontally in the ground waves reached a maximum at a height of 5/8 of the wavelength. horizontally by the 1930s. By 1930, the expense of the T antenna led broadcasters to adopt a mass radiator antenna, in which the metal structure of the mast itself functioned as the antenna. One of the very first types was the diamond cantilever or Blawnox tower, spelled BLAW hyphen KNOX tower. Had a diamond rhombohedral shape, which made it rigid, so only one set of a guy line was needed at its widest at its wide waist. The pointed lower end of the antenna ended in a large ceramic insulator in the form of a ball and socket joint on a concrete base, relieving bending moments on the structure. The first 665 foot or 203 meter halfway mast was installed at radio station WABC's 50 kilowatt Wayne, New Jersey transmitter in 1931. During the 1930s, it was found that the diamond shape of the Blawnox tower had an unfavorable current distribution, which increased the power emitted at high angles, causing multipath fading in the listening area. By the 1940s, the AM broadcasting industry, which had abandoned the Blawnox, decided for a narrow, uniform cross-section lattice mast used today, which had a better radiation pattern. And it's just from Wiki. I'll post the link, and I'm going to shut up now and go outside.
I appreciate it, man.
And P.S. It looks like in the Surveyor Connect, there's flat earther surveyors talking about these terrestrial positioning system. Funny. That might be interesting. Wouldn't it be easier just to have ground towers like we already do? Yeah, how about that? Even buoys in the ocean, they're GPS towers. Why would they need that if they had satellites?
Show me the curve.
Is it so quiet in here lately?
I don't know, but look, someone should play. I should play some content, and then you guys can pause it if you have DJ ability or any of the mods. Hold on a second.
We got no Glowbirds. Of course, it's quiet in here.
Mm-hmm. Where's the Glowbirds?
But it should be opened up a little bit. I know you're supposed to talk about the globe, but no Glowbirds in here. Then you should be able to speculate and do stuff like that more.
Yep. You guys can start a conversation. I'm gonna go outside for a couple hours.
I was playing video games last night, just alone. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna try to flashback some people. I think I got a guy. I think I converted my first try via playing video games, which is kind of fun.
When you mean speculate, what are you talking about there?
Oh man, there's just so many topics I want to talk about that aren't necessarily immediately related to curvature or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, whether it's religious stuff or like words or just world order in general.
Who's that talking? Looking for whoever's coming up. What's your name?
Melon, the little cat picture if you've seen.
Awesome. J Mike? Is that you? Oh, Alum. You used to be LMFAO, yeah?
Yeah, that's right. And then they changed it.
Yeah, but Helio said it was too hard to say. It's hard to know what we can and can't talk about now because the last strike that Helio got on the YouTube, they didn't actually tell him what it was for. So it's getting a bit tricky.
I mean, I've definitely seen people talk about
yeah, that's why I think everyone's trying to keep it to topic.
Does anyone have any opinions on Christmas? I'm starting to think it's just a mind control holiday. I don't exactly know why I think this is just the whole idea of Santa and Satan being anagrams and Santa living at the North Pole. I feel like the whole thing kind of hints at a lot of things, and like how as you get older you stop believing in Santa. Maybe that's like kind of subliminally trying to get people to not believe in Satan. I don't know.
No, so Christmas has got nothing to do with any of that. So it's a celebration. God Mithra which is a Roman god, Mithraism. There's also a pagan god celebration, 25th of December. So it's got nothing to do with Christ or anything like that. It was to trying to meld when the Romans brought Christianity in. Had to meld in paganism and Christianity together. So they took a lot of holidays and put them in with Christianity, but a lot of pagan holidays in, so that the people who were they were taking over would feel comfortable about a new religion. That's Christmas
So you're
in a
saying
nutshell.
it started with Rome, though?
Christmas?
Like its modern iteration, like the being a pagan holiday that implemented Christian elements into our modern version of it. Are you saying that started in Rome?
I would say it adapted into what it is now, but the original celebration of the 25th of December is the god Mithra, and then there was a sun god. Also another pagan. I'll have to look it up. But yeah, so that's where the 25th of December celebration started with those gods. I don't know when they started, but that's when they were adopted into Christianity. Now it's turned into a joke. Saint Nicholas, or it's got nothing to do with any of that. The birth of Christ. That was, that would be more around spring in the northern hemisphere. So it's all out of whack, mate. It's got nothing to do with any of that. I think if you look up the mixing of pagan and Christianity, come back to about 100 AD with trying to remember the emperor. But it's an interesting topic.
This is Globe, and I love Tommy.
What does Flat Earth generally say about comments? I've been actually, I was watching the Randall Carlson thing, and comments got brought up, and that kind of piqued my interest.
Sure. What do you mean by comets? The ones in the sky, or talking about meteorites?
Yeah.
The ones that burn
Things that
up.
look like they're moving through the sky. Comment.
I don't know. Have you ever seen one? I haven't. I'm not saying they don't exist.
Never seen it.
Have you actually seen footage of them, or have you just seen a picture?
Got me thinking that The idea was that comments for dragons be kind of sick.
Yeah.
This user has been hacked. This user has been hacked. Alert! Alert!
Who's that?
Sorry, mate. I'd like to chat, but I'm at work at the moment.
It's all about getting that pulse above 120 for as long as you can. And don't skip leg day. Don't be a pussy. Get them squats.
What's up, guys? Someone talk for me. I don't want to listen to NPR, please. I don't want to go back to NPR, but aren't doing a very good job placing it. Someone spoon feed me red pills, please.
The Earth is flat. Is that red pill?
I don't know, man. Those boats be going over the horizon.
How they say the horizon curves. What if you spin around in a 360 degree? Does it go around in bumps and then meet back up together? How does that work? The horizon can never be curved.
Ocean has waves, so water curves.
Do you know what I mean, though? They say when you're in an airplane, you can see the curve.
One proof that someone I recently got in my head was the idea that if the Earth was round, the higher you move up, the lower the horizon should be, which is just such an incredibly simple proof. And with it's flat, if you go higher, the horizon goes up. It's so incredibly simple. Oh my god.
Yeah, and it should go down on all sides. They say that in a plane, the horizon's curved, and then you look out the other window, and it's still at the same level. So where does it curve? Because if it curves, it would keep on curving, therefore not seeing it out the other window. Otherwise, it would be rising back up. Pretty simple. Even on a curved surface, you could not see the curvature because it has to meet back up. So when they say this thing, the curvature, impossible, even on a curved surface. I'm not saying it's curved, I'm just saying it's impossible, flat and uncurved. If you understand what I mean.
I was getting out of my car, so you might have to give me a second. I think inside, and then you can repeat it to me. What were you saying, Tim?
So think about this, right? Every image you see of the globe is based, see the globe from the side. Yeah? It's never from the top. It's always from the side, like a side image. They're
This
looking
is
out the
true.
window. They're looking out the window and it curves at the top. We all know it's a fisheye lens. Because if it's curving at the top and then they look out the other window and you can still see the earth out the other side of the window, then where's the curve going? Is it going into a point and then coming back up? Like a McDonald's sign? Doesn't make any sense. Oh, I see the curvature from the plane window. You look out the other window and there's the horizon. So where's the curvature going to? It's not going anywhere because it meets up in the 360-degree turn. So there is no curvature anywhere. There can't be. You know what I mean?
I'm tempted to try and convince my dad, but I don't know how he's going to react to it. He's an old man, you know.
Yeah. Sometimes it's better left alone. Sometimes. You can bring it up, see how they react, but probably not a good idea to press it too much.
Yeah, I really stopped trying to force horses to drink. That's something I've given up on, but I usually will say something like a joke and then say something following what seems like a joke that's profound, and then they have to think for a second, and then they bite it. Then they sip the water.
That's what I do, and then I laugh and move on. Yeah, some people are meant to learn and some people aren't. It's just the way it is. Can't force anyone to know. Anyway, I've got to get back to work. So.
You'll be a good slave.
So I'm a slave to myself. I work for myself. If no work happens, no money comes in.
Hey guys, Rob Skiba here. So it's been a while since I've done any research type of video here on YouTube because I've been so busy working on Seed, which is coming along great, by the way. I'm really making some good progress in that regard, but I'm still always looking into things, and this whole flat earth research is always very much on my mind, and things just keep coming across my path that catch my attention. And so I post about it every now and then on Facebook. And so if you're interested in that, you can check it out there. But I haven't been making too many videos because, like I said, I've been too busy. But I just want to do a quick one here just to talk about a few things that recently caught my attention. I posted this one today. I said, man, it just gets more and more interesting the more you dig into this research. Okay, in the late 40s and into the late 50s, there was an obsession with getting to Antarctica to explore. Something was discovered at the end of Operation Deep Freeze, which sent everyone home to draft up the Antarctic Treaty. At the same time that was happening, NASA and DARPA are created. The next thing that happens is the United States and Russia engage in a missile race and start launching high-altitude nuclear bombs into the sky. We called our effort Operation Fishbowl, which was part of Project Dominic. Dominic means of the Lord. The name Dominic means of the Lord. So here they are, launching nukes into the fishbowl of the Lord? Shortly after that, the United States and Russia launched into the space race. And even before Kennedy's, hey, we choose to go to the moon, even before his let's go to the moon speech, they had already sent probes to Venus, Mercury, and Mars. Yeah, even before we've allegedly been to the moon, we were sending stuff out to, this is like right after Sputnik. Sputnik was supposedly like this massive achievement. You know, the Russians threw a beach ball up there, you know, with an antenna on it. Ooh, wow. Amazing. That was a huge accomplishment. But like very shortly after that, and long before we started doing anything to try to get to the moon, our closest so-called neighbor in the alleged solar system, we're already sending out probes to Mercury, Venus, and Mars. Okay, but as if all of that wasn't enough, the United States and Russia both also set out to see who could drill the deepest hole into the Earth. Yep, this is all happening in the same time period as Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo. Again, if they're trying to avoid all appearances of conspiracy, they aren't helping with the names and the activities they were engaging in at the same time. People say the Russians would surely expose the United States for this, that, and the other thing if it was really a conspiracy. I hear that one all the time. You know, if we really didn't go to the moon, don't you think, you know, we're arch enemies with the Russians back then? They would have surely exposed us. No, not if they were engaged in the same plan, which all appearances indicate that they were. It's not a coincidence that we both countries just so happen to be engaging in the exact same activities at the exact same time after coming back from Antarctica. And I would say it's the same with every other country who signed the Antarctic Treaty. So, you know, the Chinese aren't going to expose us. They're going to be on the same plan as everybody else that signed the Antarctic Treaty. So let's just do a quick recap here. 1, everyone becomes obsessed with Antarctica in the late 40s and late 50s. 2, everyone leaves Antarctica to draft up a treaty which would prohibit anyone from going there except under the express strict guidelines of the treaty. 3, the United States creates NASA and DARPA, you know, that organization which creates black budget projects for the military and other agencies and other groups. 4, the United States and Russia start blowing up the sky. 5, the United States and Russia become obsessed with what's above us in space. 6, the United States and Russia become obsessed with what's beneath us. 7, the race begins to get the picture that will brainwash the world into never questioning any of this. And oh, by the way, you know, okay, we're in a race, right? And we supposedly beat Russia in the space race, whatever that means. You know, we did something more than or faster or whatever. Who cares? They just gave up? Really? They just gave up? I quit. I'm going home. No, they didn't give up. They sent dozens of missions to Antarctica while we were doing the Apollo program. Let that sink in. Okay. I got to say, it sure looks to me like they found something in Antarctica which challenged everything we thought we knew, and thus they immediately set out to find how high our enclosed world dome is and how deep the foundation goes. That's exactly what somebody would do if they discovered they were in a cage. They try to figure out, wait a minute, what are the boundaries? How do I get out of here? That's exactly all of the activities that the United States and Russia in particular engaged in immediately after Operation Deep Freeze all points to exactly that. I don't know how you could come to any other conclusion. They started acting exactly like people stuck in a cage. They started immediately trying to figure out the boundaries. That's exactly what they would do. So this video is prompted by a video. I happen to be looking for footage online for a whirlpool for something I'm working on for the Seed trailer. And in the suggested videos there on the right column, on YouTube, it suggested this video right here. The deepest hole known to man goes so far down, nobody even knows what's at the bottom. So I watched that video, and that's by somebody called Did You Know?
In school, we're taught that beneath the Earth's crust lies a mantle and a core. However, some people theorize, and falsely so, that the center of the planet might actually be hollow, or there's a species of reptilian aliens that live under the crust.
And falsely so. Okay, when you finish watching this video, first of all, you're going to find that we have never gone deeper than, I think it was something like 9 or 10 miles. That's the deepest anybody's ever gone. So we have no clue what's down there. And, as far as reptilians or whatever, okay, fine. But the hollow earth thing, every ancient culture had an understanding of the hollow earth. And certainly if you subscribe to the Bible, there's at least 3 compartments down there. You got Abraham's bosom, you got Hades, and you got Tartarus, the prison of the Watchers. Okay, hollow earth. And, Skywatch TV and a whole bunch of others are all about inner earth right now and hollow earth right now. There's abundant evidence for hollow earth. As far as all the stuff you've seen in the textbook about what's supposedly at the core of the earth, nothing but computer-generated artwork. Now, that's it. We haven't gone deeper than 9 or 10 miles. But, okay, let's continue.
Well, those theories are silly. They speak to our fascination with what we can't see. Several decades ago, 2 countries, America and Russia, raced to drill the deepest hole into the Earth with the goal of discovering what was at its core. Both projects were massive undertakings, and the world was fixated on what mysteries they'd find beneath the surface. Russia's efforts resulted in something called the Kola Super Deep Borehole, and when you see it, you might have to pick your jaw up off the floor. Have you ever wondered what lies beneath the Earth's surface? In school, you're told there's a mantle and a core, but what if there was something else down there? Well, in the 1960s and 1970s, America and Russia each set off to find out. Both countries drilled boreholes deep into the ground until they couldn't go any further. They used enormous metal contraptions that were designed to break through even the toughest material. The world...
Okay, 60s and 70s. That's when all this started. Okay, Operation Deep Freeze, late 50s. Everybody pulls out. 1958, NASA and DARPA's formed. Going to the 60s, we're sending probes to Venus, Mercury, and Mars before we even gone to the moon. And the United States and Russia are drilling deep inside the Earth for some reason.
The world watched in awe as the Americans kicked off the race. The enormous drills were fired up, and everyone hoped the project would go according to plan. What kind of mysteries would the drillers find, if any? The United States called the endeavor Project Mohole, and they began their drilling off the Pacific coast of Mexico in 1961. This would be a massive effort with global interests, and there was a lot riding on the team's work.
1961. Are you guys starting to see the timeline here? 1961.
In order to ensure Project Mohole success, the team submerged 6 massive buoys 200 feet under the water in a circular pattern. The Navy barge tasked with the actual drilling used sonar to maneuver itself over the center of the circle and align the enormous rig. The team was given very thorough instructions on how to handle the heavy rig. It was a dangerous operation, and extreme caution needed to be taken the entire time. Unfortunately, soon after the project began, it was abandoned due to lack of funding.
Lack of funding because they decided to put all their funding into going to Antarctica looking for moon rocks and faking the whole world with the moon landings.
Almost a decade later, the Russians had organized their own drilling team and began their quest to reach the center of the Earth. On May 24th, 1970, they set their sights on the Kola Peninsula. The Russians called their endeavor the Kola Super Deep Borehole. From 1970 to 1994, the skilled group of Russian drillers managed to burrow a third of the way through the Baltic continental crust. The hole they drilled still stands as the deepest man-made hole in the world. Here's an illustration showing just how deep the Russian borehole was. And this wasn't even the deepest it eventually went. At that point, it was deeper than Mount Everest was tall. That's an amazing geological feat. The Kola Super Deep Borehole was an incredible undertaking that was appreciated by most all of the people of Russia. In 1987, the country printed a number of stamps commemorating the drilling team's effort. This is a picture from a massive rig, the one the Russian team used to bore deep into the Earth's crust. It was so heavy and so dangerous that all it took was one wrong move from a driller for the team to have been crushed under the weight of the steel. Controlling the massive rig required several men at a time, and even then it was still often a struggle. The rig would sometimes jerk to one side, and the team had to be ready to reposition its massive arm at a moment's notice. This was the superstructure where the Kola deep borehole was located during the active digging period. The massive tower that loomed over the water was actually home to the enormous drilling rig. The end goal of the drilling project was to reach a depth of 49,000 feet into the Earth's crust. There were several holes dug that branched off the main hole, and the deepest branch, called SG3, reached a depth of an impressive 40,230 feet in 1989. In 1992, although the Russian team was still about 9,000 feet away from their goal, the drilling came to an abrupt end due to dangerous conditions. The temperature at such a depth was much higher than the team planned for, almost 600 degrees Fahrenheit, and it made drilling impossible. Although the drilling came to a complete stop, the entire project wasn't officially shut down until 2005. Unfortunately, in 2008, all of the facilities and the superstructure were scrapped and dismantled. Even though the buildings were abandoned, visitors can still walk around the ruins and imagine what life was like during the epic race to the center of the planet. It's a fascinating place to visit, but it's also unfortunate this grand structure was simply left to rot. If you do happen to visit the ruins of the building on the Kola Peninsula, you might not even notice the actual borehole itself. All that remains is a small 9-inch steel cap that covers the surface opening of the hole, which has since been dubbed the Hole to Hell. Even though the Russian team never reached their goal of 49,000 feet, the drilling did give the scientific world some major discoveries. Scientists now know a bit more about the planet's structure, and microscopic plankton fossils were even discovered at the bottom of the hole. The race to the center of the Earth was an exciting and intriguing time for the world. In the end, the goal was never reached, but at least the scientific community benefited from the efforts. Though defunct, this phenomenal structure still stands as a reminder of one project that had the world on the edge of its seat. What a feat!
Okay, so they didn't get to 49,000. They only got to something like, I think he said 40,200 or something like that, which is less than 8 miles. That's less than 8 miles. Even if they got to 49,000, that's, what is that? 49, let's look that up. 49,000, that's 9.2. We didn't even get that far. I think he said we only got to 40,200 or something like that.
Even the deepest drilled hole is still some 3,955 miles short of the center of the Earth. Barely a pinprick on the surface of our planet.
So 7 to 9 miles, really. And then we claimed we have all these pictures in the textbook about the center of the Earth and what the core of the Earth and everything else looks like. And they're going to say, all right, it's all fiction about the inner Earth and hollow Earth, all that stuff, when they have never even gone deeper than 8 miles. It's unbelievable. We have been lied to with artwork, pictures, paintings, drawings, CGI. Everything about our Earth and everything about space. Artwork. Speaking of space, there's something else that caught my attention, and I wrote about it in the Testing the Globe group. I said, the year is 2018, and someone has finally, only now, mind you, possibly figured out a solution for the radiation problem in space, though it still needs to be tested. Okay, ballers and NASA fanboys and girls, please explain this. If the Apollo crews allegedly had no problem with the Van Allen radiation belts, as you claim, why is this such an issue to overcome 50 years later? Although this is a funny quote from the article. It says, the STEMRAD vest for space use was developed based on the principle of selective protection vital organs that are particularly sensitive to radiation exposure, the ESA said in a statement. And that's the Israeli Space Agency. Apparently, the brain is not a vital organ worthy of protecting. Not sure how this will protect sensitive electronics and equipment, though, either. That's why the Orion project hasn't really done anything, because they haven't figured out how to protect all the onboard computers from all that radiation out there that Apollo apparently had no problem with.
Once we travel beyond low Earth orbit, the crew will be exposed to larger amounts of radiation. So we have to design both the crew protection systems and our electronic systems to withstand this radiation.
If there is something that definitely, at least in my opinion, exposes the Apollo program as a fraud, it's the Orion project. The Orion project, after they retired the space shuttle, the next project that's on the board right now is called Project Orion. And they're pretty much telling you that Apollo never happened, especially when they put out videos like this talking about the Van Allen radiation belts.
We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation.
What?
As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation.
One more time.
An area of dangerous radiation.
Oh. What's wrong with that radiation?
Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice. Once up and once back.
That doesn't sound good.
Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice. Once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
What? We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space? I thought this problem was solved over 40 years ago when he sent a bunch of people in jumpsuits and tin cans through it there and back a half dozen times. Oh, but I forgot. The Apollo guys, they were clueless regarding the radiation belt. It didn't affect them.
I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt, and if we did, it wasn't a problem. If we were going to encounter it, then we would have had to build the spacecraft and the spacesuit to not give humans a problem. You don't just build something and hope it works. You study to see what the threats are, the environment is, and then you say, how thick do I have to make the metal on the spacecraft so that going through this kind of radiation or these kind of meteoroids, it won't get hurt. And then we build it that way.
I help manage the Orion Crew and Service Module office. We're responsible for developing the crew capsule, which is where the crew lives and works when they're in space, and the service module, which is what provides the power and the fuel and the consumables then that is plumbed over to the crew module. We don't have the ultimate answer for radiation on Orion. We're still working on that. If we were to build Orion out of the materials we need and the sole job was to protect for the radiation environment, the vehicle would really be too heavy. So we have to balance the weight of the materials that we put on the spacecraft with how much protection it's providing the crew. So we're really looking at it from an operational perspective. If we understand a radiation event has happened, the crew will actually take shelter in the aft bay of the vehicle. We have found over the years that water is a really great radiation absorbing material. So we could do things like water that's already there in the water bags for drinking and things like that. That water could be used to shield them. As well as we've had some concepts like a water-filled vest that they could put on should they know there's an event and need to be protected.
We don't have a clue when it comes to like how to protect them from like radiation, so we're gonna just like put them up there in like water suits. Yeah, we like water suits, and like we put water all around them, so the radiation could go like into the water, and then they could drink it, and it could be like a Fantastic Four. Everybody they'll come back and be mutants when they get back. But we just got some ideas, yeah. But don't worry about it. Yeah, I know there are refugees everywhere, and like people are starving and stuff, and like we have homeless all over the place. But if we spend like a few $1 trillion, I think we should be able to figure out how to make water suits for the astronauts in space, and then maybe it'll work out like it did for the guys in Apollo.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
We went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
We didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation.
Yeah, if you pretend that it's not really there, then you can just go right through it.
To protect the astronauts from the Van Allen radiation belts, the lunar module would have required 6 feet of lead shielding. But here's what they really had for protection.
Obviously, the only shielding they had was the literally paper-thin outer hull of aluminum, and their suits consisting of glass fiber, some aluminum fibers, and silicon rubber.
It's very interesting concerning radiation
that the astronauts were protected by a thin film of aluminum, when here on Earth they put a lead shield on us when they take a dental x-ray.
In conclusion, when NASA themselves admit to never having left low Earth orbit, and the fact that we don't even have the materials that could withstand the extreme temperatures and cosmic rays in space, how on earth can anyone believe that we ever went to the moon?
But yeah, go on believing in the Apollo program and the associated pictures of Earth that allegedly came from it. By the way, anyone care to take any bets as to whether or not these Uber vests will be used to clean up Fukushima and other severely polluted radiation sites on Earth first? Seems to me our priorities are severely screwed up if we don't. It also further proves an agenda, and you can check that article out here. Post a link in the show notes there talking about this super vest that the Israelis apparently created in connection with NASA. But yeah, and while all of that was going on, I see some knucklehead out there has put together a $100,000 flat Earth challenge for Rob Skiba. Okay. This is just, first of all, I don't believe that these people have that kind of money. Second of all, it would cost more than that to go down there and do everything that needs to be done. Third of all, I have no interest in going to one of the most hostile places on the earth. I've worked in very cold weather conditions before. I happen to like my fingers and toes and other parts of my body. I don't want to freeze them off. And it's extremely dangerous, and I have no interest in going down there. I've already been convinced. I don't need to go do something as stupid as that for some idiot that's trying to offer me $20,000 a year for 5 years that he doesn't even have. But yeah, this idiot was upset that I wasn't acknowledging him, so he put out another video. Rob Skiba deletes challenge within an hour of posting.
So yesterday I posted a video called the $100,000 Flat Earth Challenge for Rob Skiba, and got some really interesting messages and comments, and I'm probably going to do a video and delve into some of that later on. But I really wanted to come on real quick and let everyone know that I posted a link to this video on Rob Skiba's YouTube channel on his most recent video. And I actually had to use a sock account because I think it was probably 2 years ago. He blocked me from his YouTube channel because I challenged a doctrinal issue that he was talking about, and he couldn't really argue. He basically had to leave the doctrinal conversation and start calling me nuts and crazy, and he just went off the rail because he could not argue past that point any further. So he chose to call me nuts and crazy and block me. So I had to use a sock account. And so I posted the link to this video, which I'm sure somebody had probably seen it to him already. But I wanted to make sure he saw it. And within 1 hour, he had already deleted it from his YouTube channel.
Okay. First of all, if I block you, it's because you're an idiot and I don't have time to deal with you anymore. I have no problem with people who disagree with me and can have and have no problem engaging in lengthy debates. I've had marathon debates before on YouTube and certainly on Facebook and elsewhere with people who disagree with me. But when you have proven that you are bat crap crazy stupid idiot, there's no point in continuing the discussion anymore. And this person clearly is a bat crap crazy stupid idiot. And you know what? I'm just calling it the way it is. But let me address something first real quick. First of all, don't flatter yourself. I'm not afraid of you, and I didn't delete anything. I didn't even see anything. And when I was looking at this video here to see what the heck is this guy talking about, he's got his post there, and I saw that it was on the video I posted about QAnon, and this is his comment that he says that I deleted. So I went to my channel, and I'm like, what is he talking about? I went here, this video right here.
Hey, what's up? It's Billy Jean.
And by the way, I don't read, after like the day that I post the video, it's rare that I read comments much beyond a day or two after I post them. I just don't have time. The other thing that I don't do is look at this right here. You have comments waiting your review. This is, there's already a bunch of comments that I got to deal with that I don't have time for. So I never even look at this, but I decided to look at this to see what the heck is this guy talking about. And I actually posted on his wall here that he was an idiot and that I didn't delete anything from him. And I don't even see my post here either. It could be here. I just don't see it. But I have a feeling the same thing happened to my comment that happened to his comment. So just a little word of advice to all you people up in arms freaking out thinking, Rob Skiba is deleting my comments.
He's blocking me. He's not listening to me. I posted a video that debunks his video.
Whenever you post a comment that has a link in it, many times, I don't know if it happens all the time, but many times YouTube puts it in the review category. And that's what you see right here. So I decided to see if that was the case. And sure enough, here's Captain Baltard's comment right here. So I finally did look at it. Yeah, I got to show you something else. Just for those people who, are upset with me calling this guy an idiot. Let's see. As Forrest Gump said, stupid is as stupid does. This is just one of many reasons why I would block somebody like this. Listen to this genius.
Got to go out there and look back. And you'd have to be 200 to 300 miles out to be able to look back and take a decent picture and get the whole thing or close to the whole thing in one shot. That's really difficult. That's hard to do. But to prove that the Earth is flat, all you have to do is go to Japan on the flat Earth model. Go to that Japan. Of course, the problem is I don't know how you're going to get to that Japan because Japan isn't there. That's not where Japan is. To get to Japan, you'd have to go to LA, jump on a flight, and fly west, not east, but west. So that's, you got a problem right there. How do you get to the Japan on the flat Earth model? So, but let's lay that aside. Let's say you could get to the Japan on the flat Earth model. Let's say you could do that. All you have to do is find a high place or a low place because the Earth is flat. Remember, it's flat. The whole thing's flat. So all you have to do is just go to the flat Earth Japan and just look out over the flat. Because water finds its level, right? Water doesn't curve, right? So it's flat, right? Okay, so all you have to do is go to the flat Earth model Japan and just look out over the ocean, and you should see it. You should see a rim of ice circling around that part of the Earth if it's flat. And it would also be easy to charter a boat or a ship and just go out there. Easy, so much easier to prove the Earth is flat than it is to prove the Earth is a globe. If your criteria is, well, we want one shot.
Need I say more? Wow. Alrighty then. Enough of this idiot. But to answer the challenge, why I wouldn't go down there, I'm going to conclude this video with a mirror of Taboo Conspiracies video, Antarctica, Sorry We're Closed, Our Hidden Flat Earth. Fantastic video. I suggest that you subscribe just as I did to his channel. He's got some great stuff out there. But for all you guys that are, oh, yeah, okay, just show us a picture.
Just go to Antarctica, take a picture, go touch the dome, and show the rest of us, all right?
This is why that can't be done. Please try to pay attention. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. This video is in response to the many globe propagandists who demand that I show a picture of the edge of the flat Earth. For the dozens of these ball-loving zealots with multiple sock puppet accounts who repeat this mantra daily, your demand is ridiculous. But you probably already knew that, right? And that's why you probably keep demanding it. It's actually pretty funny that I just got one of these take a picture comments an hour ago. I'm going to prove in this video that independent travel is not allowed under the Antarctic Treaty System. That fact alone should cause any thinking person to begin questioning our official models. Because something big is being hidden from we, the plebeians, and we're not talking about penguins. For most flat earthers, based on the information that we can reasonably gather, Antarctica constitutes the outer rim of the known world. In other words, Antarctica is likely the shoreline to all of the world's oceans. Like a ring magnet, north constitutes the center of our flat Earth map, and south is every direction away from the northern center. And before I get a dozen comments claiming that such a magnet is impossible, here's a ring magnet shown here. Notice that south is in every direction away from the center north magnetic pole. This is where the 60th south parallel is on a Mercator map. This is the 60th south parallel on a potential flat Earth azimuthal equidistant map. It seems that Antarctica constitutes the circular shore of the known world. So, demanding that I take a picture of a possible edge of the Earth, if any, requires me to not only travel below the 60th south parallel, represented by this circle, but also to cross the entire breadth of Antarctica. According to official numbers, Antarctica has a diameter of roughly 3,400 miles. And so that means our trek will include a long boat ride for hundreds of miles below the 60th south parallel, plus a minimum 6,800 mile round-trip hike across Antarctica. That's assuming the official model is correct. Maybe we could fly to one of the ceremonial pole areas, but that would still leave at least a 3,400 mile hike. In addition, we wouldn't know for sure whether the plane trip itself was interfering with our results, since the pilot would have to follow a designated path outlined by the Antarctic Treaty System, and who truly knows what direction that is until we get there. In order to be fully confident, we would really need to stick to the ground and have control over our own pathway, where we can control our direct southerly route opposite of the northern magnetic pole. Now, whether Antarctica is a smaller continent next to the outer rim, or whether Antarctica is indeed the shoreline of the known world, I don't know the answer. Flat earthers don't have a government budget to spend $1 billion to hire hundreds of cartographers and fleets of boats and planes to map the entire world. But even if flat earthers had the money, we would still run into the Antarctic problem, which is the point of this video. So, what is the Antarctic problem? It is the fact that independent travel is not allowed below the 60th south parallel in any reasonable manner to make any determination as to whether Antarctica is the shoreline boundary circumscribing the known world, or whether Antarctica is simply a continent a little north of the true but unnamed southerly shoreline of the Earth's oceans. For all we know, Antarctica may be an infinite plain that is uninhabitable at further distances. Again, we don't know. But, as I will describe in this video, I suspect that Antarctica is the shoreline circumscribing the known world due to the unbelievable restrictions placed on travel there. Excluding a couple of questionable claims, the total lack of north-south circumnavigation only proves the same. But if I'm not allowed by our governments to independently travel below the 60th south parallel and then to traverse Antarctica over 6,800 miles, then I cannot take a picture of a theoretical edge, dome, or those other lands beyond the South Pole, whatever the case may be. But you probably don't quite grasp how much area is really being blocked off under the Antarctic Treaty System. Let's look at it from the alleged 60th north parallel, because this will give you an idea of the tremendous area blocked off to independent exploration. This is the area of the 60th north parallels. As you can see, the 60th north parallel includes all of northern Canada, Alaska, much of Russia, including St. Petersburg and other major cities, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Iceland, Greenland. It is huge. Now, why in the world is this much area blocked off at the south? Do you really think it's because of penguins?
You see, first there was just one, now there's thousands of them. Are they trying to tell us something?
So what's the problem? Well, among other things, we are messing with their food chain.
And we have got to do something about it.
We suggest a ban on all marine harvesting.
Do you think the child propaganda from Happy Feet is true? The Antarctic Treaty was executed in 1959 and has been in place ever since. Think about it. No country had any real alleged concerns about the environment at that time. One of the more interesting facts is that the Soviet Union also ratified the treaty, and did so from the beginning on December 1st, 1959. Do you really think the Soviets were truly concerned about the penguins and the fragile Antarctic environment? In other words, America, the USSR, and the rest of the major countries of the world remained partners in generally closing Antarctica throughout most of the so-called fake space race, the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, the fake moon landings, most of the Cold War, the Vietnam War, the Six-Day War, the Soviet-Afghan War, and the collapse of the Soviet Union, which at that time Russia continued as a signatory in 1992. That's some peculiar cooperation transcending international conflicts, don't you think? Do you really think that the vast resources and strategic military benefits of Antarctica were multilaterally put aside because of penguins? Even North Korea has been a signatory since 1987. For some strange reason, the Antarctic Treaty has remained sacrosanct for nearly 60 years, regardless of worldwide conflicts. For the reasonable, objective person, alarm bells should be going off right now. As I was preparing this video, I found something else that's interesting. Out of all the flags of all the countries across the Earth, can you guess which one only shows a map of the country as the emblem of the country? You guessed it. Only one. Antarctica. Yeah, the one country they want you to know the shape of. That doesn't reek of programming, does it? Let me make this clear from the beginning. Travel to Antarctica is more difficult than travel to a military base. Sure, the military base may have a visitor shop near the entrance, but if you go beyond that visitor shop or another designated travel area without clearance, you're going to get arrested, or something worse. I'm sure I already have a few globe shields ready to pounce, armed with various inanities to counter my statement, but let's ignore the global spin. This video is about evidence and facts and the reasonable assumptions based thereon. So let's decide to take a theoretical trip across Antarctica to find the edge, if any. I'm not talking about going to the visitor center along the edge of Antarctica, or an overly expensive cruise to a small ice shelf along the edge with a small excursion, or a flight to one of the multiple ceremonial poles, and then straight back again. Yeah, that's not strange at all. I must reiterate, because I will get a dozen comments telling me to take a cruise or that someone's best friend went to Antarctica. I am not talking about a trip to one of the few designated tourist locations of Antarctica. I'm talking about a real trek, pointed directly south across the entire 3,400-mile breadth of Antarctica and back again to determine whether Antarctica circumscribes the known world and to possibly determine whether there's an edge, a dome, or whatever, and then take a picture of it. I'm talking about repeating the trek of Admiral Byrd and discovering that area as big as the United States that has never been seen by a human being on the other side of the South Pole, full of minerals and such just waiting to be explored.
But strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
Okay, let's get started with our theoretical trip. So what is required to trek across the entire breadth of Antarctica? Now, I'm in the United States, and so we're going to examine it from the position of a slave of the U.S. But the rules are going to be the same for all 53 signatory countries of the Antarctic Treaty, and everyone else, since these countries all enforce the same provisions. To begin with, we need to understand that anything below the 60th south parallel is referred to as the Antarctic Treaty Area. What does that mean? That means I'm generally not allowed within hundreds of miles of Antarctica, from approximately 400 to 900 miles, without obtaining a permit to do so. Now, the U.S. government has recorded that some sailors have seen the mountain ranges of Antarctica at 300 miles distance while sailing. Of course, 300 miles should be impossible on the globe with a curvature drop of 11.4 miles, but the 60th parallel is between 400 and 900 miles away from the shoreline of Antarctica. Even under a flat Earth, that's a lot of lower atmosphere to see through, also referred to as atmospheric extinction factor, and a lot of angular size reduction. Despite the claims of the ignorant globe zealots, you can't see through that much lower atmosphere. In other words, I can't even see Antarctica from the ocean without first obtaining a permit from the U.S. State Department, or whatever department that controls that in your country. Taking a trip to the 60th South Parallel isn't going to accomplish anything, and so we're stuck with getting a government permit. So let's go through the steps to obtaining a permit from the U.S. State Department. This is the handbook of the Antarctic Treaty System. These are the rules that govern all signatories to the treaty. We'll be citing to it regularly as it lays down the rules that govern the Antarctic Treaty beyond the fluff of the treaty language itself. Most importantly, we're going to look at the rules governing non-governmental activities located here, and some of the rules regarding the protection of the environment located here. Now, as a U.S. slave, this is the first form you'll have to submit to get approved to travel to Antarctica. The form itself seems rather innocuous until you understand exactly what is involved in the application process. In summary, Antarctica is treated as a giant natural reserve. Like a military base, all activities and pathways in Antarctica must be approved. This is unlike any other area in the world, except maybe a place like North Korea. So, when I say that no independent travel is allowed below the 60th south parallel, I'm stating an admitted fact well recorded as international law. The protocol states, as a matter of principle, that all activities are to be planned and conducted on the basis of information sufficient to evaluate their possible impact on the Antarctic environment and its associated ecosystems, and on the value of Antarctica for the conduct of scientific research. Organizers should be aware that the environmental protocol requires that activities shall be modified, suspended, or canceled if they result or threaten to result in impacts upon the Antarctic environment or dependent or associated ecosystems. If you visit Russia with a Russian visa, for example, are you limited to one particular neighborhood and certain pathways? For those who visit America as a tourist, are you restricted to New York City? Or are you generally allowed to travel around America? No one is just allowed to travel around Antarctica. All of your activities, vehicles, and pathways must be approved, but it gets much worse. Now, how many genuine people watching this video think that the purpose of seeing the edge, the dome, or the extended plain beyond Antarctica would be approved by the U.S. State Department and the other myriad of agencies? Are you ready to litigate the matter when some State Department official arbitrarily says something like, "I think your expedition is frivolous and would be too damaging to the environment, especially in the light of the frivolity of the expedition"? I don't think a court will overturn that decision, especially when treaty law supersedes any rights you may think you have. So, we're going to have to come up with some fake expedition that will somehow get approved. Let's say we're a tree-hugging Luciferian geologist conducting a comprehensive analysis of the global carbon footprint on Antarctica and its flora and fauna. I think that sounds plausible, and so we could hypothetically fake our way in with respect to our purpose, but it will be tricky. Okay, I'm not advocating that anyone break the law. This is all theoretical. That brings us to the next point. Entire swaths of land are entirely off limits to all travel. These are called specially protected areas. It's pretty much guaranteed that no one is going to get a permit to go through a specially protected area. If my math is right, that's 1,373 square miles that are allegedly specially protected areas. You can see the maps on the websites, but I don't have time to plot all of them. Now, I agree that's not huge in comparison to the total alleged area of Antarctica. But I believe there's a distinct possibility that those swaths of land could be coordinated in such a way as to prevent me from going through Antarctica easily. So, right from the beginning, my route may be extra hard, especially if mountain pathways are blocked and the areas are much larger than claimed due to likely globe distance shenanigans. But let's go ahead and assume we can navigate around those prohibited, specially protected areas. Next, no motorized equipment is allowed at all for non-governmental personnel. Page 308 states, "Do not use aircraft, vessels, small boats, or other means of transport in ways that disturb wildlife either at sea or on land." That seems kind of hard and very subjective, doesn't it? Antarctica itself is supposed to have a diameter of 3,400 miles. That means no motorized equipment for at least a 6,800 mile round trip? That sounds pretty damn impossible, right? Especially if Antarctica is much bigger than what is claimed. What about sled dogs? Surely they'll be allowed. What's that? Sled dogs aren't even allowed? Okay, so our trip is now limited to a very long hike in insanely harsh conditions over an extreme rise of elevation. On a side note, Antarctica has the highest average elevation of any alleged continent, but I'm sure that's just coincidence, right? But getting back to our insane trip, we not only have to walk at least 6,800 miles, mostly depending on when we need to turn around, we must also tread extremely lightly as walking on plants in Antarctica is prohibited. I can't damage plants or frighten wildlife on a 6,800 mile journey in a wilderness? I wonder if the Lewis and Clark expedition was limited by such requirements. Good luck traversing 6,800 miles on foot without damaging plants or frightening wildlife with no motorized equipment. I'm not saying that we couldn't figure out a way to get around these big issues, or maybe we could just, theoretically ignore the issues once we get there. But again, I'm not advocating that anyone break the law. I'm saying that these are listed enforcement rules under the Antarctic Treaty System. And so think of how easy it would be for one of the many international bureaucrats reviewing our application to deny a permit to trek across Antarctica based on this one plausible excuse. Sorry, you're going to end up walking on plants and scaring birds at least one time during your 6,800-mile journey, and the Antarctic Treaty System prohibits such activities. Application denied. For argument's sake, let's just assume we're going to figure out a way to get around that. Don't ask me how. The next issue is, how are we going to carry all that food and fuel for heat? And don't think that the Antarctic Treaty System isn't concerned with how we store our fuel. The United States itself is roughly 2,500 miles across. So imagine the difficulty of hauling food, climbing at extremely high and unknown elevations, and carrying all of your extremely warm gear and supplies across the United States from coast to coast and back again, all on foot with no food stops along the way. And don't forget, we're going to have to haul our poop as well. You are going to have to drag your poop with you on your 6,800-mile Antarctic hike. But it gets worse. Your poop is regulated by a different pseudo-government agency, the National Science Foundation. Here's where you can learn about what permit is required if you wanted to dispose of your poop on your 6,800-mile journey if you don't want to carry it. Could you imagine for your next trip to France and the custom agent saying, "Welcome to France. By the way, no vehicles are allowed, no animals are allowed, do not walk on any plants, and here's a bag for your poop. Be sure to bring it back full." If you don't want to carry your poop, you're going to have to get a permit from the National Science Foundation. Enjoy your stay. But here's another and potentially bigger problem. What if there is no edge when you get there, but the conditions only get worse? How many years of supplies can one carry by a handheld sled and some skis? What if Antarctica goes beyond 3,400 miles? What then? When do you turn your back, and how do you prove it? Because the Globe Chills are just going to call you a liar anyways. Any sane person right now would have to admit that our little trip is impossible, but we have a lot of paid-for apologists for our slave masters who will still somehow claim that I'm lying when I say that independent travel in Antarctica is prohibited. But we're not done. Going back to our form DS-4131, in addition to disclosure to other parties to the treaty, the information provided may be shared with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency to ensure compliance with 40 CFR Part 8 Environmental Impact Assessment of Non-Governmental Activities in Antarctica, as well as with other relevant U.S. agencies. This brings us to one of the most important issues facing us. What is an environmental impact assessment? No country, even North Korea, would ever require an environmental assessment before traveling across their country. It's insane. Here's the definition of an environmental impacts assessment in the U.S. Code of Federal Regulations. Environmental impact assessment means the environmental review process required by the provisions of this part and by Annex 1 of the Protocol, and includes preparation by the operator and U.S. government review of an environmental document and public access to and circulation of environmental documents to other parties and the Committee on Environmental Protection as required by Annex 1 of the Protocol. Well, let's see what the Committee for Environmental Protection says. Article 8 of the Protocol requires the parties to conduct environmental impact assessments for their Antarctic activities and provides 3 levels of assessment according to the potential impacts of each activity. The procedures for environmental impact assessment are detailed in Annex 1 of the Protocol. If a proposed activity is determined in a preliminary stage of assessment to have less than a minor or transitory impact, it may proceed. If an activity is determined as likely to have a minor or transitory impact, then an initial environmental evaluation must be prepared. If an initial environmental evaluation indicates the potential for more than a minor or transitory impact, or if such impact is otherwise determined to be likely, a comprehensive environmental evaluation must be prepared. Draft CEEs are made publicly available and considered by the CEP, which then advises the ATCM, and that's a Antarctic Treaty Consultative Meeting, Comments provided by other parties in the ATCM must be addressed in a final CEE, which is used as a basis for making a decision about whether and how the activity is conducted. Same law as here. It is the comprehensive environmental evaluation that's going to kill our expedition. Here's the regulation, and this applies to all signatories, including North Korea. Any operator who plans a non-governmental expedition that would require a CEE must submit a draft of the CEE by December 1st of the preceding year. Within 15 days of receipt of the draft CEE, EPA will send it to the Department of State, which will circulate it to all parties to the protocol and forward it to the Committee for Environmental Protection established by the protocol and publish notice of receipt of the CEE and request for comments on the CEE in the Federal Register and will provide copies to any person upon request. The EPA will accept public comments on the CEE for a period of 90 days following notice in the Federal Register. The EPA, in consultation with other interested federal agencies, will evaluate the CEE to determine if the CEE meets the requirements under Article 8, Annex 1 to the protocol and the provisions of this part, and will transmit its comments to the operator within 120 days following publication in the Federal Register of the notice of availability of the CEE. So now, I'm sure most of you probably just went brain dead when I read that, so let me explain it. First, our CEE, that's our Comprehensive Environmental Evaluation, must pass the EPA's initial review. Not an easy task. Next, the Department of State, along with its Office of Ocean and Polar Affairs Bureau of Oceans, Environment and Science, must review it. Next, it will be sent to all parties. That's 100 countries, by the way. Next, your assessment must be approved by an international bureaucracy called the Committee for Environmental Protection. After their highly unlikely approval, the EPA will then publish it in the United States Federal Register. Now, why would they do that? Because any supposed private tree-hugging group can now sue to stop you from going there. Once that is done, assuming you haven't been sued, then the EPA, along with all of the other interested federal agency, whatever the hell that means, evaluates it again. Do you realize the amount of legal work this would entail? Do you realize how easy it would be for any one of hundreds of entities or thousands of bureaucrats to halt your expedition? Again, this applies to all countries. One person in the comments of my last Antarctic video claimed that it wasn't necessary in the United Kingdom. Well, he lied. The Environmental or Madrid Protocol is part of the Antarctic Treaty System and applies to all countries. Here is the requirement on the UK application if you're interested. As explained above, for every person in the United States who wants to get a permit to travel across Antarctica has to first submit the environmental impact assessment to the EPA. You know, the freedom-loving EPA.
Beware! Beware! Time is short! EPA! 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 Believe me! Believe me! Thanks for listening.
Lost them, sir.
Well, then you find them, and you get them back in the dome. And to make sure nobody else gets out, I want roving death squads around the perimeter 24/7.
Do you know what the environmental impact statement costs? This is very similar. A typical environmental impact statement costs from $250,000 to $2 million. And those are a lot easier than this comprehensive environmental analysis required under the Antarctic Treaty. For us, the biggest problem is that you would have to incur the expense of the environmental impact assessment before you know if you're denied, due to whatever arbitrary claim a bureaucrat can think of. Do you see how difficult this environmental assessment will be? How would one know the environmental impact on an area which you've never been to, and very little information would be available? With a normal environmental assessment, you'd be able to send an engineering firm to the location to make the assessment with attorneys who would draft the statement. In this case, you can't send an engineering firm all the way to Antarctica, and so you have to hire Antarctic experts who have been to the same places you're planning on walking through. Now, how many of those do you think there are? I say that we can safely assume that the price of getting an environmental impacts assessment approved by the EPA and the international agency would cost millions, assuming no supposed private group sues you once you've once it's published in the Federal Register. Do you have more than $2 million to spend for an environmental impact assessment? And then, what if the EPA or the Committee for Environmental Protection or one of the other agencies says no? Maybe that not enough information was provided. Are you ready to spend another $2 million to fight that in court? But you still have to have your purpose approved. Do you see the problem there? You would likely spend millions on getting the environmental impact statement, only later to have some official at the International Committee for Environmental Protection reject your purpose in Antarctica. You would truly gamble millions in this silly endeavor. To learn more about the environmental assessment procedures with the Committee for Environmental Protection, you can research it here. See also, let's get to the final issue we're going to run into. 7 countries claim territorial rights to various parts of Antarctica. Argentina, Australia, Chile, France, New Zealand, Norway, and the United Kingdom all maintain territorial claims in Antarctica. I did find it interesting that the USSR never claimed territorial rights to Antarctica. Yeah. I'm willing to bet that my trip across Antarctica is going to need other permits from other countries based only on territorial claims. Getting more permits or visas from other countries who have alleged territory in Antarctica? Yeah, that shouldn't add too much to our already strained budget. Now, just for the propagandist who's going to claim that's not true, I quote, "The Antarctic Treaty puts aside the potential for conflict over sovereignty for providing that nothing that occurs while the treaty is in force will enhance or diminish territorial claims." Meaning, the territorial claims trump. So, the next dumb shill who demands that you take a picture of the edge or that anyone can go to Antarctica and see for themselves that it's a continent, be sure to point out what a damn idiot they are, and then share this video because everything in here is fact that anyone can look up, and I'll try to have all the links in the description. Of course, the lying minions from the Ministry of Truth will spin and call you names, but at least the rest of the world will see the liars for who they truly are. This is Taboo Conspiracy, signing off.
Mic check. Mic check.
Yeah, he
Got pretty quiet in here after that butt stop.
A Mayan elder wearing traditional Mayan garb walks into a bar. He sits down and strikes up a conversation with the bartender, and the bartender says, "Hey, you don't look like you're from around here. Where are you from?" The Mayan elder says, "Earth," and the bartender says, "So what do your people believe in?" And the Mayan elder replies, "Well, our people believe that the earth rests on a giant crocodile sitting in a lake of water lilies." And the bartender says, "Wow, that's fascinating. Tell me more." An Anishinaabe elder, wearing a traditional feathered headdress, walks into a bar. The bartender says, "Hey partner, where are you from?" And the Anishinaabe elder says, "Around these parts." The bartender says, "The last guy I had in here believed the earth was on a crocodile. What do your people believe in?" And the Anishinaabe elder replies, "Well, our people believe that the earth sits on the back of a giant turtle resting in a great ocean." Bartender says, "Wow, that's incredible. Tell me more." A gentleman sitting at the bar then walks up to the bartender and says, "Hey, I heard you talking with those native wisdom keepers about the earth. Do you know what I believe?" The bartender says, "No, what?" The bar patron says, "I believe that the earth is flat." The bartender says, "The earth is a ball, you idiot. Get the fuck out of my bar."
Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11.
Welcome, everyone. For those of you who are not familiar with the work I do, feel free to check out my YouTube channel, Marty Leeds 33, or my main site, martyleeds33.com. On my YouTube page, I have a folder entitled Begin Here if you want to further your exploration into the worlds of gematria, symbolism, numerology, mysticism, theology, and more. No real worries if you are not aware of what it is I do, as I won't be doing too much numeric work in this video. But if you are wondering what all that weird math is that occasionally pops up, well, there's your answer. The following video is for educational purposes only. For those of you that might not be aware, and for a select few of you this may actually come as quite a shock, but there is a heated debate going on currently with an exponentially growing group of people who believe, and many who are absolutely convinced, that the earth is flat. There are literally hundreds of thousands of people who are exploring the notion that this Mother Earth that we live on does not revolve around the sun and is in fact a motionless flat plane, and the stars, sun, and moon, literally the entirety of the cosmos, revolve around the Earth, a model called geocentrism. A majority of these folk are very dedicated to their cause and are making their case with passion and gusto. There are hordes of independent researchers online who are posting videos with much evidence to support their claims, and average everyday people have taken up doing scientific experiments for themselves to test the veracity of the claims made by scientists and space agencies across the known world that the Earth is part of a heliocentric or sun-centered system. Blogs have been written, podcasts recorded, comment sections flooded. Hell, there's even been several books written about it. These people are dedicated and very serious about supporting a new flat Earth model to replace our currently accepted heliocentric system. But as you will come to see, this presentation really isn't going to be about questioning the rotundity of the Earth. It's actually a video ultimately about civility and discourse and the human heart. But we'll get into all of that in just a bit. For many, the initial response to hearing the idea that people are actually considering the notion that we live in an Earth-centered or geocentric universe usually takes the form of something like the following. Who in the bloody hell thinks the world is flat? What kind of moron believes such nonsense? Have you ever been up in an airplane and seen the curvature of the Earth? Stupid. Shit is round like the other planets. Ever hear of the Hubble telescope? Dummy. The majority of us, at least those who receive their education from a federally mandated academic curriculum, have been told since kindergarten about the rotundity and sphericity of the Earth. In fact, globes often find their way into classrooms across the world. The Earth being a spinning globe and going around the sun was and is taught as absolute fact. But if you were like me, you probably often question whether or not you really learned anything in school. There are many people who ridicule the idea of even having a discussion or debate on this subject. For many, there is a sheer absurdity of even questioning the rotundity of the Earth in the first place. A vast majority of the public, many of whom more than likely consider themselves educated, feel that such considerations are for the brain-dead and primitive. To even consider the notion that the Earth is flat, for many, is a complete waste of time. And that is exactly why we are going to investigate this subject today. Is there any great flaw or fault in restating our assumptions and clarifying with scientific precision the things that we have come to know to be quote-unquote true and without question? What is so wrong with critically examining fundamental and widely accepted ideas about such things as the shape of the Earth and the nature of the system that we reside in? How often have we ever even considered questioning the celestial mechanics of the world in which we live? Are we supposed to take at face value the promulgations made by governments and self-proclaimed authorities of science, informing us about the heavens above? If you were like me, you take to heart what the great George Carlin said about governments. How much does the average person even know about the movements of the planets, the sun, the moon, and the Earth? Quite some time ago, as I first started exploring the flat Earth model, I posted something on my Facebook account asking my friends a simple question, and it was essentially this: does the moon rotate on its axis? Now, this seems like it should be a pretty easy question to answer, one that an educated populace would be able to answer without so much as a glance at a textbook or looking the answer up online. But funny enough, the answers in the comments section varied so wildly and so completely that it made me realize that most people are going through life clinging, sometimes desperately, to models, ideas, and paradigms that they really know nothing about. And this is a serious problem. So what do we do about this problem? Well, the best way I have always learned to get to the bottom of things is to apply the scientific method, using reason and logic as my guides to make tangible the best answers to the proposed questions at hand. The whole flat Earth movement and phenomenon affords us, meaning the whole of mankind, the perfect opportunity to place each and every one of us at the center of a grand scientific experiment. This social movement allows mankind the opportunity to put himself through a litmus test. A litmus test is defined as a decisively indicative test and is traditionally used to determine the acidity or alkalinity of chemical substances. Or in other words, it decisively indicates the nature of the subject tested. Hey, is it alkaline or is it acidic? Is it A or is it B? Is it black or is it white? And as we may come to find, sometimes these things aren't so cut and dry as we thought. Not only does the debate of the rotundity or flatness of the Earth provide humanity a perfect opportunity to reapply our own scientific knowledge and engage in the learning process once again, things we can only construe as intellectually progressive exercises, it also presents ourselves with a litmus test, challenging our own application and understanding of the scientific method. Our litmus test will be A. Are we using the scientific method, not relying on preconception or bias to arrive at our conclusions? Or B. Have we failed at such a noble objective? And let us make no mistake about it, the pursuit of science is not relegated to the universities and institutions of higher learning. Science, by definition, is the intellectual and practical activity encompassing the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation and experiment. Anyone can make those observations and experiments. Science is a method of investigation, not a set of beliefs. Science is not monopolized by governmental institutions and by men in white lab coats. Science belongs in the hands of each and every human being on this earth, regardless of what anyone says.
First of all, if you're a fucking guy that's making YouTube videos about the Earth being flat, that shit isn't research. It's just not. It's not. You're not a scientist. You're not wearing a lab coat. You don't work for a major university. Just because you're some fucking jack-off alone in your room obsessing about nonsense, that's not research.
Damn, I'd hate to be one of those fucking guys on YouTube making a video on the flat Earth who obviously has nothing important to say. The fact is, science and its basic methods are easy to follow and abide by. The pillars of the scientific method consist of asking questions, doing background research, constructing a hypothesis based on the testing and analyzation of that data, drawing a conclusion and reporting the results. Scientific research must be repeatable, verifiable, demonstrable, as well as able to undergo a healthy amount of scrutiny and criticism. Simple as pie. What often gets in the way of the pure pursuit of science is the human ego. Cordiality and congeniality are lost when the unadulterated quest for truth gets tainted by all sorts of corrupting forces such as money, power, greed, and pride. All things quite prevalent in the current collective human condition. We must always keep emblazoned in our minds the understanding that ridicule, belittlement, derision, disparaging and derogatory remarks, ad hominem attacks, and the like have no place within scientific inquiry, nor in social civility. In the noble pursuit of science, if one attacks another for simply making an inquiry or asking a question, you can be sure that that individual is not, in any way, shape, or form, engaging in the scientific method. Period. We must abandon any inclinations to revert to childishness and always be constructive with our debates and discussions. Whether we recognize it or not, humankind has a moral stake in being kind. The word itself reminds us of this absolute truth.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
What I wish to do here is simply present 10 interesting points of contention that I have personally found compelling throughout my own investigation of the Flat Earth movement. This video is not intended to be an unbiased scientific investigation because ultimately that investigation rests in your hands and in the hands of the community at large. Since we will only be covering 10 unique questions surrounding the nature and construction of our earthly system, this investigation is obviously anything but conclusive. But I do feel that addressing and highlighting these 10 particular aspects will make a strong enough case as to why so many people have begun to seriously question our proposed heliocentric system. It must be noted that there are so many different facets to consider when it comes to understanding the very dynamic system that creates our blessed little home here in the universe. Obviously, when confronted with such a dynamic system as our solar/geocentric system, there is a bevy of varying phenomena that one has to take into consideration. Things like the phases of the moon, the path of the sun, the cause of seasons, the retrograde motion of planets, the mechanics of the pole star, flight paths, the cause of tides, eclipses, etc., etc., etc. Without a doubt, there are countless things that must be taken into consideration before we may draw any sort of final conclusion on the matter. The goal here is not to cover each and every one, for time dictates otherwise. There is now a growing and bountiful outpouring of videos on YouTube with varying degrees of quality and truthfulness that anyone may go and explore if they so choose. If you have questions about the proposed flat earth model not covered here, which you surely should and will, there are numerous sites that cover each and every one. When undergoing your investigation, I would only add this. When combing through the endless videos and material on this subject, you will come across many characters. There are deceivers, liars, people with wild and outlandish imaginations, people who have done little to no homework, people who place blame where blame is not to be placed, people with squirrely revelations and mad prophecy, people who claim to have answers, and people who work full-time at propagating disinformation. There are also a lot of very loving and kind people out there, many trying to make sense of an often senseless world, and so many who simply seek truth. In short, and in other words, be careful. It's a jungle out there. The 10 different topics I personally found compelling and the ones we will be examining in this video are the following. Number 1, the model, heliocentric and geocentric. Though there are many other systems other than these two that have been purported throughout time, such as simulation theory, concave Earth, etc., we are going to be looking at these two particular ones exclusively because of the fact that we have been taught the heliocentric model and the flat Earth movement has caught the most steam recently. We are going to give a brief overview of both models as best as my meager mind understands them. Number 2, horizon, perspective, and viewable distances. We are going to take a look at, well, how human beings look at the world, what we can see, how far we can see, and how the world appears to us. Number 3, sun hotspot in the Earth. We're going to take a quick look at a video from a high-altitude weather balloon and look at how the sun appears to us in this film. Number 4, angles of light and the sun's rays. We're going to take a look at the rays of the sun and the claim that the sun is 93 million miles away. Number 5, NASA and the space agencies of the world. We are going to examine 2 short videos supposedly taken of the Earth from space, provided by the Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency and the National Aeronautics Space Administration. Number 6, the sun and the moon. We are going to take a short scroll through the myriad questions surrounding the relationship between these 2 heavenly bodies and our Mother Earth. Number 7, proof of the Earth's spin. We're going to ask the question, can we determine from our position on Earth that the Earth spins at roughly 1,000 miles an hour? Number 8, the existence of gravity. We're going to watch a university professor explain how the gravitational constant was discovered and take a look into what is known as the Cavendish experiment. Number 9, an analysis of a time-lapse video of the sun. We are going to watch a brief video showing a time-lapse of the sun and analyze what we are seeing. Number 10, the astrolabe. The astrolabe is an ancient astronomical computer, and we are going to take a look at its functionality today. Okay, so here we go. Number 1, the model, heliocentric or geocentric. What I'm going to try to do here is present very succinctly the general outline and model for both the heliocentric and geocentric systems, again, as best as I understand them. We will take a quick look at basic explanations for the phenomenon we see, as well as look at a quick history of both, and I will try to do this as commonsensical and tersely as I possibly can. So the first model we intend to investigate is the heliocentric system, the system that we have all come to know and the one that we learned about in our state-run educational curriculum. In the heliocentric system, the sun, or Helios, resides at the center of the system, with that sun flying through space at nearly 500,000 miles an hour, or 483 miles per hour to be more precise. The Earth, one of the planets in an entire system of planets, revolves around the sun at roughly 67,000 miles per hour, in a large orbit taking 365.24 days to complete. This elliptical orbit around the sun finds the Earth 93 million miles away from the sun in summer, and 3 million miles closer to the sun, or 90 million miles away during winter, a fairly counterintuitive phenomenon called aphelion and perihelion. The band of stars that we see overhead at night is called the Milky Way galaxy, and is the spiral galaxy that our solar system is a very minute part of. The stars we see in the night sky are millions of light years away, a light year being the measure of time it would take light to reach a destination. Our galaxy is just one of literally trillions of galaxies that exist in the ever-expanding universe, giving rise to the notion and statistical probability that Earth, and the life that exists upon it, though unique in its own way, is probably nothing special, as there are many solar systems and many Earth-like planets out in the heavens. The Earth itself is an oblate spheroid, tilted at 23.4 degrees and rotates counterclockwise on its axis to the tune of roughly 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. This rotation is said to cause day and night. The moon rotates around the Earth, with the moon itself rotating on its own axis. And even though the moon spins on its axis, we never see this rotation, and hence we never see the dark side of the moon, and this is due to the fact that the spin of the moon is tidally locked to the Earth's rotation. The heliocentric system is a rather newly adopted system, having first been introduced in the mid-1500s by Nicholas Copernicus in his book On the Revolutions of the Celestial Spheres, released upon his death in 1543. The ancient Greek Aristarchus had proposed a heliocentric theory in roughly 250 BC, possibly working off the theories of the mythical Pythagoras, who supposedly lived a few hundred years prior, but his theories fell out of favor, with many adopting the geocentric model as proposed by the likes of Aristotle and Ptolemy. The geocentric or flat Earth system puts the Earth at the center of the drama, with the sun, moon, and stars above revolving around it, just as mankind perceives it. The sun and moon, at varying speeds with one another, make roughly concentric paths around the center of the Earth, with many postulating a magnetic pole or source dictating these paths. The rising and setting of the sun is caused by perspective. with the sun rising as it approaches the viewer's vanishing point along the horizon and sets as it moves away from the viewer and ultimately out of sight. The sun stereographically projects onto the plane of the Earth and acts as a spotlight, which is the cause of day and night. The sun and moon are roughly the same size and same distance away, just as they appear, with current figures given for those objects to be roughly 32 miles in diameter and approximately 3,000 to 4,000 miles away. The moon, like the sun, is its own light source, and the phases of the moon are more than likely caused by the moon itself, and not by reflected light from the sun, as understood in the heliocentric model. The Earth is stationary, and the stars in the heavens revolve around the Earth, hence why the pole star, or Polaris, always remains visible no matter what season it is on the Earth. The Earth has a central pole, being the North Pole, with the southern magnetism being attributed to an ice wall or shelf surrounding and holding in the oceans, what is deemed Antarctica on the globular model. Many flat Earth proponents point out the fact that Antarctica is essentially off limits to independent investigations due to the Antarctic Treaty of 1961, signed jointly by many of the most powerful nations in the world. The flat Earth model has no need for gravity or stars billions of light years away because the stars are close and contained within the Earth-sky system. Relativity also becomes irrelevant because there is indeed an up and indeed a down, just as we experience here on Earth. There are several members of the geocentric community that make it a point to note and clarify that they do not necessarily believe that the Earth is not a sphere, but rather that the flat landmass that mankind stands on is not wrapped on the outside of the sphere, but instead a flat plane existing within a sphere, much like you would see in a snow globe. Many flat earthers postulate a literal firmament or dome that contains the heavens above, which parallels and is in accord with many different mythologies and religious scriptures. The flat earth model has been in existence for thousands of years, has been adopted the world over by Mayan, Hindu, Jain, Buddhist, Egyptian, Norse, Native American, Chinese, and numerous other cultures. Both the Holy Bible and the Quran seem to strongly suggest a flat earth cosmogony. The previous is, as already stated, a very brief and abridged explanation of both models, as best as I can understand them, and further exploration and research is encouraged by those who may be unfamiliar with the inner workings of each one. Ultimately, when undergoing our own hands-on scientific investigation into this subject, when presented with particular questions about the mechanics of these models, if we are to uphold the grand pillars of the scientific method, we should simply provide the most concise explanation to the queries. As we move on, and as you move on with your own investigation, the question that you should always hold in the back of your mind is simply, as a heliocentrist, how do I explain this? As a geocentrist, how do I explain this? And hell, if you're a Mayan elder, you should probably explain how all of this looks from the back of a crocodile. Okay, let's move on. Number 2, horizon perspective and viewable distances. The horizon from our perspective, 360 degrees all the way around, always appears flat. No matter how high you climb in elevation, the horizon will always rise up and be level with your eyes. High-altitude balloons have traveled upwards of 33 miles in elevation, and when the curvature of the camera lens, usually a GoPro fisheye lens, is accounted for, which changes the horizon line from convex to concave to flat as it bounces, we find that the horizon remains completely flat and no curvature is ever seen. How can this phenomenon be best explained? The flat Earth model explains this by the fact that the Earth is a plane, not a planet, and therefore what is viewed with the eye is consistent with the actual flat, extended plane on which we live. The best explanation from those in the heliocentric camp explain this occurrence by the fact that no one has just gotten high enough in elevation to see the curvature, due to the immensity of the Earth. The horizon only looks flat because we are seeing a very small portion of the massive Earth. Pics from NASA and other space agencies also show the curvature of the Earth as well. Personally, I must say that, though the heliocentric explanation at first hand may seem plausible, it is not consistent with the math as given to us by spherical geometry. People all over the world, myself included, have reported seeing distances that, according to the basic mathematics of a sphere that has an equator of roughly 25,000 miles or so, should just not be visible. Objects 20, 30, 60 miles away and further have been spotted, many of which at sea level, that just should not be seen according to the math. Ships that have supposedly sailed over the curvature of the Earth, when zoomed in with a telephoto lens, can clearly be seen, which is completely inconsistent with the heliocentric or globular Earth perspective. Number 3. Sun hotspot on the Earth. In this very popular video that has made its way around the flat Earth community, a high-altitude balloon was sent up by the company Dogcam Sport to shoot footage of the Earth in an effort to promote their online camera company. As far as I am aware, this video is real and is not fabricated whatsoever. We can clearly see in one part of the footage that the sun makes a hotspot on the Earth. The question this video poses is, if the sun is 93 million miles away from the Earth as claimed by modern astronomers, then how in the world is the sun creating a singular, circular, very clear hotspot on the Earth? The flat Earth proponents explain this simply by saying the sun is not 93 million miles away. It is actually rather close, and so this phenomenon we see makes perfect sense. If the sun is 93 million miles away, then the rays that would reach the Earth would engulf the Earth equally and be parallel to one another, as shown in this graphic. Though I've looked fairly extensively for an answer to this anomaly by the globe Earth proponents, I've yet to find one that is personally satisfactory. Number 4. Angles of light in the sun's rays. In this picture we see the rays of the sun bursting through the clouds, and it is very easy to see that the rays converge to a point that seems to exist just beyond the clouds. Many people experience this phenomenon every single day, and I must say that personally it is quite a beautiful and magical sight. We must conclude that if the sun is 93 million miles away, the rays that would reach the Earth would reach the Earth at a 90-degree angle, with all rays parallel to one another, as just mentioned. The flat Earth community explains this occurrence by the fact that the sun is close to the Earth, once again roughly 3,000 or so miles away, and the viewable light is converging directly back to the sun itself. The only answer I have found that describes this phenomenon by the globe Earth theorists is that the sun's rays are reflecting off the various layers of the Earth's atmosphere, with those layers being the exosphere, thermosphere, mesosphere, stratosphere, and troposphere. The light rays, once they reach the Earth, are dispersed, which is caused by light refraction, or the bending of a wave when it enters a medium where its speed is different. I take issue with this explanation personally because if such were true, should we not see divergent rays all over the sky instead of this phenomenon simply happening locally? Number 5. NASA and the space agencies of the world. For this one, we are going to ask one simple question. Can NASA and the numerous other space agencies of the world be trusted when it comes to the information that they provide? Most news programs, media outlets, and your average everyday nightly news-watching citizen will accept without question or controversy the claims made by any and all of these space organizations. Images and data sent from the New Horizons satellite floating towards Pluto billions of miles away, the Curiosity rover on Mars picking up samples of the Martian surface, the Hubble telescope snapping pictures and videos of quasars, pulsars, nebula, etc., all throughout the universe. Assertions of water on the moon and other Earth-like planets existing all over the cosmos, all of these claims are usually taken at face value without any serious investigative team ever questioning their scientific legitimacy or demanding verifiable proof for the information offered as absolute fact. Average everyday people don't often ask questions like, hey, how does the International Space Station handle traveling speeds of 17,500 miles an hour around the Earth in the thermosphere that is said to reach temperatures of 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit? How does the International Space Station ground itself without ever touching ground as it continually builds up a static electric charge cruising around the Earth? How does the Cassini satellite cruise through the rings of Saturn unscathed, while we are told that the rings of Saturn are made of billions of pieces of ice, dust, and rocks, some as small as a grain of salt, while others as big as houses? It is questions like these, along with so many others, that have many people in the Flat Earth movement doubting the whole 9 yards. I will be playing 2 quick videos. The first one is provided by the folks at the National Aeronautics and Space Administration and is a supposed shot of the dark side of the moon as it passes before Earth in a roughly 25-hour period. The second one was released by the Japanese Space Agency and is supposed to be a video taken of Earth rotating in space. Let us take a look at the first video. This video is said to have been taken by a satellite floating somewhere around 1 million miles from Earth. As you can see, even though the video is supposed to be of a 25-hour period, the shot is perfectly still and the cloud formations hardly, if ever, move in this entire span of time. Besides looking just absolutely fabricated, it must also be noted that the moon crosses a great distance over the Earth in this video, which is completely inconsistent with what we are told the orbit of the moon should take around the Earth, which is a period of approximately 28 days. Also pay attention to the fact that not a single star is seen in the background. Where are they? There are numerous anomalies and inconsistencies with this video, and even the untrained eye can see that this footage has some serious issues with its authenticity. The second video is provided by the Japanese Space Agency, and shown here is supposedly a video of the Earth as it spins, creating day and night. If you take notice, the camera is once again perfectly still, not a nudge, shake, bump, or shift in the viewpoint, which in itself seems completely illogical considering that this was supposed to have been taken from a weather satellite drifting in orbit in the vacuum and infinitude of space. As you can clearly see, the clouds all move together in perfect harmony, almost as if one enormous weather pattern swept over the entirety of the Earth. Notice that when the day turns to night, no lights can be seen on the Earth. Is this because the satellite is too far away to detect them? Also notice we do not see any of the supposed 1,800 satellites orbiting the Earth, nor do we see the International Space Station that is supposed to be traveling at 17,500 miles an hour. Also take note, just like the last video, the absence of stars in the background. Though we can see stars here on Earth very clearly, and astronauts at NASA recently admitted seeing stars in space, it is a complete wonder why we do not see a single one in any of these videos. I have personally shown these videos to non-conspiracy minded people and asked them point blank if they believed that the footage that they were viewing was real or CGI, and the response I received every time was a laughing, absolutely not, that is fake as hell and obviously computer generated. The internet is littered with sites, once again of varying quality and accuracy, that have heap loads of evidence that calls into question literally everything these space agencies do. From the International Space Station to the Apollo moon landing hoax, there's an excited, passionate, and fast-growing demographic of people that are calling bullshit to the claims the governments of the world are making, and they are backing up their grievances with mountains of evidence. I have done an entire video on my own personal feelings towards NASA that you can find on my channel entitled Curiosity Roving Through the Claims of NASA, which is a concise and to-the-point video addressing many concerns and anomalies with the information released by this American space agency. I feel that it is well worth your time. The fact is, when examining whether or not the Earth upon which we stand is part of a geo- or heliocentric system, we must take into deep consideration the possibility that the very people who tell us about the heavens above are lying to us about what they know. Only someone engaging in the true scientific method would understand that this factor, in order to make the most complete and thorough study possible, must be accounted for. Number 6. The Sun and the Moon. The image here is presented to give you a rough perspective of the proposed sizes and distances of the Earth and our Sun in the heliocentric model, as given to us by official sources. The Sun is on the right there with its approximate size, and the Earth is on the left with its approximate size, given here in English miles. That line in between the Earth and Sun is to denote a measure of 1 million miles, which means there would be 92 million more of those lines between the Sun and us here on Earth. This is a distance of such enormity that I cannot even draw to scale on this screen and make the Earth visible to the naked eye. For this topic, we're going to take a much more philosophical and honestly theological approach. The Sun and the Moon as united polarities have been celebrated throughout history. I think it's safe to say that there is not a culture, nor tribe, nor civilization across the known world that does not pay homage or draw particular attention to these two heavenly bodies. Now, I am not necessarily trying to advocate the belief in a God here on this point, but standing back and looking at the relationship of these heavenly bodies with our Earth and analyzing it with a purely mechanistic and engineering mindset, either one of these models, whether geocentric or heliocentric, at least in my humble opinion, clearly expresses elements of design, intelligence, and intention. In the heliocentric model, we have a sun and moon appearing the exact same size in our sky from our perspective on Earth, with a whopping nearly 93 million miles difference between them. The idea that this Goldilocks zone that the Earth is in, or this perfected balance maintained long enough for such biological complexity to arise, is somehow just happenstance and accident and the result of simple laws of physics, seems, to be downright blunt, absolutely absurd. What is there more evidence of here? Design or chaos? Intelligence or haphazardness? Holistic functionality on a micro and macro scale, or a jumbled volatile mess? If you were in Vegas and you had to bet the farm on whether or not such a perfect, exquisite equilibrium between the sun and the moon was created with A. intelligent design, Or B, consciousless randomness? What would you choose? The geocentric model also delivers us into notions of a creator as well when we analyze how its proposed system works. A flat plane with a possible dome overhead encasing the landmass, a sort of terrarium if you will, that within it has two spheres or disks rotating around it, creating a cycle in which life may continually flourish and then pass away, not to mention the entirety of the stars above rotating around this whole thing. I mean, how are we supposed to imagine this as accident? Like I said, I'm not trying to convince you of anything here, but to me, it's hard to imagine, whatever model we use to explain our world, that there is not intelligence at work here. How can man, as an intelligent animal, somehow use his intelligence to come to the conclusion that the nature that he was born from is unintelligent? That seems like really, really bad logic. I honestly have so many questions surrounding the sun and the moon that they are too numerous to address here. I will say this though, understanding their beauty is simple. To rest on my poetic laurels here, no matter what model we use, and no matter how the mechanics of these objects ultimately plays out, the sun and the moon to me are declarations of cosmic grace. To track the phases of the moon and the cycle of the sun requires no telescope nor complex mathematics. It just simply requires you to look up into the sky every day and every evening. Number 7, the spin of the Earth. The question is, can we tell if the Earth, from our perspective, is spinning or not? Can we somehow detect, calculate, and measure from where you and I stand the supposed spin of the Earth? Now, the Flat Earth community claims that the Earth is motionless and still, and that no motion of the Earth can ever be detected because, by fact, there is none. Many even go so far to say that without the information from the government space agencies of the world, a person cannot even prove himself that the Earth somehow encircles the sun. This quote from Albert Einstein on the spin of the Earth sums up our question pretty nicely. The struggle so violent in the early days of science between the views of Ptolemy and Copernicus would then be quite meaningless. Either coordinate system would be used with equal justification. The two sentences, the sun is at rest and the earth moves, or the sun moves and the earth is at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems. Besides images from the space agencies of the world, the heliocentric proponents often point to the Foucault pendulum for evidence of spin. Here's a quick video explaining how the Foucault pendulum works.
A Foucault pendulum is a pendulum with a specially designed pivot, designed so that it can swing back and forth in any direction around the vertical. So that's in contrast to, for example, a grandfather clock, where the pendulum has to swing in a particular plane. Let's imagine that you have a Foucault pendulum and you're at the North Pole of the Earth. When you set the pendulum swinging, you determine a plane in which the pendulum is swinging. And that plane is fixed. So as the Earth rotates underneath the plane of the pendulum swinging. And so if you now go back and imagine that you're standing on the Earth, you see the plane of the pendulum rotate every 24 hours. Now as you go to lower latitudes away from the North Pole, the time that it takes the plane of the pendulum to rotate around lengthens. And in fact, at the equator, the plane doesn't rotate at all. At the latitude of Hanover, it takes 35 hours for the plane to rotate. So if you look at this pendulum here, if we look at it a few minutes from now, we won't even be able to detect that the plane of the pendulum swing has changed. But if you come back in an hour, you will definitely see that it's moved a little bit. And if you come back in 9 hours, this plane of this pendulum here will have rotated by 90 degrees, a very distinct change that you can easily see.
The design of the Foucault pendulum is fairly simple. The pendulum is a heavy mass on the end of a very long chain, suspended so it can swing freely in any direction. And through this simple system, it is said that we are able to measure the rotation of the Earth. According to the heliocentric model, the atmosphere is said to spin with the Earth, and hence the air above and the ground below are a closed system, and thusly spin and are linked together as the Earth rotates. This science is well substantiated within the physics community, and this quote-unquote fact is not questioned. The entire mechanism and science behind the Foucault pendulum is based on the fact that the Earth spins below the pendulum, and the pendulum continues independently to spin on its own plane. The functionality of this machine flies directly in the face and is a complete contradiction to what is offered up in modern physics. Unless my understanding is severely flawed, for the Foucault pendulum science to be correct and thus be a valid instrument to measure the Earth's spin, that would mean that a helicopter could float above the Earth for 3 hours and arrive at a destination several thousand miles away, which we all know is impossible. Foucault pendulums are working in science museums across the world. I'm going to leave you here with 2 quotes. The first one is by Nikola Tesla, and the second one by, once again, Albert Einstein. Earth is a realm. It is not a planet. It is not an object. Therefore, it has no edge. Earth would be more easily defined as a system environment. Earth is also a machine. It is a Tesla coil. The sun and the moon are powered wirelessly with the electromagnetic field, or the ether. This field also suspends the celestial spheres with electromagnetic levitation. Electromagnetic levitation disproves gravity because the only force you need to counter is the electromagnetic force, not gravity. The stars are attached to the firmament. Question: have you ever felt the Earth spin? Number 8, the gravitational constant. Gravity, the force that draws everything towards one another. The formulation of the theory of gravity was brought forward by scientist, alchemist, Kabbalist, and philosopher Isaac Newton. Sir Isaac Newton, as Wikipedia states, is widely recognized as one of the most influential scientists of all time and is a key figure in the scientific revolution. His book Principia Mathematica, or The Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, first published in 1687, laid the foundation for classical mechanics. The gravitational constant itself was not calculated or determined until the late 19th century, done so by a scientist named Henry Cavendish. I'm going to let this university professor give you a quick background into the history of Mr. Henry Cavendish and his experiment to find the gravitational constant, or Big G.
One of my favorite scientists is Henry Cavendish. Even though he was part of the rich Dukes of Devonshire, that family, and incredibly rich, he went to Cambridge to study natural sciences, or natural philosophy as it's called. But he had a very curious condition in that he could hardly talk to anybody. So when it came to his Viva exam after 3 years of study, he fled Cambridge rather than sit in front of the examiners because he was petrified of them. This is not the normal sort of person. He couldn't talk to most people. He couldn't talk to women at all. His housekeeper would get a recipe for something or other, and he'd say, no, lamb tonight, leg of lamb, and leave a note for her. He wouldn't say it, he'd write it. He would dine in the evening with his friends, and he would talk to them, but if he didn't know somebody, and you wanted to ask him a question, apparently you had to go to the Royal Society, and he would be in the room, and you'd address the room this question about physics, and you postulate, and if he felt in the mood, he would reply to the room. He was a very strange man. He did most of the experiments quietly on his own, keeping his notebooks, and it was only after his death and a persuasive campaign by Clerk Maxwell, the famous Maxwell of Maxwell's equations from Cambridge University, that he actually got the notebooks from the estate of the Dukes of Devonshire and discovered after the event that Cavendish had discovered the unit of capacitance, discovered dielectric constants, he discovered Dalton's law of partial pressures, he discovered or written about Coulomb's law, all before these guys had done it and just left it unpublished in his notebooks. Towards the end of his life, he did a crucial experiment, which is represented by these lead balls. He lived in Clapham Common, which is nowadays a very poor part of London, but there it was quite fashionable. And he built his own place, His library he built somewhere else because he didn't want anybody borrowing his books from his house. Otherwise, he would have to ask the book back and he didn't want to talk to them. So his library was 4 miles away. At the back of it, he had a big garden shed, which might seem like the size of my house. And in it, he had 2 lead balls, like this, suspended from the ceiling. Only this is not to scale. This is, I mean, lead balls. Now, the real problem is that he wanted to measure the attraction between 2 objects due to gravity. In other words, there's a gravitational attraction between you and me, or between me and this lead ball. So he had to be a long way away to look at the experiment, otherwise he'd interfere with it. So he had an aperture, a place where he looked through, and he put a telescope out there, and he stood outside in all weathers, and he was in his 60s doing this, staring through the window to take his measurements over a year. There's another set of lead balls inside there. This experiment really is very difficult to get to work, and a technician has sawed it apart because he got so frustrated. And then right in the middle there's a bit of glass, there's a mirror which should be suspended from a torsion wire. So you'd set it up like this in his shed, and you put it like that, and this lead ball would attract that lead ball, and this lead ball would attract this one, and so it would be pushed a little bit this way and twist the wire, and that would be pushed a little bit that way, and the wire would twist, and as the wire twists, the mirror, which is dangling in there, would twist a little bit, and light which comes in would be reflected off at a slightly different angle, and all he had to do was measure the angle. He then had to move it the other way round. Oh, he didn't move this bit, he moved the lead balls round so that you had an equal and opposite effect on the other side. So instead of having, you'd have that configuration. He had this is a very complicated technical thing for the time. 18th century we're talking about, and he put that way round, and then it was pushed the other way, and you could then see the displacement. Moreover, you could measure the period of oscillation of this, and from that get all the properties of the wire, the torsional constant. And that enabled him to measure big G, the gravitational constant, to an accuracy of 1%. And nobody improved on that for 100 years. He didn't describe it as that. He described it as though he was weighing the Earth. He was calculating the mass of the Earth, so that when you're attracted to the Earth through gravity, it's the product of the mass of the Earth, this big gravitational constant, divided by r squared, the radius of the Earth squared, which we normally know as acceleration due to gravity. And that quantity is essentially big G, and he measured it.
Wikipedia tells us that the Cavendish experiment was the first experiment to measure the force of gravity between masses in the laboratory, and the first to yield accurate values for the gravitational constant. This experiment and the constant derived from it has laid the foundation for all the current science and theoretical physics dominating the intellectual landscape of today. The entirety of modern physics, in essence, is anchored, one way or another, on the gravitational constant. Big G is used to measure the weight of galaxies and planetary bodies. It is even used theoretically to calculate the very instance of the birth of the universe. In fact, CERN, or the Large Hadron Collider, is a multi-billion-dollar particle accelerator built underground on the border of Switzerland and France that is said to simulate the conditions at the moment of the Big Bang, which is the currently accepted cosmological story dominating the minds of modern physicists. It is quite remarkable that all modern physics is based on an experiment that is not continually being tested and retested to authenticate its veracity. Should there not be...
Okay, it's gone.
Oh, yeah, disappeared.
Well, I'm betting against the crypto markets right now, and I'm profiting quite well. I'm really hoping Bitcoin drops to $10,000 this week.
Alright, yeah, I mean, I haven't really paid too much attention to cryptocurrency.
Oh, I'll be right back.
Yeah. So what's going on here today, guys?
Nothing much right now.
Seems kind of quiet.
Crypto markets.
Oh, yeah.
I'm hoping, expecting Bitcoin to drop to 11,000, maybe hopefully $10,000, and I might make like maybe 300% profit.
If they
this
drop?
is a hope of mine. It's not a guarantee.
How would drop?
Yeah, because I'm betting against the market. So if everything, what?
Oh.
Say it again, God Rockin'.
I said, how is dropping the price going to make you money? That's confusing to me.
Derivative contract.
Oh, I see.
So there's a thing that exists where if you buy it and the price goes down, you make money. It's called contract or poker. Imagine you're playing poker or roulette. Sorry, roulette's probably a good example. Imagine you're playing roulette, right? And then, say for example, me and Timbo are in the background watching you play, and then me and Timbo come here and say, "Hey, Timbo, I want to make a bet with you that God Rockin' is going to lose." And if God Rockin' loses, I make money from Timbo because that's the bet we made. That's essentially what I'm doing with the crypto markets. Actually, that's what caused the 2008 housing crisis, which is pretty shitty. Betting against somebody's